Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and Section 2 of the Statutes Repeal Act, I am tabling in both official languages the 2013 Annual Report under the Statutes Repeal Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Assent to Alterations in the Law Touching the Succession to the Throne. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Nicholson, appuyé par Mr.
Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Van Loan, moves that this bill do now be read a first time and printed.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? The next sitting of the House. The Honourable Minister of Justice is rising.
Mr. Speaker, it's my duty and honour to inform the House that His Excellency the Governor-General, having been informed of the purport of a bill entitled, quote, An Act to assent to the alterations in the law touching the succession to the throne, end of quote, has given his consent as far as Her Majesty's prerogatives may be affected to the consideration by Parliament of the bill, and that Parliament may do therein as it thinks fit. Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, if I could have another point of order. I rise on this point of order to table in both official languages the text of the United Kingdom's succession to the Crown Bill dated January 30th, 2013, including a French version of the text that was ably prepared by the Department of Justice.
Wow. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Reportsmen to parliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, the honour to present in both official languages the 36th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding memberships of the committees of this House. And if the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 36th report later today.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Sebastian, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Designate the month of January as Tamil Heritage Month. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very honoured to introduce this bill that will designate the month of January as Tamil Heritage Month. This month is celebrated throughout the country by Canadians of Tamil heritage, more than 300,000 Canadians of Tamil heritage, as we recognize the culture, political, and economic contributions of Tamil Canadians in our communities. I would like to acknowledge the organizations and individuals in Scarborough Rouge River and across the country who have organized events during this month and the pride that they take in our Tamil heritage. I am so pleased that this bill will enshrine Tamil Heritage Month into federal legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Sebastian, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 36th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier today be concurred in.
Motions. Motion. Oh, sorry. Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed? No? Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Vegreville, Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a few months ago, CBC revealed that ultrasounds are being used in Canada to tell the sex of an unborn child so that parents can choose to terminate the pregnancy of girls. In the case where the unborn child is a girl, the petitioners note that 92% of Canadians believe that this sex-selective pregnancy termination is wrong and should be ended, and they call on Parliament, Mr. Speaker, to support motion M408 to condemn discrimination against females occurring through sex selection pregnancy termination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, it's with pleasure I rise to table a petition from residents of Winnipeg North that are asking the government to maintain the retirement age at 65 as opposed to increasing it to 67. In essence, the residents of Winnipeg North believe in our social pension programs of OAS, GIS, and CPP and want the Prime Minister to respect them for what they are and to enhance as opposed to take away. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Langley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also am honoured to present a petition from my constituents. It says that sex selection is condemned by all the national parties, that the Conservative government condemns sex selection, that the NDP said it had highlighted the discrimination between men and women. They're calling on Parliament to condemn this worst form of discrimination against females by condemning sex selection. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government business of supply. Consideration of an opposition motion standing in the name of Ms. Crowder on Aboriginal Canadians.
Ms. Crowder, seconded by Mr. Saganas, moves that the House recognize the broad-based demand for action, call on the government to make the improvement of economic outcomes of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis a central focus of Budget 2013, and to commit to action on treaty implementation and full and meaningful consultation on legislation that affects the rights of Aboriginal Canadians as required by domestic and international law. Debate. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the member from Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. Now, the reason that the NDP have brought this motion forward today is that what we have seen is both from Conservatives and Liberals is years and years and years of broken promises. We're seeing continuing poverty in First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities. We are seeing a grassroots movement from coast to coast to coast, like Idle No More, signifying that people on the ground are simply tired of these broken promises. We've seen the Assembly of First Nations put forward an 8-point plan, and we've seen a 13-point declaration of commitment that is called First Nations Working Towards Fundamental Change. And in this context, New Democrats felt that it was important for us to bring this matter to the House and to have a fulsome debate about three key elements. That's economic development, treaties, and duty to consult. And I'm going to focus on those three elements in my brief 10 minutes. I want to begin with economic development, and I want to refer to the report of the Auditor General from 2011. And in that report, the Auditor General indicated it is clear that living conditions are poorer on First Nations reserves than anywhere else in Canada. And the Auditor General continued in the report to indicate that the Department agreed with that and had developed a community well-being index based on a United Nations measure. And according to the Department in 2010, the Department reported that the index showed little or no progress in the well-being of First Nations communities between 2001 and 2006. Instead, the average well-being of those communities continued to rank significantly below that of other Canadian communities. Conditions on too many reserves are poor and have not improved significantly. And, of course, the Auditor General went on to criticize government performance and to recommend a number of ways that the government could move forward. Now, part of those ways did focus on aspects of economic development. And when we're talking about economic development, there's a number of principles that have been outlined in numerous reports and studies that talk about local employment, local ownership and decision-making, reinvestments of profits in communities, local knowledge and skill development, positive environmental impact, and increased health and well-being in a community. Now, Mr. Speaker, it would seem that it would be to the government's advantage to talk about investing in things like education, infrastructure, to do that duty to consult to make sure the programs were reflecting community needs, but we've seen an ongoing absence of that kind of priority with this government. Now, I mentioned that there have been numerous studies. I want to touch briefly on the Harvard Project on American Indian Economic Development. Now, this was done in the United States, Mr. Speaker, but this was 2 decades of research that talked about the key elements that needed to be in place for First Nations, in the United States at least, to have fulsome economic development. And they indicated a number of matters, but I just want to touch briefly on 3 of them. Sovereignty matters. When Native nations make their own decisions about what development approaches to take, they consistently outperform external decision-makers on matters as diverse as governmental form, natural resources, economic development, healthcare and social service provision. Institutions matter. For development to take hold, assertions of sovereignty must be backed by capable institutions of governance. Culture matters. Successful economies stand on the shoulders of legitimate, culturally grounded institutions of self-government. Indigenous societies are diverse, each nation must equip itself with a governing structure, economic system, policies and procedures that fit its own contemporary cultures. And so again, Mr. Speaker, it seems that there is a roadmap for this government to invest in the mechanisms that will support economic development in communities. And we only need to look at the continuing desperate conditions in some communities. Now, I must point out, Mr. Speaker, that there are communities, First Nations, that are very successful. West Bank comes to mind. And there are very good examples out there, and there are ways that some of those best practices could be made available to other communities. I want to touch on treaties, and I went to the government's own website on this as a starting point, and it was very interesting to read their fact sheet, Treaties with Aboriginal People in Canada. It says the Government of Canada and the courts understand treaties between the Crown and Aboriginal people to be solemn agreements that set out promises, obligations and benefits for both parties. Starting in 1701 and what was to eventually become Canada, the British Crown entered into solemn treaties to encourage peaceful relations between First Nations and non-Aboriginal people. Over the next several centuries, treaties were signed to define, among other things, the respective rights of Aboriginal people and the governments to use and enjoy the lands that Aboriginal people traditionally occupied. Now, reading that statement on the government's own website, you would think that the government would come to the table with an intent to respect those promises that have been made over centuries. And when we're talking about treaties in Canada, we have very different situations from coast to coast to coast. We have the numbered treaties, which are old treaties in this country. We have land claims. We have a situation in British Columbia where we've got some modern treaties, but a large part of British Columbia has no treaties in place. And I want to touch on three aspects of these treaties, and I turn to the Land Claims Coalition. So why should Canadians care about treaties? And I think they laid out it very well. They indicate fully implemented modern treaties benefit all Canadians. They clarify the terms of the ongoing relationship between Aboriginal peoples and the Crown, and of the Crown's occupation and use in conjunction with Aboriginal peoples of their traditional lands and resources. In other words, modern treaties define how resources on traditional lands can be used and co-managed to the great benefit of all Canadians. For Aboriginal signatories, modern treaties offer new opportunities for self-reliance, political and economic development, as well as cultural and social well-being. They are the basis for building a new and positive relationship between Aboriginal peoples and the wider Canadian society. Now, Mr. Speaker, after having read the government's website about fulfillment of promises, you would think that the Land Claims Coalition would be out there celebrating the success of these land claims agreements. But instead, what's happened is the agreements are signed, and then the government walks away from the spirit and intent of those agreements. And what has happened is the Land Claims Coalition has had to come together to hold this government's feet to the fire. And they have raised a number of implementation issues, and because I only have 10 minutes, I can't go over all of them. But there are a couple of key points. They say that there have been numerous reports that have reaffirmed the intent of the land claims agreements and treaties. And these reports have confirmed that the Government of Canada is fulfilling neither its obligations in full under these agreements nor their spirit and intent. Consequently, modern treaties are failing to achieve their overall fundamental developmental objectives. And instead what we're seeing is that some of the nations have been forced into courts to try to get this government to uphold its promises. And I just turned to Nunavut. They are in courts as we speak to try to get the government to live up to the self-government and land claims agreement. I want to just touch briefly on numbered treaties, because numbered treaties started back in, well, there was the proclamation back in 1763, and then we had numbered treaties signed between 1870 and 1921. And from a site called Our Legacy, Treaty Negotiations and Rights, Our Legacy, they are outlining the continued problems with how the numbered treaties are not being respected. And what they said is the Government of Canada questions the original spirit and intent of the treaty. You're starting to see a theme here, Mr. Speaker. Land claims, numbered treaties, and I'll get to BC in a minute about the spirit and intent. It is a very simple answer. Non-Indigenous people were granted the right to live in Indigenous peoples' territories so long as they maintained peace and respected the land. In exchange, Indigenous peoples were to receive benefits such as health care and education. And we see the government continuing to quibble about what those treaties meant instead of honouring that spirit and intent and moving those treaties that were signed decades ago into the modern day and honouring those commitments. I just want to touch briefly on the BC treaty process. I come from British Columbia. I need to talk about this. It says that report on treaty negotiations hold keys to progress. And, Mr. Speaker, I see you're indicating I've only got 1 minute left, but those treaties are really important in terms of the economic development and stability in British Columbia. And there's resource development happening in British Columbia. Without those movement forward on those treaties, we will not have the economic stability that is important both for First Nations, for Métis, in the north for Inuit, and for the rest of British Columbians and Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge all members of this House to support this important motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Minister for Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would compliment the member from Nanaimo Cowichan for her initiative today. I would like to say that I think there's very many very positive things happening across the country, and just very recent events. We added 8 new First Nations very recently to the First Nations land management regime, which means that those First Nations have chosen freedom from 34 sections of the Indian Act so that they have control over their land and resources. And within the last 2 weeks, I announced the regulations that will now allow the natural gas facility at the Haisla First Nation in Kitimat to proceed, bringing jobs and economic opportunity to northwestern British Columbia and opening up markets for Canada in Asia and other places. There are many examples, Mr. Speaker, and rather than just focus on an attempt to create a negative picture, I would like to just make that comment. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we have here is a fundamental difference on how to move forward. And yes, the government has invested in some things. There has been some investment in education. There has been some investment in housing and in infrastructure. But it's always top down. And if the government were serious about moving forward, it would work in a spirit of true partnership, in true consultation, to actually bring First Nations, Inuit and Métis up to the standard of living that rest of Canadians expect. If it's going so well, why have we had the Silcotin get leave to appeal to the Supreme Court on issues around Aboriginal rights and title to the land? And this is directly tied to economic development, Mr. Speaker, because this is a court case that's been going on for, I believe, 2 decades with regards to forestry, logging in British Columbia. If it's going so well, why have Frog Lake and Mikisew Cree filed a notice of application for judicial review with the federal court in Ottawa with regards to Bill C-38 and Bill C-45 because they do not feel that the government consulted appropriately around developing policies, environmental policies, and the implementation of these policies and the impact on First Nations communities. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a fundamental difference about how to proceed here.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I think it's important that we recognize former Prime Minister Paul Martin and the Liberal government's efforts in putting together what was likely one of the greatest accomplishments within the First Nations and Aboriginal communities when we came up with the Kelowna Accord. It was, in fact, a very comprehensive dealing of many different issues and brought together the many different stakeholders around the tables. Many of discussions were had, and ultimately an accord was reached. That was an accord that I believe would have made a huge difference in the standards of living for First Nations from coast to coast to coast. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, the Kelowna Accord was not implemented because the New Democrats voted with the Conservatives to defeat the Prime Minister Paul Martin in the Liberal government back then. My question specific to the member is Does the NDP, will the NDP clearly indicate that they supported the Kelowna Accord and would like to see the Kelowna Accord brought back into the House of Commons?
Member for Nanaimo Cowichan, you have 40 seconds.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I need to remind the member that the Canadian people threw the Liberals out, not the New Democrats. Yes. When it comes to the Kelowna Accord, Mr. Speaker, those investments, of course, are extremely important, and we did support the Kelowna Accord. But I need to point out to the member that it also didn't deal with some fundamental aspects of relationships. It didn't talk about treaties. It didn't talk about land claims. It didn't talk about the duty to consult. So it was a good first step, but we actually need to move much further in terms of recognizing the nation-to-nation status within Canada, about recognizing that duty to consult, about recognizing that full partnership at the table, and then perhaps we'll be able to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise to speak in favour of this important motion, standing in the name of my colleague, the member for Nanaimo Cowichan. I thank her for the tireless work that she has done, her professional conscience. It's a privilege for me to serve in our party alongside such an excellent representative.
Before us, one that can represent the start of a better future for all Canadians if all parties in this House seize upon this important moment. For nearly 2 months, we have seen the issues of Indigenous nations of Canada brought to the fore in ways never seen before with the Idle No More movement. We have seen peaceful protests combined with proud expressions of Aboriginal culture raise awareness of these issues like never before. Who knew, Mr. Speaker, it would be a round-dance revolution to start this discussion in earnest. This movement has brought many issues onto the public agenda, some of which we are focusing on today and calling on the government to act upon immediately. But from my observations, Idle No More comes back to some very simple principles: respect, partnership, and a better future for all who now call this land home. When we talk about respect, we are talking about respecting the treaties and subsequent agreements that the Crown and Canada have entered into with Indigenous nations. When we're talking about partnership, we are talking about the relationship those treaties envisioned. Two peoples working together for the prosperity of all. And when we talk about a better future for all, we are talking about what is possible if we finally tackle those outstanding issues rather than leave them to fester. Ces principes sont à la base.
These principles are at the foundation of our very country. Let's not forget that First Nations in this country were not conquered or defeated during a military battle. No, our ancestors welcomed newcomers to their land, shared it with them, signed treaties with them, treaties which became the legal basis of Canada today. These treaties, signed by Canada and the Crown with First Nations, are an integral part of our founding documents, along with the Constitution and the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Those are the facts that the NDP has been aware of for so long. Those facts are incorporated in our policies and our approaches. Unfortunately, I can't say the same thing of the current government. Through its words and action, it has chosen to either ignore our history or not take it into account.
On January 25th, they reported details of a leaked confidential accounting of the Prime Minister's January 11th meeting with some First Nation leaders. In that document, some very disturbing comments made by the Treasury Board President came to light. The document began by stating that he referred to the meeting as a meeting with, and I quote, a group of at-risk Canadians. Let that sink in for a moment. This Minister of the Crown referred to these leaders and their peoples not as Cree, not as Mi'kmaq, not as Ojibwe or Algonquin, or the proper name of any Aboriginal nation. No, he referred to them as a group of at-risk Canadians. Some might call that a mistake, others maybe a bad start when restating our foundational relationship. Most would call it disrespectful. I would hope that the honourable member of Parry-Saint-Muskoka would take the chance at some point during this debate to apologize for that poor choice of words, to say the least. But unfortunately, that is not only the disturbing comment that came from this member at that meeting. The document went on to quote the Treasury Board President admitting that he did not understand the treaty relationship or why that discussion needs to occur before economic development. I have to question why the Prime Minister took a minister with such a lack of knowledge into this meeting while benching his Intergovernmental Affairs Minister, who I know has a very strong grasp of the issues at play in that meeting. I have a great deal of respect for the knowledge and experience of the honourable member from Labrador, and I can't help but wonder how serious the Prime Minister is when he leaves such a resource sitting on the sidelines. The
honourable member for Labrador has a vast experience in consulting with federal and provincial authorities. The member for Muskoka and president of the Treasury Board gave a good example of his lack of understanding. According to the media in his region, a few days after the meeting of January 11th, he apparently explained what he meant by consultation. When questioned about the fact that the Aboriginals hadn't been consulted on Bill C-45, he would have said this, or allegedly said this: "We held consultations which were called federal elections." Wrong answer, Mr. Speaker.
More, the government has started to use some language about their duties that I have found rather worrisome. The Prime Minister and his ministers have started to say that they are happy to, and I quote, work with willing partners, unquote, when it comes to dealing with outstanding Aboriginal issues. The last time I checked, the Government of Canada had a duty to consult and accommodate all Aboriginal peoples, not just those who the government believes are willing. This government needs to understand that it cannot simply ignore the situations that they see as more difficult. Yes, it might be harder to arrive at a solution in those cases, but it won't get any easier by simply ignoring them. As an example, why should the Innu of Labrador find that the Government of Canada will work with them because of the government might consider them as more willing, while the Innu of Quebec, represented by my good friend from Manicouagan, have their long-standing grievances ignored because the government isn't willing to talk to them. La motion à l'étude aujourd'hui.
The motion under consideration today calls on the government to take action by committing to action on treaty implementation and full and meaningful consultation on legislation that affects the rights of Aboriginal Canadians as required by domestic and international law. But as we know, the Constitution and international law continue to evolve, thanks to new legal instruments like the UN Declaration on Indigenous Peoples. I find it unfortunate to be reminded that Aboriginals are among the rare people who constantly have to go to the courts to get their legally recognized rights respected. The Government of Canada, according to estimates, spends $300 million opposing Aboriginal rights in the courts on a yearly basis, and these cases are ones that they lose more often than not. If the government had used this money to implement court decisions, it would have been better. However, it has not done so, and there are lots of delays.
That the Métis non-status Aboriginals are Indians under the Constitution of 1867. This is a decision that could have big implications once the negotiations around implementation of this decision are completed. This case was brought forward 13 years ago by the Métis leader Harry Daniels. Sadly, Harry has passed away in 2004, 8 years before this decision came about. 13 years is a long time to have a case before the courts, not to mention very costly. For 13 years, both Liberal and Conservative governments spent millions upon millions to try to deny Métis and non-status people their rights under the Constitution. The government has yet to publicly state if they will appeal this ruling, if history is a guide, it is very likely that they will. Now, some on the government benches might be wondering what this has to do with the motion before us today. 1 minute. My answer is simple. You cannot properly act on implementing rights or start to take part in meaningful consultations while at the same time fighting the very concept of these rights in courts. Le gouvernement conservateur, Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, and I'll conclude with these remarks. The Conservative government has a great deal to learn, and I hope sincerely that it will change its way of doing things in order to see real progress take place. In 2008, the Prime Minister presented an apology to regarding residential schools and promised to renew our relationship. 5 years later, however, we're forced to realize that not much has changed. When the political will is there, a great deal of things can be accomplished quickly. We have that desire to change in the official opposition, and we are going to help to work to build a better future for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I bring up the Kelowna Accord because it was more than just a small step. It was a significant step that brought a different attitude towards dealing with our First Nations, one based on consultations, one based on enabling the leaders within our First Nation communities and others to be able to get issues resolved. Well over $1 billion towards housing. When the member says, nothing for water, there was over $400 million to try to deal with some of the water-related issues. These are substantial measures in terms of working with our First Nations. So whether it was this member or the current member, when you decide to take shots at other political parties, you got to be careful you don't throw stones in glass houses. You can reflect on how abusive the New Democratic government is in Manitoba in terms of the water claims from the hydro development and the displacement that took place. And it wasn't the New Democrats that ultimately resolved those land issues with our First Nations people. I would highly recommend that if the New Democrats really want to try to do justice to the issue, what they need to do is to recognize that we need to have and enable our First Nation leadership to come to the table and to bring their ideas, to work with our First Nations people to make a difference. And that's what this is really all about. We need to, as much as possible, encourage the government, and would the member not agree, in an apolitical
The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. I would ask all members during the question and comment period to limit them to a minute 15 seconds, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to hear talk of this challenge being raised by someone from the other end of the chamber. It will be a challenge. We will rise to it in 2015. It's something we will be taking care of. I can assure you of that. Now, Mr. Speaker, the relationship is very important now. The mention was made of the Kelowna Accord, which attempted to respond to essential needs in the communities. Yes, it was a good effort. Bravo for it. But it was too late. In fact, it was signed just a very short time before the federal election that took place back then. But I'd like to go back to what the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan said earlier. The essence of these discussions must address the relationship that must exist between us. And the basis of these relations, and that must be discussed by the government along with Aboriginal peoples.
Or Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I want to thank the member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU.
he's been a tremendous leader over years, and most recently, when it came to tabling in this House a private member's bill on the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. And I want to ask him about, a question about that. Article 19 says, states shall consult and cooperate in good faith with the Indigenous peoples concerned through their own representative institutions in order to obtain their free, prior and informed consent before adopting and implementing legislative or administrative measures that may affect them. Now, this government committed to the UN Declaration, and I wonder if the member could speak specifically to that particular clause and what it means to that ongoing relationship.
Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to realize when reading that article 19 that just has been referred to realize that this is what we're talking in Article 19 is a process that needs to take place between member states and Indigenous peoples worldwide, in this case Canada and the Aboriginal peoples. The government has a duty to consult and accommodate First Nations and Aboriginal peoples in this country under the Constitution. Now that norm is also part of international law. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples sets out in many articles that obligation to cooperate, to consult, and agree with Indigenous peoples.
Resuming debate, the reprise du débat, the Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to rise and speak to the motion brought forward by the member for Nanaimo Cowichan. The member's motion calls for improved economic outcomes for First Nations, Inuit and Métis, and a commitment on treaty implementation and meaningful consultation with Aboriginal peoples in Canada on legislation. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of our government's record on improving the lives of Aboriginal people in Canada. Since 2006, our government has made unprecedented investments that will make a concrete difference in the lives of Aboriginal people, including skills training, housing on reserves, potable water, schools, treaty rights, protection of the rights of women, and the resolution of land claims. For example, Mr. Speaker, we built over 30 new schools on reserve and renovated more than 200 others. We've invested majorly in safe drinking water systems. We've built over 10,000 new homes and renovated thousands more. We've increased funding for child and family services by 25%. We've legislated that the Canadian Human Rights Act will apply to First Nation individuals living on reserves. This was a glaring discriminatory provision of the Canadian Human Rights Act, which we reversed over the opposition of the opposition, Mr. Speaker. We introduced legislation to improve the accountability of First Nation governments to their people. We introduced legislation to create an open and transparent elections process necessary for economic development. We've settled over 80 outstanding land claims. Many of those were languishing and had been 20 years in the hopper. We've invested in over 700 projects linking Aboriginals across Canada with job training and counselling services. Mr. Speaker, I have had a long history with First Nations, and I've seen a lot of change over the years. I am very encouraged to see firsthand many examples of strong First Nations leadership driving very positive change. We know that Aboriginal peoples represent the fastest growing population in Canada. Given the country's labour shortages and the proximity of First Nation communities to resource development projects, there is a tremendous economic opportunity before us. And that's why we've consistently invested in measures to improve Aboriginal participation in the economy, like Economic Action Plan 2012. Economic Action Plan 2013 will be focused on jobs and opportunities for all Canadians, including First Nation, Inuit and Métis. Finding ways to ensure that First Nations can benefit from resource development is a priority, It's good for First Nations. It's good for Canada. It's good for our Métis. It's good for our Inuit. Our government is investing in measures that will help ensure that First Nations are well positioned to take advantage of these and other economic opportunities. For example, our government has invested in over 700 initiatives to link Aboriginals with job training, mentoring, and other supports. We also invest more than $400 million annually in direct funding for Aboriginal skills development and training. My department's major project and investment funds initiative has also contributed over $22 million to support Aboriginal participation in 87 energy and resource projects such as hydro, mining, renewable energy, and forestry. These contributions have helped create over 400 jobs and leveraged over $307 million from public and private debt and equity financing sources. In addition to these investments, our government has worked to modernize legislation in order to allow First Nation and Aboriginal organizations to operate at the speed of business. So last year, our government introduced Bill C-27, the First Nation Financial Transparency Act, to allow First Nation community members access to the same basic financial information about their government and about their elected officials that is available to all other Canadians. More specifically, the bill will require First Nation elected officials to publish their statement of remuneration and expenses, as well as their audited consolidated financial statements. This bill will provide community members with the information required to make informed decisions about their leadership and to provide investors with the confidence they need to enter into financial partnerships with First Nations. Now that the legislation is before the Senate committee, we hope to see it passed into law very soon. The First Nations Financial Transparency Act was driven by grassroots First Nation members who were calling for greater accountability from their governments. Many of these individuals have suffered retribution, including intimidation, verbal and physical abuse, for having spoken in support of greater transparency and accountability. Another important legislative initiative that will foster jobs and economic growth is Bill C-47, the Northern Jobs and Growth Act, which includes the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act and the Northwest Territories Surface Rights Board Act, along with related amendments to the Yukon Surface Rights Board Act. Together, these measures will fulfill outstanding obligations under the Nunavut Land Claims Agreement, as well as the Gwich'in and Sahtu land claim agreements, and respond to calls for measures to streamline and improve regulatory processes in the North. The bill is currently being studied by the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. Amendments to the land designation sections of the Indian Act that comprised a portion of Bill C-45 also create economic opportunity. These amendments will speed up the process for leasing lands for economic development purposes while maintaining full ownership in their lands. As a result, it provides greater flexibility for First Nations to act on time-sensitive economic development opportunities. These amendments responded directly to First Nations who have expressed frustration to me, to the Standing Committee, and to other members with the overly complex and lengthy process of designating land, which was an impediment to investment opportunities. I quote from Chief Shane Godfredson, Chief of the Tk'emlúps Indian Band in British Columbia, speaking about these changes to land designation process in Bill C-45. Before the changes, it was just horrific for us to try and do any sort of business within our territory. Chief Reginald Belrose of the Musqueam First Nation in Saskatchewan also spoke in favor of the changes. Musqueam First Nation recognizes the positive steps the federal government has made to assist the First Nation communities to operate in a more efficient and commercial manner. Specifically, Bill C-45 provides for a more efficient land designation vote process. Mr. Speaker, we have heard from First Nations that they want to be able to move at the speed of business, and we continue to work with willing partners to remove economic barriers to the success of First Nation communities as they seek out opportunities to generate wealth for their communities and for their members. If further proof was needed that legislative action can speed economic development, I'd like to point to my announcement just last week on new regulations under the First Nations Commercial and Industrial Development Act that will allow the Kitimat Natural Gas Facility on the Haisla First Nations Bees Indian Reserve No. 6 to move forward. The Kitimat LNG facility will provide Canada's energy producers with a doorway to overseas markets. It will create well-paying jobs and economic growth opportunities for the Haisla First Nation and the entire northwest region of British Columbia. And we've invested in modernizing the land management regimes for First Nations so that they can unlock the potential of their lands and natural resources. This past month, I announced that 8 more First Nations will soon be operating under the First Nations Land Management Act. These First Nations have chosen freedom from 34 land-related sections of the Indian Act that were holding them back from achieving their full economic potential. They now have power over their own reserve lands and resources so that they can take advantage of economic activities without wading through bureaucratic red tape. This is in addition to 18 other First Nations that I announced last January, making a total of 69 First Nations that can now develop their own land codes, which will allow them to more quickly and effectively pursue economic opportunities and create jobs. Through these initiatives, we are putting in place the building blocks for future success. These foundational pieces will help prepare communities to take advantage of new economic opportunities available to them. Mr. Speaker, we are a business-like government. We like to obtain concrete results. We are making unprecedented investments in the spirit of partnership. And, Mr. Speaker, we recognize historical grievances. This is why we've settled outstanding land claims that have been long languishing. The government is committed to continue building on the progress we've made to improve living conditions for First Nations and to create jobs and economic opportunities in their communities. Specifically, we are committed to expediting comprehensive claims and treaty implementation. And we all recognize that while much progress has been made, more work remains to be done. We are taking steps to improve land claim and self-government negotiation processes. This includes identifying alternatives to negotiations that meet the interests of the parties, as well as practical measures to make sure that First Nations are ready and able to fully engage and participate in the process itself. And in some cases, Mr. Speaker, there are alternatives to comprehensive claims, and we are good with that. For example, the Haisla, the Squamish First Nation, West Bank First Nation, they are not specifically interested in pursuing treaties. They realize there's other measures that can and have been put in place that are expediting the conditions for economic prosperity for their communities. We're also involved currently in self-government negotiations on numbered treaties, the historic treaties An example of that is the Sioux Valley First Nation in Manitoba, where we anticipate conclusion of self-government negotiations imminently. There's a clear link, Mr. Speaker, between the strength of the relationship and the economic prosperity of First Nations and all Canadians. Protection of Aboriginal treaty rights and consultations with Aboriginals are enshrined in our laws that have been passed by this Parliament. This government fully respects our duty to consult. That's why we've conducted more than 5,000 consultations annually. As Minister, I have visited over 50 First Nation communities since 2010, and I've had hundreds of productive meetings with First Nation chiefs, councillors, and community members across Canada. This government also undertook unprecedented consultations on Bill S-8, the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act. We are currently in the midst of intensive consultations on, with First Nation leaders, teachers, students, and educators in the development of a First Nations Education Act. And I'd like to highlight some of the important work that's being done on the development of a First Nation Education Act. In Economic Action Plan 2012, our government committed to work with willing partners to establish a First Nation Education Act that will establish the structures and standards to support strong and accountable education systems on reserve. Through intense consultations, we've committed to work with willing partners to have this legislation in place by September 2014, and we are determined to follow through on this commitment. Mr. Speaker, First Nation students are the only children in Canada whose education system is not governed by legislation. Our government, unlike previous governments, is committed to bringing forward such legislation. This legislation would provide the modern framework necessary to build standards and structures, strengthen governance and accountability, and provide the mechanism for stable, predictable, and sustainable funding. I would like to add, Mr. Speaker, as recently as yesterday, I met with the First Nation Education Steering Committee in British Columbia, and we have other examples, such as MK in Nova Scotia, where these parameters are already in place, and so that is an important part of our consultation, is to meet with First Nations authorities who have already done much work in this area and are obtaining results of the kind that are setting a great example. I see I have 1 minute left, Mr. Speaker. We are making other investments. Oh, I have 3 minutes left, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. We've also, Mr. Speaker, invested an additional $100 million over 3 years to help ensure readiness for the new education system to be put in place by September of 2014. So we committed $175 million to incremental $175 million on top of the $200 million that we spend on an annual basis to new school projects. It's unfortunate that the member who brought forward today's motion chose to vote against these investments in First Nation education. This past December, I announced the launch of intensive face-to-face consultation with First Nation parents, students, leaders, educators, and others on the initiative. The first in a series of sessions began in Halifax last week, and the second session will be in Saskatoon next week, Mr. Speaker. I want to state very clearly that there is no legislation drafted. The purpose of these ongoing consultations is to get views and feedback so that legislation can be drafted. The input gathered during consultations will help shape the drafting of the legislation, and once drafted, the proposed legislation will be shared with every First Nation across Canada, as well as with provincial governments and other stakeholders for feedback. Mr. Speaker, modern land claims and self-government agreements can also provide a path to self-sufficiency and unlock economic opportunities. We are working in partnership with First Nations on a new results-based approach to treaty and self-government negotiations to achieve more treaties in less time so that Aboriginal communities can begin to unlock economic opportunities that can be realized through treaties. Under this new approach, our government will focus its resources on tables with the greatest potential for success to bring treaties to fruition. The Chief Commissioner of the BC Treaty Commission is strongly supportive of our new approach, saying that she has encouraged our government is accelerating progress. We have heard First Nations concerns, and we are delivering change, necessary change. It's also clear that there are options to the treaty process. Our goal is to achieve treaties where we can and to develop options to treaties where we cannot. Mr. Speaker, I think I'll conclude by saying moving forward will take time and dedicated effort from all parties. We're fully committed to taking further steps along this journey. We'll continue to focus on real structural reforms and increasing the effectiveness of long-term investments. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Speaker, and it was interesting to listen to the minister because, of course, at the heart of the matter is how you define a relationship on a nation-to-nation basis. And what we continue to have is a government that imposes a top-down agenda. And they claim that they've consulted, but if they had truly consulted, then why do we have the wave of opposition to almost every single bill that they introduce? And the last one, C-45, the Omnibus Budget Bill, sparked protests from coast to coast to coast because of the lack of consultation, because that bill directly impacted on First Nations rights in their own communities, and the government did not consult in any way, shape or form on that legislation. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General indicated in their 2011 report that in order to make meaningful change, that what would happen is First Nations would have to fully participate in the development of legislative reforms, and First Nations would also have to co-lead discussions on identifying credible funding mechanisms. So, Mr. Speaker, if this government is truly committed to changing the nature of the relationship, will the minister today indicate on point 8 of the Assembly of First Nations request that the government has had a dedicated cabinet committee with a secretary within the Privy Council with specific responsibility of the First Nation-Crown relationship to oversee implementation? Has that been appointed, Mr. Speaker?
Minister for Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I traveled to widely this past summer. I visited many First Nations. The entire question of the legislation that the member was just referring to was wide open for comment this summer, and I received none. Because we have had a very strong relationship. We've been building partnerships, and First Nations do recognize that we mean a business, that we are conducting ourselves in a business-like way, and that we're very interested in achieving progress and in achieving results. In terms of the specifics of the question related to the outcomes from the January 11th meeting, I think we're making good progress on all of the commitments that were made from that meeting. And the National Chief and the Prime Minister will be having a meeting in the relatively near future, and I'm sure that they can fully discuss at that time the progress that's been made.
Question commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
I wonder if the minister would consider this suggestion. That, I know he attaches a great deal of importance to the educational reforms which he's now negotiating. I wonder if he would agree to, once the government has sort of concluded its consultation process, I wonder if they would agree to either put out a white paper or else refer the subject matter of the bill to committee, so that in fact the House and those appearing before the committee could have an opportunity to discuss it, so that we could develop a much stronger consensus in this House on the governance changes that I think we all recognize are required with respect to education.
The Honourable Minister for Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the leader of the Liberal Party for his question, because I know he's very thoughtful on these matters, and I know that we all share this very strong concern and priority for First Nation education across the country. There's two things at play here. We want to consult as widely as possible, and we are very interested in these consultations going beyond the political level to the teachers, to the students, to the parents, and so we are making that encouragement on all of these roundtables and all these discussions that we're having. We will draft some legislation out of that, and then we're going to share that legislation widely. What we do in this place with that legislation oftentimes becomes a partisan political exercise, as opposed to doing what's right in every other way. So that is my only concern. Well, that's one concern. The other concern I have is the fact that we want to get on with this. We made a commitment to have this all in place for the school year in 2014. So from that perspective, as long as we can fit into these time frames, we're willing to be flexible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wonder if the minister might make comment on a couple of issues. Some of the comments that were made relating to the government's commitment to settling some of the outstanding issues. And I recall during the last campaign our commitment to settling land claims, to building more affordable housing, both on and off reserve, and to bringing more and more resources to bear for fresh water and infrastructure on First Nations. And I also wonder if the minister wouldn't mind commenting on some of the successes we've had in certain areas of Canada with regard to education. And I can think of principally the arrangement between Canada and British Columbia for the delivery of education and its administration, etc., and how that might, and I use the word might because this is a big country and there are different models that might be more successful or reconfigured, and I wonder if the minister could comment on that.
Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member from Northumberland, Quinte West. In a minute and 15 seconds to talk about all of those subjects, all four of those subjects would be somewhat difficult. I think we've done something quite extraordinary regarding First Nation health and safety when it comes to drinking water. We commissioned a national survey that showed a very unsatisfactory situation across the country. We covered 98% of all of the residences and public buildings on reserve across the country, which demonstrated there was a big problem. We inherited a legacy of a big problem. I heard the member from the Liberals talking about the commitment of $300 million. We've spent almost $3 billion on drinking water systems, Mr. Speaker, and I just made an announcement 2 weeks ago of a further $330 million over the next 2 years on 50 high-risk water systems. We are moving ahead. We want concrete, deliverable results, and the same applies to the other subject matters that were brought up by my colleague. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, EU. Very short question.
Yeah, thank you. Brief comment first, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind the minister that, and he referred on several occasions to our Métis, our Inuit, our Aboriginal peoples. I think the member from Winnipeg North also mentioned it 5 times, according to my count, talked about our Aboriginal peoples. I just want to remind him and put it to the record that I am nobody's Indian in this chamber. My question is very simple. To paraphrase another politician from this House previously, my question is very simple, Mr. Speaker. Can the minister define for us what he means by willing partners? I think I talked about it briefly in my statement, my presentation. I'd like the minister to define exactly what he means by willing partners. He referred to it on a couple of occasions. Thank you.
For Aboriginal Affairs, we're almost out of time.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member across the way. There was an earlier comment made by the member that we were not interested in talking with the Innu of Quebec, and that is absolutely incorrect. And I've spoken with several of the chiefs, been to their communities, and we've certainly encouraged negotiations and are continuing to do that. I think it just goes without saying, Mr. Speaker, that we can work with people who wish to work with us and achieve major progress, and where there is no collaboration or cooperation, it's made much more difficult. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I very much appreciate the chance to enter into this discussion today, and I want to say that it's going to be one of those moments in the House of Commons where, at the conclusion of the debate, it sounds as if every party is going to be voting in favour of the motion being brought forward by the member by the New Democratic Party. But I don't think that we should paper over some of the differences and tensions which exist in this House. At the same time, I don't think we should underestimate the degree to which it is from time to time possible in this country for us to move beyond partisanship to a greater understanding of the issues that are at stake in this debate. Mr. Speaker, I've said on many other occasions in this House and outside that the issue of the reconciliation of the relationship between the First Nations, the Métis and Inuit people of Canada, and the rest of us is the largest piece of unfinished business in the country. And I say this having spent some considerable time as both a federal and provincial politician and political leader, and also in my time in private life. There are many reasons for this, and members opposite may be surprised to hear me say this, that it is an issue that genuinely goes beyond partisanship. Because if someone were to say, if you look at the record of other governments in the past and say that they were either blameless or perfect, and that all the fault lies in one government, then that would, frankly, Mr. Speaker, be a ludicrous comment. It would be an inaccurate comment. Because the fact is that both federally and provincially, as Canadian governments, we all have our share of responsibility for a relationship that has simply not been established in a way that would make us an even better country than we are. And at the same time, I think we surely are allowed to comment on the fact that certain decisions have been made by one government or another, which has set us back. One thing that the minister did not comment on in his remarks, and one thing that he did not say when he talked about the legacy of issues that was left to the new government to assume responsibility for, is that one of the very first decisions that the Government of Canada made in 2006, and I refer to it as the Government of Canada because I'm not allowed to use the colloquial term, which the government itself insists be used in all of its press releases, because if I did, I would be breaking the rules of the House. But the current Conservative government made a decision to tear up an agreement that had been reached between the Government of Canada, the previous government, the Martin government, and all of the provinces and the First Nations leadership of the country. And it is not an act of partisanship on my part to say to the government on the other side, that was worse than being simply dishonorable. It was also a mistake. It was a mistake because a year and a half of consultation had gone into those discussions. Those improvements in education, those improvements in housing, those improvements with respect to the political priority that was to be given to moving forward on a government-to-government basis with the leadership of the First Nations. All of that was scrapped. All of that was put aside, and the new government said, we know better, we're going to spend less, we're going to, in effect, do less, we're going to invest less, and that's the way it's going to be. So, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the housing budgets, when you look at the education budgets, when you look at the clean water budgets, when you look at the self-government budgets, when you look at the treaty-making budgets, they were all reduced in comparison with the commitments that were made and budgeted in the Kelowna Accords. They were not simply a declaration made by the Government of Canada, they were an understanding reached with the provinces and the First Nations as well. So I feel an obligation to at least put on the record the fact that there was a government which said we've got to change things and which made it a priority for things to be changed. And I think it's regrettable that the government which succeeded the Liberal government decided not to proceed on that basis, but in effect to start all over again. And, you know, in some ways you say every government has the right to do that. Every government has the right to say we're going to do it our own way. We have a better answer. And let's not forget, it's hard for us to forget that it was the Reform Party that's kept this House in knots for days and days and days because they opposed the Niska Treaty, because they didn't accept the principle of self-government, they didn't accept the principle of government-to-government negotiation, and they didn't accept the arrangements that had been arrived at. And it's very difficult for us to simply say, well, let's turn the page and pretend that that didn't happen. And I have to say that wherever there is a lingering after effect of the Reform Party agenda with respect to this question, the question of the relationship between Aboriginal people and the governments of Canada, it is not a positive after effect, because it is one that does not accept the whole principle that there's a treaty relationship that extends way past Confederation, deep into our history, that there's a relationship with the Crown that extends way past Confederation, deep into our history. And even today, the Supreme Court of Canada and our provincial courts of appeal are having to make decisions on what does a duty to consult mean? How do we interpret the treaty rights? How do we give them life? We
must recognize, Mr. Speaker, that in all provinces, I would say that we have begun to make some progress. by recognizing the nature of historic treaty rights. The member for Abitibi, James Bay, who just spoke, played an important role himself in the discussions between the James Bay nations and between the James Bay communities and the Quebec government during a historic moment. And one might have believed that it might have been difficult to find solutions in the 1970s, but in fact they did. So we have made progress. And Mr. Speaker, I remember something. I remember a moment during the discussions on the patriation of the Constitution when the government had to accept the principle whereby the treaties would be honored in our Constitution and that the government would have to be clear on that question. And that was a historic moment. It was.
But with the decision of the majority government at the time, with the support of the NDP in the House, we started moving in a certain direction, involving discussion, dialogue, that acknowledged the constitutional reality that rights are entrenched in the Constitution and must be respected. The colonial paternalistic age had drawn to a close and come to an end, with all of the problems that entail. Institutionalized racism, for example, a sense of marginalization that was at the heart, the very heart of the problems, at the heart of the difficulties we were facing. There were constitutional discussions, and efforts were made following the failure of the Meech Lake Agreement in Charlottetown. And I was personally very involved in that.
Mr. Speaker, because I was very directly involved. And the Charlottetown discussions came from a conclusion that was reached by the leadership of this country, collectively, not New Democrat or Liberal or Conservative, not provincial or federal, but a determination that was reached that if we're going to make progress in this area, it has to include everyone. And if we're going to have a constitutional discussion, it cannot just include the provinces. It also has to include the First Nations, has to include the Métis, has to include non-status Indians and has to include the Inuit people. It made the discussion complicated. It meant that instead of having 9 or 10 around the table, we had up to 17 people around the table. It meant that the discussions took time. It meant we had long discussions in the corridor, outside the corridor. We had resistance, and finally we had acceptance. And then when we went to a vote, we had rejection. But what's interesting is, Mr. Speaker, is despite the rejection in the referendum in Charlottetown, it's been court decisions that have shown the way and said, yes, there are implications of treaty rights. And there is a meaning and a substance to the treaty right. And there is a meaning and a substance to self-government that takes us beyond where we have been. We could all recite the statistics. 35% graduation rates from secondary school on reserve, 80% in the provinces where they're located. The government has now said, well, we have an 8% target that takes us up to 43%, which means that it'll take 25 years to get to the same graduation rate as for the rest of the country. We can't wait 25 years. We can't wait 25 years to have genuine equality in funding for schools. But it's not just a funding issue, Mr. Speaker. It's also the outcomes. How are we taking the steps? Which is why I attach importance to the minister's statement that, yes, the government's going to come forward with a proposal with respect to First Nations education. I just want to make sure we all have an opportunity to discuss it, and I want to make sure that it's not something that's just suddenly created by the Government of Canada. I know there's been a long consultation process, but these things sometimes take time to get them right. And we want to get them right. We want to contribute and be useful partners in making sure we have the governance structures that make sense. But above all, we want the governance structures to be acceptable to the Aboriginal people themselves. The statistics are amazing, Mr. Speaker, and they really date back and they come forward from the far-seeing Royal Commission which came to force in 1992-93. There's no greater mistake in public policy, Mr. Speaker, than the fact that, and I say this as a Liberal, governments put that report on the shelf. We should not have put that report on the shelf, because that report had some important things to say. That report said, first of all, it documented for Canadians this history of discrimination. It documented for Canadians something else, and that is the demographic revolution that is taking place in Aboriginal communities, in cities and on reserve. The average age of the Aboriginal population, 50%, is under the age of 25. We're going to have 400,000 new First Nations Aboriginal people coming into the labour market over the next 10 years. Are we ready? Are we training? Are we providing the education? Are we dealing with the challenges? I don't think we are. And it's not to lay all the blame at the foot of the minister or to say that the Prime Minister is single-handedly to blame. But it is to say that it's going to take extraordinary acts of leadership to deal with the extent of the challenge and also the extent of the opportunity. We should not see this as a problem. We should not see it as a problem that in the city of Saskatoon or the city of Regina or the city of Edmonton, the city of Calgary, we're going to see the Aboriginal population grow exponentially over the next 20 years. It's a challenge. It's a challenge because we haven't created the institutional structures and the realization of what it is we have to do. Mr. Speaker, the reason that self-government is important, and the reason that I hope that self-government will be part of the governance structure for education, just as it needs to be part of the governance structure for health care, the governance structure for everything that goes on, is because the pattern of paternalism, the pattern of a bureaucratic structure that's imposed on the Aboriginal people across a landmass that's the second largest in the entire globe, is unsustainable. It's not workable. It wastes money, it creates expenditures that cannot be justified, and it also creates inequalities in funding which are not acceptable. Mr. Speaker, if I could conclude by saying we will obviously be in support of this resolution. We want to see the government's rhetoric and the statements that the minister has made today matched in the budget by real and genuine progress. Here. I want to be able to say, I want to be able to go back to the Six Nations Reserve, which I visited over a couple of months ago, and where I received a delegation from the City of Brantford most recently, with the County of Brant, with the City of Brantford, with the Six Nations leaders saying, you have to resolve the land claim issue here because it's blocking all of the progress we need to make in our community. In many ways, the communities have gone beyond the government. The government has to catch up. We want to see these changes made in the budget. We want to be able to see real progress made. And we want to see it made on a basis that truly respects the nature of the fact that there is another level and order of government and governance in this country. Let me say to my fellow Canadians, when Samuel de Champlain came here, that level of governance was here. We did not come to this country and find a wilderness in which no people lived. There were people working and living and celebrating and praying and creating cultures and languages thousands and thousands and thousands of years old. They were not. Ils n'étaient pas des sauvages.
They weren't savages, as they were called at the time. They weren't people who needed to be civilized with the arrival of the Europeans. They were people who already had their own civilization.
Mr. Speaker, There was a civilization that was here. It was a civilization that was proud and complex and deep and rich. And it's one which the clash of civilizations, the arrival of European settlement, helped to destroy. By disease, by war, by conquest, and by an attitude of imperialism that has no place in where we are today as Canadians. We genuinely have, Mr. Speaker, a rendezvous with our own destiny, with an understanding that even now it's not too late, that even now there is still time. But it is time not just for action, not just for rhetoric. It is time not just for words or even just for structures. It's a time for real action. And the budget is the test. The budget will be the test of action. And the budget will be the test of commitment. And we look forward to seeing what that budget is going to be, and we look forward to the government's actions matching the rhetoric. I would like to see action from this government that matches the eloquence of the Prime Minister's apology on the floor of the House of Commons. I was in the House on that day. No one in the House on that day could not have been moved by the sincerity, by the depth, by the compassion, and by the understanding that it showed. But now, the walk begins. The walk has to match the talk of that discussion. The sincerity of that apology has to be matched by the sincerity of our commitments. And let me say to the Minister, we shall continue to work with the Minister, and we shall continue to work with the government. We take a positive, constructive attitude to this. There's no monopoly of truth in any political party, but there has to be a common ground of political will. And let this resolution express a political will that is more than just words, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Minister for Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to compliment the member opposite for his speech, obviously done without notes and obviously from the heart. Last evening I spent some time in the company of Chief Kirby White Duck from the Pequannogan First Nation, Algonquin First Nation, who pointed out and told a story about the fact that this year marks 400 years exactly from the time that Samuel de Champlain came to the Ottawa Valley and was hosted by his Algonquin, by the Algonquin people who basically treated the visitor, the first contact, with great aplomb, and it was actually a very good reminder of how long this relationship has gone on. Now, there is one thing that concerns me greatly in the member's speech. We have said very clearly that we are seeking the same outcomes in our education initiative for First Nation students as for other Canadian students. And we now have in Nova Scotia with the MK school district, we have 70% First Nation graduation rates, almost up to the provincial school rates. And that is, we're now at the point where the First Nation Education Steering Committee in British Columbia has full agreements, full transferability of students between the First Nation schools and the provincial schools and vice versa. Students are followed with PIN numbers. This is all working very constructively and positively. That is our objective, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to make that clear.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to hear that. First of all, I hope that we'll be able to make some progress on the historic claim of the Algonquins of Golden Lake. I'm quite familiar with that issue. Just to show you how far back it goes, the discussions began before I became Premier in 1990. We came very close to getting a solution in 1995, but things seemed to fall off the rails for some reason in that year provincially. Now I hope finally that we're going to be able to get to a conclusion. I look forward to that very much. I'm happy to hear of the progress that the minister is describing. I just think that in the report that came out from his ministry with respect to the current situation looking across the country, that's where the 35% number came from. I didn't make it up. And the 8% additional target is the target that, in fact, is set out in that annual report of his own department. So I would say that if that's the target, I think we can do better than that. I see the minister is not saying it's not the target. Well, then that's good news. Let's hope we can move more quickly.
Questions and comments? Question and comment time. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent discourse and putting this in the historic context that it needs. I know our government friends are sometimes very defensive for their fairly poor record, but it didn't start with them, and this is probably the largest historic, moral, cultural, economic deficit in Canada, and it has to be paid. And I think what we've seen from Idle No More is that people are frustrated. They're not willing to sit back and hear more talk in the House of Commons. This has been talked about again and again and again, and the response have been talking points and press releases, but no concrete action. And what we're seeing in communities across this country is an uprising of young people who say they're not going to sacrifice this generation like other generations have been sacrificed. And I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, in terms of the respect for treaty rights and the fact that these are rights defined by the Constitution, and court case after court case after court case on the rights that are inherent on the land, the issue of Bill C-45 and the decision of this government to strip basic environmental protection so that they can push things through for big oil and for big mining without any consultation. What my honourable colleague thinks in terms of the lack of respect and the lack of trust that is going to be engendered in First Nation communities who are seeing that once again this government is more than willing to walk over their rights.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Well, all I can say is perhaps a loud amen to what my colleague from Timmins James Bay had to say. I happen to think that, first of all, this demographic revolution that I've spoken of is real and profound, and that the change in technology, the change in awareness is real and profound. Just speaking very personally, when I grew up in Ottawa years ago, you can look at my hair and see it was some time ago, the Aboriginal issue was one that was far off. It was not close by. If I walk in my riding today, I have a huge Aboriginal population in Toronto Centre. The kids that are in school today in Toronto and elsewhere are not going to accept what was previously seen as being acceptable. This is all changing so rapidly. You go to Attawapiskat, where I visited, and members goes there often. You see people living 10 in a small house of 2 or 3 rooms, and people are watching television. They have a computer in the little house. They're not going to accept the isolation and the discrimination that was previously seen as inevitable as part of people's lives. The comparisons that they make, the pictures in their heads, are completely different. And so, of course, there's going to be a dramatic change. And the same thing is true for the interpretation of treaty rights. Whether we like it, or whether any of us likes it or not, there is not going to be major resource development in this country, in the northern parts of this country, without the participation of the First Nations, Aboriginal, Métis people, Inuit people of this country. Whether it's the development that was approved in Baffin Island or anywhere else, these developments will not happen without the full engagement and support of the appropriate levels of government and of the appropriate orders of government that have to be consulted. And that includes the Aboriginal orders of government, which I believe are real and tangible and really exist. And we're going to see this as time goes on.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lac St. Louis.
I think one of the points that the honourable member made from Toronto Centre is that it's important to respond to the concerns of our First Nations. And, of course, one of the main problems facing First Nations is the quality of their drinking water, quality of the water from which they fish, and so on and so forth. And I would just like to share my experience with respect to the situation in Fort Chipewyan. I was with the Environment Committee a couple of years ago, and we went up to Fort Chipewyan, and there were grave concerns that were expressed about the quality of water as a result of pollution from the oil sands. And we were up in Fort Chipewyan because we were exploring if there was a link between the development of the oil sands and the pollution of the land and water on which the First Nations depend. But it took so long for the government to recognize that there might be a link. Finally, it did, after it was pushed by world-class scientists to recognize that there might be a problem. It took, at that point, the government reacted and said, yes, we need to monitor the situation, but would the member from Toronto Centre not agree that we have to be more open in our attitude towards the concerns that the First Nations are raising? And in fact, that is very much what Idle No More is all about. They are raising concerns. The people who are protesting are raising concerns. And does he not feel that we have to be more open as a government and as a parliament and as a society to what people are saying?
The honourable member for Toronto Centre, you have a little over a minute.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the answer is yes. But more broadly on the water question, I'd just make a couple of observations. First of all, we have the technology available today, Mr. Speaker, to provide safe running drinking water for every Canadian. We have that technology. What we need to do is, A, make sure that technology is made available to every community in the country. But the second thing we have to do is make sure that those communities have the capacity to, in fact, maintain that equipment. If you have to wait for somebody to come from Winnipeg, if you're in northern Manitoba, to come in and say, okay, let's fix what has to be fixed. If you don't have the training programs, if you don't have the education programs, and those connect to self-government, if people don't have a sense that they themselves have a responsibility to apply the investments that are being made in order to maintain them and keep them up, then we have a real problem. For too long, provincial and federal authorities, with respect to the pollution of the Athabasca River, took too long to look and understand what the effect on groundwater and the effect on that river was. But one of the good things about where we're living today and the technology and the social media that's available is that people will be idle no more. And it doesn't matter what any of us think about it. This is now the world in which we're living. Open, transparent information being shared, and people moving very quickly to highlight areas of abuse. And that's, I think, overall, Mr. Speaker, a very healthy thing. Thank you.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. First of all, Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege for me to take the floor to speak to this motion presented by my colleague from Nanaimo, Cowichan. This airtime will give me an opportunity to expand on the notion of consultation with members of First Nations as it appears in the letter of the motion submitted to the House for study. I'll be focusing on the notion of pro forma consultations. I know that what I say sometimes it seems a bit exotic to people, but when I say pro forma, it means merely for form or for show. In court proceedings, when it's pro forma, clients often don't have to appear because it's really just for form, for the sake of form. So all too often, public consultations are pro forma. They're an illusion. It's really a sham. It's a bogus consultation. Very often, citizens' concerns, the public's concerns expressed in these consultations are paid very little regard to. They're virtually disregarded. But the government feels that as long as you meet with somebody, as long as you go through the motions of meeting with a certain number of participants and take note of their reactions, well, that constitutes a consultation, and then the government can just go ahead and do whatever they plan to do all along. So, in short, in fact, especially in the arena of First Nations matters, and I'll explain my reasons. These consultations are too often pro forma. With Aboriginal matters, but even with the general populace, very often these concerns are not taken into account. They're not given enough weight, and that's unacceptable. The government's going to have to deal with this variable because it's quite legitimate, this criticism, when it comes to public consultations, whether it's on policy or resource extraction, which is my bugbear, if you will. The motion put forward by my colleague had to deal with consultation with First Nations, first and foremost. And what you have to do to make those consultations genuine is make sure that there's a certain percentage of the population that is represented. What we're seeing in 2013, and I'll say a bit more about this in the course of my speech, what we're seeing, Mr. Speaker, is that there's an attempt, a roundabout attempt, to go through band councils and other tribal governing bodies and to call that consultation, but it doesn't really involve the grassroots members of the community. I'll come back to this, but you have to understand, you have to look at the fact that band councils are merely a creation of the Indian Act. So when we're talking about consultation on mining or forestry projects, on traditional lands, Aboriginal lands, this is the way the government often proceeds, and as far as I'm concerned, it's illegitimate, it's unacceptable. The Conservatives and governments in general should really consult the people in the communities directly, and it should be a broad-based consultation. It would be more clear than the way they currently proceed. The growing popular rejection of some of the socio-economic measures put forward by local governing bodies, all too often dictated by and carbon copies of an agenda shaped at the whim of government decrees promoting economic growth and blindly extracting natural resources, reflects the upsurge in a renewed sense of identity in communities across the country. I say across the country, but this is something that's happening around the world. In fact, in Montreal last spring, when there was a huge mobilization, hundreds of thousands of individuals in Montreal. This is a wave, a trend that we're seeing all around the world, but it's even more visible in First Nations communities. There's Idle No More, of course. That is a true mobilization. This is something that we saw less of in the past. So this upsurge, this assertion, is a result of the fact that many of the policies and decisions made by band councils and tribal governing bodies, very often the grassroots oppose those decisions and those policies, so they're increasingly rejecting their local governing officials and the decisions they make. And as I already explained, band councils can't really manage these relationships, these relations, because their jurisdiction is limited to reserve lands. It doesn't extend fully to Aboriginal or traditional lands. So in terms of consultation, there should be a requirement that the Government of Canada go to the communities and consult the population directly. Of course, they can also consult chiefs and band councils, but not in that capacity, just in their capacity as members of the community. It's not good enough to consult the band council and then claim that the population has been consulted. You can't just consult 9 people on a band council and claim that what they say goes for the entire community. It's biased, it's partial, it's not an accurate reflection of public sentiment. So in order for this to be clear, people have to be consulted directly. They have to be surveyed. Now, of course, the government would say that it's costly if you had to consult each and every individual. That's true, but, Mr. Speaker, it's always possible to have many questions addressed in one consultation. But often communities are criticized for not participating, but that's not true. There was a record number of voters in the last election in my riding, so this proves that communities can be mobilized. People will participate if things are done right, and that's what we have to do here. If you really want to know how people feel, how ordinary people feel, this goes for the entire country, not just First Nations. You have to get out there and meet people. You really, truly have to make a genuine effort to consult. And, of course, those consultations are not without their own self-evident problems. Some would say that it's too difficult to go directly to the communities. And even though there may be some problems, some logistical issues, there may be some reluctance or some resistance to ideas. At least if the government proceeded in this way, the process would be clear. So although the exercise of direct democracy involved in holding hearings and public consultations in First Nations territories has its own set of self-evident problems, it would at least allow the Government of Canada to clearly set out the process by which it would be attempting to ascertain how ordinary people felt about proposals. Respectfully, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of representing a high school in Winnipeg's North End, where there are literally hundreds of First Nation or individuals, youth with First Nation heritage that graduate, and that being R.B. Russell Vocational School, which is a jewel in Winnipeg's North End, amongst many other things. Its caring staff and student body do, in fact, make a difference. They value the importance of education. When they graduate from Tech Voc, they know they will have opportunities. The importance of education is so very important, and we need to see more people graduating, getting that grade 12 certificate. And I'm asking, or maybe would request the member to provide comment as to what he believes is an important issue, and that is that we need to establish more acceptable goals to ensure that we have more young people of First Nation heritage that are actually graduating high school. Education equates to opportunities, and we need to emphasize the importance of education. Will you not agree?
Honourable member for Manicouagan. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I fully agree. When I was a student, I know I often give personal examples, but when I was at university, I was part of a group at Ottawa U made up of First Nations students. There were 14 of us from all over the place. So efforts were made to make sure we all graduated. We were followed up on and so on and given support. But funding has been cut since then. I don't even know if the program still exists, the law program at Ottawa U for First Nations students, but that's just an example. These people have to go back to the community, as I did, once they finished their studies. I went back to work as a lawyer in my community, and in my writing it worked very well. When I did criminal law and also youth protection, I always made sure that I was sending out a positive message to young people saying, look, the tools are there. Your studies will be paid for. You have to stick with it. You have to work hard. But those programs have to be kept up and they have to remain accessible, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Manicouagan visited my riding, visited all the First Nations communities there. There are a few of them in my riding, and those communities are Algonquin communities. And so it's important to recognize their traditional land, their ancestral land. And currently, in my riding, you can see a real explosion in exploration on First Nations lands, Aboriginal territory, and there seems to be a bit of a vacuum because the companies have no requirement to consult. Sometimes the communities don't even know that people are exploring on their ancestral lands, their traditional lands. So if the government is to take the time to sit down and negotiate land claims and all this business, could the situation be stabilized? Could that present any economic advantages? Would it help stabilize the economic situation for those communities? The honourable member for Manicouagan. 1 minute. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Now, Mr. Speaker, it would be good occasionally to have government officials show up in those communities from time to time. Some communities told me that they had never met any government representative, official, or minister in their lives. So people have to get out there and visit the communities, make contact, establish connections. In areas where mining, where there's prospecting or exploring going on, there has to be consultation. There has to be consultation where there could be economic activity that might conflict with the traditional uses of the land. It should be automatic. That's part of the fiduciary responsibility of the government. I keep coming back to that. As soon as there's any activity that might interfere with the traditional way of life, there has to be consultation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to take over from my colleague, the member for Manicouagan, who did a really good speech.
I'm pleased to speak to this motion today and happy that we are getting an opportunity to address some of the long-standing concerns for Canada's First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. It took New Democrats to bring this debate about since the Conservative government has proven they do not understand the challenges, are unwilling to work in a respectful manner with First Nations, and are bereft of any ideas that will actually improve the situation for this section of our population who have been trapped in a vicious cycle of poverty that is unacceptable. Canadians are proud of our country, and for many good reasons. We are rated 6th on the United Nations Human Development Index, but when First Nations specific statistics are applied to that same index, First Nations in Canada are rated, get this, 63rd. How can any member elected to this place not see this as a significant and pressing challenge? It is clear that this government doesn't know where to start. They have insisted on presenting their own solutions that pick away at the margins instead of working with First Nations to arrive at a mutually agreeable path of action that could get to the heart of the problem. In doing so, they invite a negative response. By dismissing their duty to consult, they not only anger First Nations, but also manage to come up with legislation that act as lightning rods for communities that have grown weary of commitments that bear no fruit and demands that are unreasonable. Instead of doing something to truly address living conditions and employment opportunities on First Nations, this government has saddled them with onerous accounting regulations that duplicate work that was already being done in a different format. Instead of doing something to create employment for this chronically underemployed segment of our population, the government meddled in the way that bands make decisions on how to allocate their land. This Parliament has been seized with bills and budgets that dictate to First Nations and do little, if anything, to address the real challenges that would help that United Nations Human Development Index number start to move in the right direction. For now, the sad fact is that decades of inaction and failure on the part of past governments is catching up with Canada, and this government's heavy-handed treatment of Aboriginal people has brought about a significant and strong reaction from people who have, frankly, had enough. That explains the Idle No More movement that has swept Canada, but it would be unfair to say that the movement is a reaction to just that. Idle No More came about as a response to hatchet job this government did on the Navigable Waters Act and picked up steam from there. That issue affects all Canadians, as does the worrisome direction this government has taken on many environmental issues. I would like to read from a letter that is being circulated by the chief of the Sturgeon Clan in Whitefish River First Nation that helps explain these grassroots activists. Chief Shining Turtle's letter speaks to the pride he feels as he watches young people in that community become engaged in the political process and attempt to take control of their future by taking part in the political discourse of the day. He writes, and I quote, "These Idle No More drums are not just for us. They beat for you because the legislation we are protesting does not harm just us. It hurts you and your children and your grandchildren. This is not about your Aboriginal neighbours. It is about justice for you too. This omnibus budget bills change the laws in ways that will forever harm the water and earth we all rely on." He continues, "These bills take power away from the public, both Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, to review and understand and speak about projects which could harm the environment. Your children and grandchildren and my grandchildren will live in an unhealthier and, as a result, a poorer world because of it." So you can see, Mr. Speaker, the issues are not confined to First Nation-specific items. There is no doubt that there are many of those types of issues that help create the climate of discontent, but it was the dismantling of the Navigable Waters Act that provided the spark. Now it is up to us to do something creative with the fire that has been lit, and we should learn from our mistakes and do that work in a respectful way in full partnership with our Aboriginal neighbours by making certain to fulfil our constitutional obligations like the duty to consult. Certainly, there is much that can be done from this place that could help with that. You Democrats are promoting ideas that could help create more employment for Aboriginal population. Instead of bringing in more temporary foreign workers, the NDP believes that the government should address labour shortage by bringing in a job and skills plan that provides stable, predictable and sustainable funding, developed in consultation with First Nations for the successful Aboriginal skills and employment training strategy, and for other programs to help First Nations and other Aboriginal groups fill skilled job shortages. We believe that the government should provide equitable funding for all First Nation schools based on the Shannon's Dreams motion, passed unanimously by this House in February 2012, including core and program funding that is stable, sustainable and predictable, and that is determined in consultation with First Nations. That would be a start, but there are more items that require attention as well. There are also numerous unresolved comprehensive land claims which are in various stages of negotiation. In Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, the Council of Thessalon First Nation and Chief Alfred B. Zion recently published a letter to their neighbours that explains the land claim dispute they are trying to work through. The letter explains how the Lake Huron Treaty of 1850 contains a serious mistake in the translation from Ojibwe to English that resulted in their reserve being surveyed at 40 square miles instead of 144 square miles. They have been frustrated by their dealings with the Canadian government on this, as has the Mayor Gil Reeve of the Township of Huron Shores, and have been relegated to observer status as the provincial government hands out logging and mining permits on their land without consent or benefit for their community. Today, there are an estimated 900 specific claims which remain unresolved. At the present rate, it is expected to take 100 years to settle them all. In the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, we have heard repeatedly that these unresolved land claims stand in the way of the kind of development on these lands that the government is seeking. That is the order of operations that First Nations are telling us has to be followed. And no amount of bullying by the government is going to make that budge on that. This brings us to the federal government's legal duty to consult. The constitutionally entrenched duty has been repeatedly reaffirmed by the courts. Needless to say, the government's obligation to consult and accommodate First Nations, Inuit, and Métis before passing legislation that affects Aboriginal lands, waters, and communities was not adhered to when the Conservatives gutted the Navigable Waters Act and weakened environmental protection laws. As we have heard, this government's failure to follow through on its obligations concerning Aboriginal and treaty rights is at the root of the grassroots movement that has swept across the country. New Democrats consistently warned how reckless it was to introduce fundamental changes to environmental protection laws in omnibus budget bills and then ram them through Parliament. But the Conservatives didn't want to hear that, and they turned their backs on their obligation to consult with people affected by these changes, choosing instead to take a divisive and confrontational approach. Mr. Speaker, could you tell me how much time I have left? Thank you. Which is now where we find ourselves at a crossroad in Canada. What remains to be seen is whether this government will continue to dictate and polarize the relationship or turn a page and start to listen. New Democrats are hopeful that it will be the latter. We believe in building a new relationship on a nation-to-nation basis with First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples, and are committed to the principles of meaningful consultation and real cooperation because we understand that Canada is a stronger place when we choose to work together. It is clear this government has not acted in a way that shows they share this opinion. They have made commitments at the First Nations Crown Gathering that were abandoned in a few months. Despite promises for respectful consultations, they rammed through legislation without fulfilling their legal obligation to consult Aboriginal peoples. When coupled with inaction on long-standing and pressing Aboriginal issues, this behavior has led to historic and growing wave of grassroots action sweeping First Nations communities. That is why New Democrats are asking for a clear and concrete commitment from the House in order to help realize the potential that exists within First Nation, Inuit, and Métis communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Compton.
The honourable member for Compton Swanston. I would like to commend my colleague and to the fellow who spoke before her for their excellent speeches. Most of the time, when we talk about helping Aboriginal peoples and the First Nations to better manage their money, it should be on a relationship of equal footing. I would like to hear what my colleague has to say, because often we've seen fine promises from the government, but it never negotiates on an equal footing with Aboriginal peoples, whether it be for investments, especially for economic development and education for young people. So could my colleague talk a bit more on this? The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, and he's absolutely right. We cannot continue down the path that we're on. It's not the right thing to do for First Nations. We need to rebuild the relationship.
I met with a group of First Nations youth last week and was more than encouraged by the level of their engagement and the sense that they were taking the political process in Canada seriously. I have no doubt that strong leaders will emerge from this generation who will not accept the status quo. They were extremely concerned about the direction that this government is taking, and they're not willing to continue to sit down and take it. So when we look at the impact that this is having on First Nations community, it's not on the fact that they're not handling their budgets properly. It's the fact that they don't have enough to be able to run their communities properly. They need affordable housing. And let's look at the fact that when you're looking at the mortality rate on First Nations, it's 1.5 times higher than the Canadian rate. Suicide rates are double than the general population. Diabetes rates are 3 times higher among First Nations. And there's a growing problem with HIV that sees 5% of our population dealing with 16% of new infections. Those are the issues that this government should be dealing with, not attacking our First Nations.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for talking about things like the education gap between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal Canadians. And for example, if you look at university graduates, only something like 10% of Aboriginals have a university degree compared to something like 23% in the general population. There's a program in my riding called the Aboriginal Leadership Orientation Year, which allows Aboriginal Canadians to spend a year at the Royal Military College. And just a few weeks ago, the first commissioning ceremony was held for an Aboriginal Canadian who went through that year and is finishing her studies at the Royal Military College this year. And at the risk of putting my colleague on the spot, and I apologize for doing that, I'm wondering if she would support doubling that, as I've heard people tell me, doubling the length of that program from 1 year to 2 years. Because I know that retention of students in post-secondary programs is an issue that we have to be very cognizant of, and I'm wondering if she might support something like that.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And anything that we can do to improve the education part for our First Nation is certainly a step in the right direction. But let's not forget that they had 13 years, the Liberals had 13 years to address the issue, and we are where we are today because they're the ones that were part of the problem as well. But, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the Conservatives' relationship as well on this file, because it does no good to belittle First Nations, as did the MP for Ottawa-Orleans this week, as did Senator Brazo. That is not the type of relationships that First Nations want, and it gives us an understanding that this government has no understanding of First Nations issues.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the motion brought forward by the member of Nanaimo Cowichan, and I will be sharing my time with the member from Peace River. As you know, our government has repeatedly affirmed its commitment to self-government and land claim settlements because we know they are the keys to increasing opportunities, jobs, and prosperity for First Nations, enabling First Nations to participate more fully in the economic improvements, both their financial and social well-being, and contributes to healthier, more sustainable communities. Equally important, self-government gives greater control to First Nation leaders and residents over the decisions that affect their daily lives. Our government is committed to working with willing First Nations to make changes to elements of the Indian Act that are barriers to First Nations governance and economic growth. This past month, Minister Duncan announced that 8 more First Nations have joined the First Nations Land Management Act and chosen freedom from 34 land-related sections of the Indian Act. They now have power over their own reserve lands and resources so that they can take advantage of the economic activities without wading through bureaucratic red tape. The First Nations Land Management Act is an important stepping stone to achieving self-government because it builds community capacity. Since First Nations opted into this act and are no longer required to adhere to these land-related sections of the Indian Act, they develop experience with land management. This experience, as well as developing a strong governance structure, sets the stage for greater self-government responsibilities down the road and improving accountability to members of First Nation communities. Mr. Speaker, when a First Nation opts into the First Nations Land Management Act regime, it opts out of the 34 land-related sections of the Indian Act. This frees the community from the outdated land management provisions of the Indian Act, which have not kept pace with First Nations' desire for increased participation in the Canadian economy. 69 First Nations have already made the decision to use this tool. We look forward to welcoming many more. Communities deserve to be responsible for land-related issues previously administered by Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada. This shift gives back the responsibility to the First Nation to take greater ownership of economic development on reserve and encourages partnerships with the private sector. This is a key component of our government's shared goal with First Nations people to increase autonomy and self-sufficient communities. Our government believes that incremental amendments to the Indian Act to bring our concrete, practical changes will lead to real results for grassroots First Nations people and enable them to achieve greater self-sufficiency and prosperity. Another example is Bill C-27, the First Nations Financial Transparency Act. Canadians understand the importance of transparency and accountability to promote confidence in their leaders. They know that First Nation members deserve the same from their leadership, and they need access to adequate information to ensure their elected leaders are acting in their best interests. Bill C-27 puts in place the same types of rules for First Nations on financial transparency that already applies to other levels of government in Canada. Let me remind my honourable colleagues that chiefs belong to the Assembly of First Nations passed a resolution at their Special Chiefs Assembly in December of 2010 regarding financial disclosure. They affirmed the need to publicly release information regarding salaries and expenses to their members. They also agreed to make financial information available via the Internet where applicable. Sadly, implementation of this resolution is far from complete. Even the EFN knows that financial disclosure is needed for First Nations communities, and this bill will provide an important new tool that will enable First Nations leaders to be more accountable to their members. Transparency is at the foundation of a healthy democracy. To this end, Bill C-27 is designed to empower First Nations community members to hold their leaders to account. Further, this initiative is part of a wider government effort to greater accountability to enhance economic growth for First Nations and all Canadians. This legislation is something First Nation residents are demanding. The real genesis of this legislation rests at the grassroots level. Individual members of First Nations and, in some cases, community coalition groups formed across the country have repeatedly complained about questionable financial practices by their band councils. Too many First Nations members say they do not have access to the information they need to hold their officials to account. Bill C-27 will require salaries and expenses of chiefs and councillors and audited consolidated financial statements of the First Nation as a whole to be publicly disclosed. This will put in place rules regarding financial transparency comparable to those that apply to governments across Canada. Most importantly, the public availability of this data will result in greater and more consistent transparency practices that will increase investor confidence in First Nations communities. The proposed legislation has benefit for the input of First Nations leaders, such as Chief Darcy Bear of the Whitecap Dakota First Nations in Saskatchewan. Chief Bear stated during his appearance before the Standing Committee of Aboriginal Affairs that transparency and accountability were among the principal factors that turned the Whitecap Dakota First Nations from near bankruptcy to the model vibrant community it is today. Bill C-27 complements Bill S-6, the First Nations Elections Act. These are both important pieces of legislation that support democratic practices and will empower First Nations people in the future. If passed, Bill S6 will help ensure that First Nations have a modern legislative framework to better support democracy, accountability, and transparent governments, allowing First Nations community members to make informed decisions about their leadership and create a better environment for private sector investment. This could in turn lead to greater economic development opportunities and improve the quality of life for First Nations communities. Our government is committed to working with willing First Nations to strengthen financial and government transparency and accountability on reserve. The Indian Act cannot be replaced overnight, but our government has committed to working together to create the conditions to enable sustainable and economic success for First Nations. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, our government is investing in programs such as the Aboriginal Skills and Employment Training Strategy and the Skills Partnership Fund. Through ASET, $1.68 billion has been committed from 2010 to 2015 to increase First Nation participation in the Canadian labour force. I believe this is a great move forward, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward as a member of the Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Northern Affairs to working further with First Nations to ensure that they move forward like all Canadians should. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hear on that side of the House how great they want to make it for First Nations, but the problem is that they don't consult. So I guess he's mentioned the assets, and the assets people that I've spoke with said that they want to be part. They want to be consulted with respect to the review process for the next round of funding. So will they allow that to happen? The next thing that I want to ask him as well is that Chief Shining Turtle has indicated that he has yet to be consulted on these bills, as have some of the other chiefs. So can he maybe give us some dates as to when they would be available, whether he or some of the other members would be available to meet with Chief Shining Turtle on his territory, or with the United Chieftain Council of Mindo-Manising, or some of my other... I'd actually give them an opportunity to come to my community and go from tribal council to meet with them to discuss and consult. So are they prepared to do that, and can they give me some dates? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for her question. As she is well aware, as a member of the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, we meet with First Nations from across Canada all the time, and we're negotiating with them all the time. And I would strongly suggest that if she has suggestions for that committee, that she brings them forth to the chair.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his remarks. My question to him through you, Mr. Speaker, is this. In 2005, the Liberal Party had come to this Parliament having accomplished 18 months to 2 years of discussions with First Nations, culminating in the Kelowna Accord, dealing with social issues, housing, proper water, health care, and, Mr. Speaker, even their own Auditor General, realizing then that accountability was significant and important to their well-being and the building of infrastructure. And I'm wondering why, within 6 months of the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, coming to power, they abandoned the whole thing and have done almost nothing since. Why would they abandon something so significant and so hard fought for?
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for your question. The Liberal government took 13 years to decide what they were going to do. At least we've made sure that we've acted on our promises to First Nations, and we will continue to do in our mandate.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's always interesting. We asked the Liberal Party to table the Kelowna Accord. My first session here, which was 2006 and 7, I never saw it. So it's interesting that that gets put forward. But I am aware that this government has settled some well in excess of 70 specific land claims And the Liberal Party in 13 years could not lay claim to anything like that in terms of that record. You know, Mr. Speaker, First Nations are seeking an opportunity, and they want to pursue economic development through self-government agreements. I think of the West Bank First Nation in BC. They've been operating under a self-government agreement since 2003. The Whitecap Dakota in Saskatchewan operating under an FNLMA since 2004. They've created over 700 jobs. I met with an aspiring First Nation just this week that wants the opportunity to welcome jobs, opportunity, and investment. That's what this government is seeking to do. Sure, we're seeking transparency and accountability, but isn't working with these aspiring First Nations to create jobs and opportunity, isn't that the right thing to do?
The honourable member for Kootenay Columbia.
I thank the member for his question. It certainly is, and certainly in my riding of Kootenay Columbia, the Chinook First Nation St. Mary's have entered into First Nations land management. They will reap the benefit of economic development very quickly, as they are a very progressive First Nations. And as we see more First Nations come into First Nations land management, we will see them reap the benefit as well. So I believe that First Nations have a great opportunity in this land to show us what they can do in the years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the opportunity to speak on this important matter today and give an opportunity to share with this House some of the things that our government has undertaken. I only have a short period of time, so I'll only be able to touch on just a few important steps that our government has undertaken over the last number of years and months. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise to speak to this motion, and I do want to thank the member from Nanaimo Cowichan for bringing this forward. She's a valued member of our committee, and I can tell you that we have a great opportunity to work in that capacity together. There's no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that Aboriginal people face situations that make finding work oftentimes very difficult. Canadians who live in remote and rural and northern communities, which is the case, Mr. Speaker, for many Aboriginal communities, often find that it's magnified. The challenges are magnified in finding and keeping work. At the same time, there are tremendous opportunities to promote and encourage greater Aboriginal participation in the Canadian economy. Just think, Mr. Speaker, for example, of our mining and mineral exploration industry. Our country is one of the largest mining industrial sectors in the world, producing more than 60 different metals and minerals. The Canadian mining industry is truly a giant amongst giants, accounting for 4.5% of our gross domestic product and 23%, close to a quarter, of all Canadian exports in 2011. The sector is the main industry in more than 115 communities, and yet the sector is about to face some serious labour shortages. Shortages that will absolutely be acute if the sector grows as much as it's estimated in the next decade. The energy and natural resource sector represents a huge opportunity for Aboriginal communities, since many of them are located near mines and other natural resource sites. Aboriginal communities are also in close proximity to many exploration projects and can play an important role in providing local labour. Aboriginal people have the potential to be a driving force behind the successes of these industries. Did you know that the mining industry is the largest private sector employer of Aboriginal people today? However, there is still much that needs to be done. Unemployment rates among Aboriginal people is still too high. And so you might ask, why is it that you have a high percentage of unemployed people in areas with such robust industries like mining and natural resource exploration? Clearly, Mr. Speaker, there seems to be a mismatch between the demands for skilled worker and the supply for those skilled workers. These skill shortages are likely to get worse because of Canada's low birth rate and the retirement of many experienced older workers from the baby boom generation. Aboriginals must play an important role in Canada's strategy to address growing skills and labour shortages. Aboriginal youth between the ages of 15 and 30 years old are the fastest growing populations in Canada today. We recognize that this presents a well of talent that is currently not properly being tapped. And that's why our government remains committed to jobs growth and long-term prosperity for all Canadians. Unfortunately, many Canadians living in rural and remote parts of northern communities in Canada do not always have the education, the work experience that they need to find employment within the resource sector. And that's why our government works with partners to ensure that Aboriginal people are able to take full advantage of the economic opportunities. Several measures are in place to help Aboriginal people develop the skills that they need to enter the workforce. One of these measures is the Aboriginal Skills and Employment Training Strategy, or ASSETS as it's often called. This program supports over 80 Aboriginal organizations to design and deliver skills development and training programs to increase First Nations, Métis and Inuit peoples' participation in the labour market. Agreement holders tailor their training programs to the specific needs of the community and the work in partnership with the private sector. Training institutions and the provinces and territories also work in this effort. In 2011 and 2012, ASSETS was able to find 11,000 jobs for Aboriginals in their local areas. ASSETS is looking to build off the successes of the last year and hopes to see between 12,000 and 16,000 jobs created this year alone, Mr. Speaker. Another measure is the Skills and Partnership Fund, the SPF as it's often referred to, which supports innovative partner-based projects for Aboriginal skill development that responds to economic opportunities. There are currently over 60 projects across Canada that are giving Aboriginals the tools that they need to succeed in the labour market. Our government shares the view that partnerships are the key to match skill development and training with the labour market demand. We will continue to make this a priority in especially rural and remote communities. However, before we get to this point, a solid elementary and secondary education is the way that will give Aboriginal children and youth a start that they need in order to succeed. In Budget 2012, our government committed $275 million over 3 years to improve school infrastructure and provide early literacy programming and other supports to First Nation school systems to pave the way for the development of the First Nation Education Act. This unprecedented support for First Nation students was voted against by both the NDP and the Liberal members in this House, unfortunately. Our government is also working to help all adult Canadians get their essential skills that they need to get to work, to stay employed and to contribute to their communities. By essential skills, we mean the skills that are used in nearly every job, every day, and in every aspect of life. These skills are used in different ways and at varying levels of complexity. Essential skills include reading and writing, and of course, but not limited to, computer use, and also oral communications and working with others. The initiatives and investments that I've outlined today are designed to help Aboriginal people find and to keep work. They aim to build jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for all Aboriginal communities across Canada. It's in our long-term social and economic interest to see that all Canadians have the education, skills, and employment that they need to build good lives for themselves and their families. Whether they live in remote communities or in urban centres, whether they are Aboriginal or non-Aboriginals. To remain competitive in the global economy, we must focus our efforts on increasing our labour force participation. In other words, to get more people working as soon as possible. While our government remains focused on working with willing partners to ensure that Aboriginals can obtain the skills and training that they need to succeed in the labour market, the opposition parties remain committed to obstructing and voting against all of our efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I listened with great interest. I happen to have in my riding probably some of the richest mineral deposits in the world right now. And beside many of those rich deposits, we have some of the most impoverished communities in Canada. And the disconnect that we're seeing as mineral development comes on stream is that even if someone gets hired at the mine, there's no housing in the community, so they end up having to leave, and so they end up being just another fly-in worker, just like the non-Aboriginals. That's happening because of the lack of infrastructure in the communities, that we don't see the ability of local communities to move forward with partnership agreements because we don't have the infrastructure on the ground, because we haven't had the job training, and because we actually lack right down to the issue of basic schools. We don't even have grade schools in some of these communities. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague what role he sees if we're going to start to close this gap. We're simply not saying the private sector can do it. There has to be a role for the federal government in terms of job training, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of a plan to ensure that a young Aboriginal population that's sitting there right now without the skills are able to get the skills they need so that they are in the driver's seat as we start to develop into the 21st century.
The honourable member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can relate to the honourable member in many ways, as I also represent a constituency that has a large Aboriginal population and also is remote and in some cases disconnected, but also has an industrial footprint that continues to grow. And what we're seeing is that partnerships do not happen overnight, that there needs to be a multifaceted approach in terms of providing education to ensure that young people can get the education so that they can have the skills so that they can even enter the workforce and take advantage of the opportunities. And that's why our government has invested significantly in education of Aboriginal young people across this country. Since taking office, we have built over 30 brand new schools in Aboriginal First Nations communities across this country. We've substantially renovated over 200 schools. These are unprecedented investments in the education of First Nation schooling systems. I can tell you that no other government has done what we've done in terms of investing in infrastructure to ensure that young people can get the education that's necessary to enter the workforce, as well as a significant investment that we've made in housing, in water and wastewater, as well as general infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Peace River for his thoughtful comments, and I believe that he is earnest in his efforts to resolve all of the problems relating to the issue of our First Nations. I'm not so sure that it's shared by his party, but I do believe that he is earnest in his remarks. However, I have a statement to make and a question to ask through you, Mr. Speaker, of the member. Previously, the member from Peterborough indicated that he's asked many times for a copy of the Kelowna Accord and has yet to see it. So I would ask the member from Peace River if he would seek the consent of his party and with the consent of this House. I have before me the original Aboriginal Roundtable to the Kelowna Accord, Aboriginal Policy Negotiations 2004 to 2005, as well as the Kelowna Accord Implementation Act. This is not the figment of anyone's imagination, Mr. Speaker. These are real documents, real negotiations with real solutions. And I'm wondering if I have the consent to table these documents from the members of this House.
Order. It's the chair that asked for unanimous consent, not the honourable member. But having said that, during his question, the honourable member for Guelph has asked for unanimous consent to table two documents. Does he have unanimous consent? No, he does not. The time for the question had expired. The honourable member for Peace River.
Well, thank you very much, and I'd like to have those documents put forward in this House, because I think the fact that the honourable member can wave them in a single hand like this shows the depth of their commitment. I'm distressed to consider when I look at the piles of documents that sit alone on my own desk as chair of the Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Committee, the commitment of our government. Now, that's just a portion of what we've done. That's only a portion. That's only what we're doing right now, Mr. Speaker. And we're talking about piles and piles of consultation and documents that have commitments with regards to education, with regards to infrastructure investments across this country, investments in water, in sewer, in education, in post-secondary education, in opportunity, hope, and prosperity for all First Nations across this country. Unfortunately, that is not the legacy of the former Liberal government. For 13 years, all they could come up with was what he now waves in his hands, where what we have today from this government is a demonstration of commitment for First Nations moving forward and building this country into the country that we all know that we can reach.
Order. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member for York South-West. I'm very proud to rise in this House today and speak to this motion about the need for the House of Commons to finally get serious and to understand its obligation to address the long-standing deficit, moral, economic, social, historic deficit that has left so much of a part of our country in absolutely abominable conditions, and it must change. Canada, we've always told ourselves, is the greatest country in the world. And you know, the International Index for Human Indicators for Health and Social Well-being, it always placed Canada right at the very top until they started to factor in the fact that there are two worlds in Canada. There's the non-native world, and then there's the fourth world that the Aboriginal communities are living in. And when they factored that in, Canada started to drop year by year by year. We're now down to 8th place. That is for, if you take it as a whole. But where are we in terms of the First Nation communities? Down at 63rd in terms of communities around the world. 63rd place. So what we're seeing right now from government is talk. We're seeing they've got their message box, they've got press releases, and they expect that a young generation that's out there marching in the streets should be patient. I think what we've seen from the Idle No More campaign, which has been an unprecedented response across this country, it has been a virtual uprising of people who've come to feel that they're hostages in their own country, that they're somehow this colonized people on their own land, and they're saying they're not putting up with it anymore. And there is a sense of urgency here. And this urgency needs to make us move beyond party lines, because this problem didn't start with this present Conservative government. This is well over a century in the making. And now it is time to pay up. To pay up by saying we have to start fixing some of these fundamental problems. That we have now 39% First Nation communities at high risk with water, that we have 34% at medium risk. That's 83% of the First Nation communities in this country where it's not safe to drink water. How can a country this rich say that that's okay? How is it possible that we're telling young people to be patient when they have substandard systems of education that is set up in a manner that is a form of systemic discrimination, that every child in this country walks into a school with an inalienable set of rights unless they live on a First Nation, and then they get whatever the government gives them. And those kids are being told to be patient. They were told to be patient in Attawapiskat when the diesel fumes from a contaminant leak under the federal government's watch was coming up from the classrooms, and the kids were passing out in the grade 1 classroom and coming home stinking of diesel, their daily exposures to benzenes and xylenes, cancer-causing agents. The families were told to be patient, that it would be fixed. Well, it was never fixed. It went on year after year. That's why people are marching in the streets, Mr. Speaker, because they're not going to be patient any longer. This generation has seen the time has come to pay up. And, you know, it's never convenient to do the right thing. It's never an opportune time to do the right thing. You do the right thing because at a certain point in your juncture of your history, you were not the nation that you were meant to be unless you meet that fundamental debt, unless you pay that debt. And that is what we are called to do. We need to deal with the education deficit. And, Mr. Speaker, I speak about this issue because I saw it through a child's eyes. It was probably the thing I learned most in this job, was seeing what it was like through the eye of a child in Attawapiskat, Shannon Kustashian, who saw her life passing before her because she'd gone to school in crappy portables. She knew she had a substandard education, and she knew that if she did not get that one chance to get a better education, that it would be too late for her and too late for her generation. I saw that look in her eyes. I saw that look in the eyes of those children, and I realized that all the talk that goes on in this House isn't enough. We need to start seeing action. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's a number of steps that need to be taken in terms of economic development, in terms of meeting basic treaty commitments. And I like to talk about treaty because there's this idea like, hey, we won, they lost, why don't they just shut up? You know, what's their problem? Well, that wasn't what the treaties were. When Treaty 9 was signed, and that represents the large regions of the Anishinaabe territory where I represent, when Treaty 9 was signed, they went from community to community to community to ask the people to sign an agreement to share the land. And, there are people who probably think, oh, that was ancient times. Well, it wasn't, Mr. Speaker. I know people whose families signed the treaty. Grand Chief Stan Ludit's grandfather signed that treaty. Teresa Spence's grandfather signed the treaty. And when they came into Fort Hope, and they were saying, listen, guys, this is going to be a great agreement. What we're going to do is we're going to give you some money. We're going to give everybody $8. And then you can go off, and then we'll do our thing, and you'll do your thing. And Chief Elijah Munias, and we have Chief Elijah Munias, another version of Chief Elijah Munias alive today in Martin Falls, dealing with the Ring of Fire. And the Chief Elijah Munias at that time stood up and he said to the people, wait a minute, what's going on here? The white guys have come up and they've offered us $8, and they're telling us we're not having to give anything in return. And it's in the records. He warned the people about signing the treaty because they didn't know what they were signing on for. And it also says when they were signing on for Treaty 9 that one of the reasons that they felt they needed to sign was because they were worried about the future and they were willing to share the land, and what they wanted in exchange was education. It was actually said that in the Treaty 9 documents that they saw their future for their kids was in education. And so the white commissioners signed that, and you know what they gave them? They gave them the residential schools. They took their children away from them and tried to destroy them as a people. That's what they got in return for signing Treaty 9. Now, if you look at the history of Treaty 9 when they signed, before the community signed, they asked two clear questions. Because they were oral people. This wasn't written down. They asked to be clarified at the treaty signings. One of the questions was, what will happen to our hunting and fishing rights? Our ability to use our lands? And they said, it will not be impacted in any way. Well, they were lied to there. And the second question they asked, they said, will we be forced to live on these reserves that you're setting up? And the government said to them, no, you'll be free to live wherever you want. And that was also a promise that was broken because they were stuck on the reserves. And in Attawapiskat, for example, you can't even expand the community, put in proper houses. All that land either belongs to the federal government or the province. And so they're stuck on these postage stamp-sized reserves, while right beside them, one of the largest diamond mines in the world. Just down the road, there'll be gold mines. But in the treaty, when they signed it, they said they were not going to be impacted in any way in terms of their ability to have their traditional use. Now, this government might not recognize those treaties, but they've been recognized by the Constitution of this country under Section 35. They've been recognized in court decision after court decision after court decision. There's no ambivalence about this. That the need to consult because they never gave up the right to use the land. So which brings us to Bill C-45 and this government's omnibus legislation, where they decided they were going to strip the water protection, strip basic environmental protections on all the northern lakes and rivers. But they didn't have the guts to do it publicly. They weren't going to go out and tell the First Nation communities, guess what? It's open season on your waterways, on the Albany River, on the Moose River, on the Attawapiskat River. No, what they did was they stuck it into a budget bill and tried to ram it through without people noticing. And they figured they were going to get away with it. Well, now people are saying, wait a minute, you didn't consult. You didn't do your legal duty, which is that you have to consult. That is what the courts have shown, and that is what is in our Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, the time has come to start addressing these issues. We are on a relationship together. It's been a very dysfunctional relationship, but it is the primary relationship in this country. It is the first relationship. And until we recognize that we are all treaty people, that we all share this land together, and that we are all going to be the country that we should be, when we make sure that our young First Nation children have the same opportunity as everyone else, until we do that, we will never be the country we're supposed to be. So this is a moment. All parliamentarians, let's start making it happen. Let's tell this generation they're not going to be betrayed by the way the last generation was and the generation before them. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Speaker,
A 2009 KPMG report shows that First Nations with direct control over the reserve lands and the resources under the Framework Agreement and the First Nations Land Management Act are making decisions at the speed of business, and that economic development is much greater than in comparison to those lands which are administered by the government under the Indian Act. And many of the operational First Nations reported a significant increase in new businesses overall by band members, up to 40%, and a corresponding increase into different types of businesses, including supplier and spin-off businesses. These First Nations attracted approximately $53 million in internal investment and close to $100 million in external investment. More than 2,000 employment opportunities had been generated for band members, more than 10,000 jobs for non-members. In addition, many of those surveyed reported a shift in the quality of jobs available on reserve, and that these had higher education requirements. And this has significantly reduced the dependence on social programs and pumped hundreds of millions of dollars into local economies. So my question, Mr. Speaker, is why does the member opposite not want our First Nations peoples to succeed?
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, my poor colleague. I'd invite her to come up and see some of the communities. When we're talking about children who don't have schools, does she have any communities where kids are denied the right to schools? Do any of the kids in her communities, do any of them get educated on grounds full of benzene and toxic contamination? No. So if we're talking about all our children getting the fair chance in life, then you got to start putting the money where the mouth is.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Pierre Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, because I've rarely heard such a connection between knowledge of a file and practical expertise. He knows the people, and you really get a sense of it from his speech. You get a sense that he truly wants to build peace, to restore our relationship with First Nations. And basically what I'd like to ask, the question that was just asked of him was so incredible, but I'd like to ask my colleague, doesn't he think that current governments want to deal with, they seem to want to deal with Aboriginal issues, and given everything that's happening with Idle No More, doesn't he get the impression that the government just wants to act as if it's business as usual?
I want to thank my honourable colleague. It is not business as usual anymore. The time has come to recognize the legitimate issues that are out there that are going to have to be dealt with on the nation-to-nation basis, where it has to be dealt with respect. You can't pick and choose. They can't just pick the one thing that they want to bring forward and they're going to ignore the rest. It is about restoring the relationship, because what I've seen in my communities is the enormous potential for change, the enormous potential and the enormous amount of goodwill that exists within the First Nation communities. But the time for respect is here, where this government and the next government have to say there will be the commitments to fix the shortfalls so the communities can get up to speed, and then the communities need to take that freedom and move forward to build the kind of economies that we need in the 21st century.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier today, the member for Toronto Centre referenced the Liberal government under which I served under Prime Minister Paul Martin in a non-partisan way, but I just wish to recall one particular part that I think bears not only recall today, but in fact acting upon that commitment, which we have failed signally to do, and it is both a government commitment and a parliamentary commitment. And the first day that government of which I was a part met, our first cabinet meeting, the Prime Minister at the time said that at the end of the day, our government will be judged by one issue, what he called the legacy issue, and that will be how we have fulfilled our commitments to the Aboriginal peoples. And as a result of that, set a whole of government process in motion, which included an Aboriginal secretariat out of the cabinet, a cabinet committee on Aboriginal affairs, and in an 18-month process which began as it did at the time with a Canada Aboriginal Peoples Roundtable in Ottawa on April 19, 2004, and then ended with the first ministers' meeting in Kelowna on November 24th and 2005. An 18-month process.
Order. If the member could put his question quickly.
Question is, has the government put in place a similar whole-of-government approach which would not only affect what was intended by the Kelowna Accord, but what we have somehow forgotten was a parliamentary enactment?
Order. Order. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect to my honoured colleague, I worked with the Algonquin Nation in Quebec under the Liberal government, and I can tell you that what I'm hearing now sounds more like fiction than a historical record. So if on the very first day their cabinet met, they said that they would be judged by their legacy to First Nations, and then they waited till a week before the election to suddenly come up with their deathbed conversion. In the intervening 13 years, that was a big, long, dry period. So I would say to my honourable colleague, they had the opportunity. They failed. And in fact, let's not just blame the Martin government. This goes back to the 20th century. Who was there year after year after year when these situations got worse and worse and worse? It was the Liberal government. So, hey, I love deathbed confessions. I know they're sincere, but let's not pretend that there's anything other than that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to speak on what is an excellent motion from the member for Nanaimo Cowichan. My riding does not have a reserve in it, but there are First Nations peoples in my riding, and I have met with them and I have talked to them, and in fact, one of them, a couple of them, put on a Remembrance Day ceremony, a sunrise ceremony this past November, to honor First Nations soldiers who have fought for Canada in wars overseas, and to remind the children. It was at a school. It was at an ordinary school in my riding, Bala Avenue Junior Public School, and to remind the children of those schools that it isn't that everybody is in this, that we are all together. And it was a moving and wonderful ceremony. Another constituent has asked me on several occasions about whether or not it would be possible to create a native language immersion school in Toronto, because there are 10,000 Native children in Toronto who need an education. And we can manage to have immersion schools all over the place for the French language as one of the nation-to-nation languages in this country. But we cannot seem to put together the wherewithal to build a language education for First Nations children. Now, I discovered as a result of investigation that there is such native language schools in the reserve at Six Nations. And they teach their kids Mohawk and Cayuga in an immersion setting from junior kindergarten all the way up to grade 8. And it's wonderful. And I'll talk more about that later. Because it was clear it's clear now from this issue coming forward and from the events in Southern Ontario and all over Canada, that the whole issue of the relationship between the government and First Nations, mostly about money, but also about land claims, has proven to many First Nations people across this country that there is a deficit, there is a problem, and there are people talking about whether or not it is discriminatory on the part of this government to provide less for First Nations people than they provide for others, whether it is discriminatory on the part of this government to not fund education the way they should. There is a grassroots, the Isle No More protest has created a grassroots manifestation of the frustration that has gone on for many, many years in these First Nations communities, and I'm talking dozens and dozens of years since the first obligations of the treaties started to become clear that the governments weren't going to honor some of those treaties. And it's not just the treaties, but it's the care and control of the government of the First Nations people that has failed. They have been paternalistic, they have been punishing, and they have been prejudiced in their in their behavior towards First Nations people. And more recently, this government is showing its paternalistic and punishing nature with the acts that it has brought forward to force First Nations to report all the money they take in and earn in a new way, in a different way, because somebody somewhere said they didn't like the way it was being done. It's paternalistic and it's punishing, and that needs to stop. And there are some that would suggest that there is a sense of disregard, of disdain for Native issues in some of the Conservative caucus. And the events this week of the member from Ottawa-Orleans and Senator Brazo in a fundraiser showed some of the potential for contempt that we are hearing. And I hope and pray that it is not widespread amongst the Conservative caucus, but there are those out there who fear that it is. So with that context, on the Six Nations Reserve, I went to visit the Six Nations Reserve as a result of my quest to see if we can't create a native language school, and discovered when I was there just how hard it is to educate children on this reserve, whether it's in First Native languages or not. It is extremely difficult. They told me that they receive about half the money from the federal government that the provincial government provides to teach children off reserve. So it's roughly $10,000 per child that the provincial government gives, and the federal government, according to the Band Council on the Reserve, it's around $5,000 per child. Now, when they question this, the government says, well, you can pay your teachers less, because those that are living on reserve don't pay taxes. So that means that limits the teachers that they can get to those on reserve. It's just, it's a sense of paternalism. It gets worse, though. When they created this native language school, they did it not completely independent of the federal government, but as an adjunct to the federal government. And they did it with fees from the parents. So it's like a private school, in that the parents have to pay to send their children to this school. But small business people in the community have decided to contribute, to donate space to that school. So what did the federal government do when they discovered that there had been space donated to this school? They deducted the value of the space from the contributions they made on behalf of the children to that school. That's a shame. They clawed back a donation. Imagine, if you will, any school board in this country that tried to do the same thing. That your kids are out there selling chocolate-covered almonds to raise money for a trip, and the school board says, oh, if you raise money, if there's a donation to the school, we're going to claw it back. It would be unheard of. It wouldn't ever happen. But there on the Six Nation Reserve is exactly what goes on. And it is shameful that that kind of attitude takes place. It is shameful that the Six Nations Reserve cannot, with full funding from the federal government, provide for whatever kind of education they want to provide. The Six Nations Reserve is in southern Ontario. It's in the breadbasket of Canada, if you will, and yet there are 325 homes without running water. How did that happen? How is it that we have a lack of running water on homes in southern Ontario, only on a reserve? Well, 14 months ago, when the member from Kootenay, Columbia, was up speaking on First Nations issues, I asked him, what about this 325 homes? He said, Mr. Speaker, we will ensure and work towards making sure those people at Six Nations get drinking water to those 325 homes. The infrastructure that is required to be placed into those homes has to be done through whatever means is required, putting pipes in the ground, ensuring they get to their homes, ensuring they're hooked up to the water system, ensuring they're hooked up to the wastewater system. I am confident that this will occur very quickly. It's unfortunate it's taken so long, but I can assure the House that our committee and the Minister will ensure that it happens sooner than later. Nothing's happened. That was 14 months ago. That's typical of the government of the day. It is a priority for us. I hear them say over and over and over again in answer to questions, it's a priority. But it doesn't get done because it's not really a priority. It wasn't in the budget. It's not in the plans. It's not in the priorities of the government. But they can sit there and say it's a priority, and we will. But they don't actually do it. It boils down to money. It really boils down to money. The other big problem at the Six Nations Reserve is the land claims issue. It has been festering for many years. And in Ontario, in Caledonia, we saw the manifestation of frustration of the land claims issue in 2006 when a group of Native protesters took over a housing construction project and occupied it and prevented houses being built because they claimed that that land was disputed. And that issue still is festering. That was 2006. That was 7 years ago. And it's still there. That's not just 7 years. There are dozens and dozens of years that these Native groups and First Nations communities have been saying over and over again that their land claims have not been respected by governments, not just the Conservative government, Liberal governments before them. So that needs to be done on a nation-to-nation basis. But what also needs to be done from this government is a real commitment to dollars. The Liberal government froze the funding for First Nations activities like education at 2%. This government hasn't changed it. They found enough money to increase the budget for the Ministry of Defense by 44%, but they can only find 2% for First Nations. There's something wrong with the priorities of this government, and we want to change those priorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for York South-Weston for his speech. I think if he looks at the record of this government since 2006, he'll see much greater increases in financial commitment to First Nations. And I'd ask him simply, as part of this debate, if he would acknowledge, as some of his colleagues have quite frankly not done, some of the achievements that have been made by First Nations in their communities thanks to federal government funding. 10,000 new homes built and many thousands of new homes renovated. Increased funding for child and family services by 25%. Not to mention, Mr. Speaker, the skills issue, 700 projects, not single individual initiatives, but projects for whole communities and whole classes of young people, linking Aboriginals across Canada with job training and counselling services. Not to mention, Mr. Speaker, 400 land claims that have been concluded since 2006. Would the member opposite acknowledge this as progress, significant, substantial progress? Yes, progress that we need to multiply. And would he agree that it's not simply a question of dollars, that without accountability...
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for York South-Weston.
What the member opposite has reminded us is that there has been some tinkering, yes, by this government, but tinkering is not what is necessary. What is necessary is a 44% increase, like the Ministry of Defense, the ministry that he is purportedly representing, which was received over the term of office of this Conservative government, is not what the Native Affairs Department has received, is not what Natives in Canada have received. They have received some tinkering around the edges. If you build 10,000 houses, that's part of the regular process, but you need to build 80,000 houses, there's something wrong with this message. If there are 427 students on that reserve who can't get a post-secondary education because the money's not there, they're waiting, there's something wrong with that picture.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, whether it is today's leader of the Liberal Party or former leader, Prime Minister Paul Martin, the Liberal Party believes there needs to be a comprehensive approach at dealing with our First Nations and Aboriginals. Mr. Speaker, former Canadian Assembly of First Nations Chief Phil Fontaine has argued repeatedly for the implementation of the Kelowna Accord. He had called the deal a breakthrough for his people. This isn't something as his former member, the Speaker's former colleague, indicated that the Liberals did it on the deathbed. Well, here, former Prime Minister Paul Martin was halfway through a 4-year term when there was 18 months of roundtables and consultations which led to the Kelowna Accord. But because the NDP were eager to vote with the Conservatives to cause an election, the Kelowna Accord died. That is the reality. The issue and the question I have for the member is, does he have any remorse or regret, or will he at the very least acknowledge that we need another comprehensive accord that's going to deal with our First Nation issues today?
The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deathbed confessions are not what is needed here, or conversions, I guess. The Liberal government had 13 years of majority rule, and only in the last year did they come up with something. Only in the last year did they actually put their minds to something, and that's what the problem is. Now we have that same Liberal government was the one who froze the amount of money that was flowing to the First Nations people, and that freezing has continued to this day. And yet, as I said, there are 427 kids on that reserve who can't get post-secondary education because they've run out of money. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brampton West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to address the motion brought by the honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan. The motion, as we've heard, it calls for a broad-based demand for action to make improvements to the economic outcomes of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to how our government has been doing exactly that in investing in First Nations education. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, as we say many times in this House, the economy is the #1 priority. But we also know that education and the economy are not mutually exclusive concepts. You just simply cannot have one without the other. And, Mr. Speaker, it's been stated on numerous occasions by both the Assembly of First Nations and our government that education is essential to improving the lives of Aboriginal people and, of course, creating economic opportunities on reserve. Mr. Speaker, we also know that a quality education is an essential building block to finding a good job, and finding a good job leads to economic growth, and that economic growth will lead to community self-sufficiency. However, we know that many Canadians living in remote and rural northern communities do not always have the education they need to find the work. That's why ensuring First Nations have access to good education and improving the graduation rates for First Nation children is important. It's one of our top priorities. We want to ensure that Aboriginal youth are able to acquire the new skills and knowledge to enter into the labour market to contribute to a strong Canadian economy. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's not just the Canadian economy, it is, of course, the economy of our First Nations. We all participate in the same economy. Our government recognizes that education is crucial to unlocking the potential of First Nations youth and to supporting the growth of prosperous and self-sufficient First Nation communities. That's why we're committed to working together with willing partners to ensure that First Nation students have the best possible education and all of the opportunities that, of course, go with that. Mr. Speaker, today I'm going to outline some of the progress the government has made over the years. The story will show that we are committed now and into the future to work with willing partners to improve the educational system and the graduation rates for First Nation students. First Nation children need to be equipped with a quality education that can help them reach their full potential to take advantage of the great economic opportunities that this country has to offer. That's why every year, Mr. Speaker, our government invests approximately $1.5 billion to support roughly 117,000 elementary and secondary students living on reserve across the country. In addition, we allocate over $200 million each year to maintain and improve school infrastructure in First Nations communities. Our government is also working to improve the programs and structures that will provide the opportunity for First Nations students to acquire the skills they need to take full advantage of Canada's economic opportunities. For example, under Economic Action Plan 2012, our government committed to investing an additional This is an additional $275 million over 3 years to improve school infrastructure and education outcomes of First Nations students. These additional funds will ensure that more First Nations students get the education they need so that they can pursue the same opportunities available to all Canadian students. And Mr. Speaker, sadly, as we see time and time again, the NDP votes against these investments, including the member that has brought forward this motion today. Of the additional $275 million, $175 million will go to renovating schools on reserves and providing First Nation students with a better learning environment. $100 million will be allocated to support early literacy programs, services and partnerships with provincial school systems. Again, by voting against these investments, which we see time and time again, the opposition is just not supportive of improving the educational opportunities of First Nations. Mr. Speaker, these new investments will help ensure that the First Nation education systems on reserve are prepared for the implementation of a new First Nations Education Act. This proposed act would establish structures and standards to support strong and accountable education systems on reserve. Through intense consultations, we have committed to work with willing partners to have this legislation in place by no later than September of 2014. Mr. Speaker, First Nation students are the only children in Canada whose education system is not governed by any legislation. Our government, unlike previous governments, is committed to working to bring forward such legislation. This legislation would provide a modern framework necessary to build standards and structures, strengthen governance and accountability, and provide a mechanism for stable, predictable, and sustainable funding, which of course are key ingredients to educational success. Our government is committed to working with First Nations to develop a First Nations Education Act, and we are consulting with First Nations leaders, educators, parents, students, and other interested stakeholders. And Mr. Speaker, we are determined to follow through on this commitment. The first consultation took place in Halifax on January 22nd and provided participants with an opportunity to share their views on First Nation education reform and the proposed approach to the development of a First Nations Education Act. These intense consultations will include additional methods for interested individuals to provide us with their perspectives and feedback online through the departmental website. Intensive consultation with First Nation parents, students, leaders, and educators, as well as the provinces, are integral to the development of this and the development and drafting of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I must clarify that no legislation has actually been drafted. The purpose of these ongoing consultations is to get views and feedback so the legislation can be drafted. The input gathered during consultations will help shape the drafting of proposed education legislation. Once drafted, the proposed legislation will be shared with every single First Nation community across Canada, as well as with provincial governments and other stakeholders so we can get their valuable feedback. Furthermore, I must clarify that a First Nations Education Act will not override Aboriginal rights or treaties. The proposed approach will not apply to self-governing First Nations that have adopted laws related to education. We all need to continue working together to create the structures and standards that support strong, accountable education systems on reserve that ultimately contribute to the success of individuals and students and their communities. This is about putting more choice in the hands of First Nations and clearly defining and formalizing the roles and responsibilities that are needed to build a strong, accountable education system. Our government's efforts on education reform are not intended to create more bureaucracy or burdensome reporting requirements. A modern framework for education would promote accountability and transparency and minimize red tape for First Nations schools and organizations. The overall objective is to give First Nation students the best chance of success in order for them to graduate, obtain jobs, contribute to their communities, and of course contribute to the Canadian economy. Our government recognizes that a sound piece of legislation will only be achieved with proper consultations, and that's why we must work together. The rising importance of education is reflected in the new demands of a global economy that is more integrated and interconnected than ever. And education is essential to helping a First Nation student realize his or her potential. Our government has also supported First Nation education through committed partnerships that have led to tripartite education agreements across the country. To date, 7 tripartite agreements have been entered into in 2008, in addition to pre-existing tripartite partnerships in both British Columbia and Nova Scotia. These partnerships have helped strengthen education programs and services and standards between on-reserve and provincial education systems so students can transfer between the two systems without any academic penalty. For example, last January, our government, along with the BC government and the First Nation Education Steering Committee, signed the Tripartite Framework Agreement. The agreement aims to provide BC First Nation students with access to quality education programs, whether they attend school on or off reserve. Under this agreement, the First Nations Education Steering Committee supports the delivery of quality education programs and services, meeting standards that will allow First Nations students to transfer without academic penalty at similar levels of achievement between First Nation schools and provincial public schools. And in Nova Scotia, the 11 First Nation bands have signed on to the final agreement with respect to Mi'kmaq education in Nova Scotia. That agreement states that participating communities shall, and I quote, provide primary, elementary, and secondary education programs and services comparable to those provided by other education systems in Canada, so as to permit the transfer of students between education systems without academic penalty. Mr. Speaker, this is a great leap forward for First Nation students. Education agreements like these are an example of the progress being made in education through dedicated partnerships. Partnerships that we want to replicate and emulate with legislation. We expect more tripartite agreements like the ones currently in place to come soon. Tripartite framework agreements are focused on putting the building blocks in place to strengthen First Nation schools. Mr. Speaker, our progress in education in recent years builds on numerous reports, including the Senate Standing Committee on Aboriginal Peoples, as well as the work stemming from the National Panel on First Nation Elementary and Secondary Education. In June of 2010, the Government of Canada and the Assembly of First Nations launched this independent National Panel on First Nation Elementary and Secondary Education. The National Panel consulted with First Nations leaders, parents, elders, students, teachers, provincial officials, and the private sector across the country. In February of 2012, the National Panel released its final report, characterizing the current situation as a non-system that has failed First Nations. We know we must work hand in hand with First Nations communities to address these challenges. There's simply no other way. Mr. Speaker, just as important as education itself is the building where the learning takes place. Improving learning environments facilitate better educational experiences for First Nation students. Since 2006, the government has provided funding for over 260 school projects, including 36 brand new schools and 30 major school renovations or additions. Mr. Speaker, as I have mentioned, our government invests over $200 million annually on school infrastructure, and in Economic Action Plan 2012, our government committed an additional $100 million towards schools on reserve. Through a new Strong Schools, Successful Students initiative, this funding will help to strengthen the ability of regional First Nations organizations to provide students with education supports and services, including tripartite partnerships like the ones I have just discussed. First Nation schools and educational organizations will, of course, benefit from this. These funds will also support programs to improve the school management capacity, initiatives to strengthen relationships with provincial school systems, and early literacy programming and other supports and services for First Nation students in grades K to 12. The Strong Schools Successful Student Initiative provides new funding for new activities that support capacity development in areas such as governance and leadership, parental and community involvement, planning, performance measurement, risk management, and organizational planning. This initiative and investment is just one more way our government is working to place a good education within the grasp of all First Nations students. Mr. Speaker, we believe a good education opens the door to opportunities, to jobs, and of course to personal success. With actions and investments I have outlined today, the government is working to improve access to a good education and graduation rates for First Nation students. Structural reforms will make this happen. Partnerships will make this happen. And our government is taking the necessary steps to bring a 21st century education system to our First Nation children. And I urge the opposition to support us in these efforts. Mr. Speaker, the stakes are simply too high for us not to make First Nations education a priority. Improving the educational outcomes of First Nations children will be a key element in overcoming the socio-economic challenges that face many First Nation communities. Improving the educational outcomes of First Nation children will also help strengthen our country's prosperity. As our First Nations are more successful, the Canadian economy will be more successful. I'm confident that all honourable members must agree with me. The future success of First Nations in Canada will be intrinsically linked to the graduation rates of its members. That's why education on First Nations is such a priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excellent.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague here on our side of the House for his comments on our bill. I appreciate that he talks a lot about education, because education, of course, is very important. But I'm a little troubled by the figures that he's given us in terms of the government investment over here. I come from the Northwest Territories, where we handle capital investment in schools for about 33 communities, many of them small, isolated communities. The cost of construction and maintenance of these schools far exceeds somewhere in downtown Mississauga or in Brampton, Ontario. We're not talking the same thing. So an investment of $275 million over this many years, when you have 600 reserves, where the situation with the building stock was dire when this government came in, is simply not adequate. We built a school in Inuvik. Now, that's a little larger community, but the cost of that school was $120 million to build a proper school that is going to last for a significant length of time. So when we talk about $275 million over a number of years, you're going to do renovations, some capital, some new schools. You're not talking about a lot of schools for 600 reserves. So I'd ask my honourable colleague, if you were really interested in getting the support of us for these types of efforts, I think you'd have to increase that by an exponential factor, the investment over 5 years in First Nation reserve schools.
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I don't think my friend listened to everything I had to say. Of course, it's not just $275 million. That's $275 million in additional funds that we're going to be investing. As I said in my speech, we invest $1.5 billion annually, plus $200 million per annually for maintenance. And this is an additional $275 million over 3 years. We're providing the kind of funding that's going to be necessary in order for First Nations communities to build the schools as quickly as possible. So my friend's off. It's not $275 million. It's an additional $275 million over 3 years.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it was only yesterday when the Leader of the Liberal Party asked the Prime Minister the question related to graduations. We want to be able to see more individuals graduating, and that's, education equates to opportunities. And now under this government's policy, it will take 20 years before, and that's if things are successful, 20 years before they'll hit the average Canadian graduation rates. So the government needs to do a lot more on the education front. But my question to the member is, there is a difference between the Paul Martin government and dealing with our First Nations community versus his government. We believed in a comprehensive approach based on consultations. The Kelowna Accord is just an example of that, where 18 months of roundtable discussions from all different types of stakeholders, which led to a comprehensive agreement. My question to the member is, why does the current government not see the benefit for all Canadians in developing and supporting a comprehensive agreement and bring the stakeholders to the table that would ensure that there's a long-term vision for our First Nations in which they can lead and get behind? Thank you.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as is always interesting with the members from the Liberal Party, somehow they have the answer to all the problems that they couldn't solve in 13 years straight when they were in government. But not only that, in the 75 of the previous 100 years when they were the government of this country, they weren't able to solve any of these problems, but now they have all the answers. Well, Mr. Speaker, if my honourable colleague had listened to my speech, I set out an extensive consultation process with respect to First Nations Education Act, and that's exactly the thing we need to move forward on education, and we're going to move forward with that. We're going to solve some of these problems. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Langley.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition have just said that they're not going to support any of our priorities. They're going to hold that political stand, not doing the right thing, but they're going to be political. Well, Mr. Speaker, our government has said that water legislation is our priority. We've said that time and time again. If they would support it, if the opposition members would support it, we actually could pass it very quickly. So ask the honourable member if he could comment on the importance of water legislation.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
I want to thank my colleague for his question. Of course, this government, unlike the previous government, and we can talk about that track record for the remaining probably 7 or 8 minutes of my question and answer, but I can tell you we undertook the most extensive review of water and wastewater systems across this country. Again, something that wasn't done by a government, a party that was the government for 75 of the last 100 years. And we've prioritized which wastewater and drinking water systems are most at risk so we can move quickly to try and fix those. The legislation my colleague is talking about is an important step in that direction, and I would encourage members in this House, including the member across the way, to support that legislation so we can keep moving forward. Thank you, Mr.
Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with interest to my friend's comments about education. And while it is nice that the Conservatives are talking about education, I was wondering if he could tell us whether or not in the upcoming budget the 427 students who cannot go to post-secondary school because there is no money in the budget, but they are waiting, they are sitting there, and apparently there are close to 10,000 such students across the country, whether there will be money in the next budget to correct this wrong.
The honourable member for Brampton West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know where my friend, where he gets all of his numbers. What I can tell you is this. This gives me a great opportunity to tell you about what we have done, and this bears repeating. Built over 30 schools. This is since 2006. Built over 30 new schools. Renovated over 200 schools. Built over 10,000 homes and renovated thousands more. Increased funding for child and family services by 25%. That's just to name a few things. We're making the kinds of investments that need to be made to improve the educational outcomes of First Nation students. And if my friend was so concerned about that, why didn't he support our last budget where we had all kinds of investments for First Nation students? Why did he vote against that?
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Terrebonne-Blainville.
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really astonished by this government's ability to close its eyes and to, in fact, ignore a major problem. There have been demonstrations. Teresa Spence went on a hunger strike to show just how little the government has done, to emphasize the inaction on the part of the government. But they rise in this House and say, oh, well, we did this and that and the other thing. Well, can they honestly say, can they stand in this House and say that there are no problems and that they're doing everything right? Because everyone else is saying the opposite.
For Brampton West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I certainly can't say that we're a perfect government. No government has been. And he or she who is out without sin can cast the first stone. But what I can tell you is we're working very hard to fix the problems in First Nations communities. We recognize that there is more to be done, but we've done an incredible job. And I've said this before. We have had more accomplishments with meeting benchmarks with First Nation communities than any previous government. I mean, I can say it again. The list goes on and on. Over 30 schools. That's since 2006. Renovated 200 schools. We have the best track record of any government in investing in our First Nation communities, and we are proud of that.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Northumberland, Coney West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to my caucus mate intently when he was talking about some of the achievements of this government and First Nations, and I'm glad that he recognized that no government is perfect. No person in this room is perfect. But I think crossing party lines, we all want the best outcomes for our First Nations brothers and sisters across this country. And I think the honourable member also mentioned some of the statistics, some of the progress that we've made. And I did listen previously to the minister when he said we just didn't invest hundreds of millions, we invested billions in fresh water. So I wonder if the member could expound a little bit further on some of the accomplishments and some of the challenges that we are prepared to face in the future.
The honourable member for Brampton West, a short answer, please.
It's a short answer to an open-ended question. We've done lots, and I can tell you, as a member of the Aboriginal Affairs Community, one of the things that we're talking about is land use development to unleash the economic potential on First Nation reserves. Things like changing land designations like we just saw, making it easier for First Nations communities to be able to designate land so they can lease and generate economic activity. Improvements to the First Nations land management regime so more First Nations can get out of the land use sections of the Indian Act to spur economic activity. I could go on, but I've unfortunately only have a short answer. But let me tell you, we are doing lots and we're going to keep doing more.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for the Western Arctic.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to inform you I'm going to share my time with the member from Joliet. Mr. Speaker, the motion before us reads that the House, recognizing the broad-based demand for action, call upon the government to make the improvement of economic outputs of First Nations, Inuit and Métis a central focus of Budget 2013, and to commit to action on treaty implementation and full meaningful consultation on legislation that affects the rights of Aboriginal Canadians as required by domestic and international law. So I want to take some time here to focus on the Northwest Territories, which is a singular unique area of Canada where we have settled and unsettled claims. And the best way that we've found to improve the economic situation of our Indigenous people in the Northwest Territories is to settle land resources and self-government claims. In the parts of the Northwest Territories where the claims have been settled, people have increased prosperity, and the private sector, which wants to invest there, has certainty in the regulatory process. That's very clear. The opposite is true for those areas of the Northwest Territories which still have unsettled claims. In testimony before the members of the Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Committee during hearings in Yellowknife on Bill C-47, the NWT and Nunavut Mining Association and the NWT Chamber of Commerce both stressed the value of having settled claims. Some examples of how settled claims can improve the economic situation of First Nations people, Inuit people. I'll speak to two of them. One is the Inuvialuit. The Inuvialuit were the first to settle the claims in the Northwest Territories. They did a very good job of it in 1984. Excellent claim settlement. They took over large pieces of their traditional territory. They got surface and subsurface rights and in the oil-rich Mackenzie Delta and the Beaufort Sea area. They were in a position to take advantage of resource development, resource exploration in that area, and they've built an amazing Inuvialuit Development Corporation. It owns outfits like Canadian North Aviation. You may have flown on it yourself. It owns the Northern Transportation Company Limited. It has investments and opportunities for Inuvialuit people throughout the Northwest Territories at all levels of employment. It's through this settlement that the Inuvialuit were to get their heads into economic development rather than spending their time trying to fight with this federal government over land claim settlements. And we can talk about the Cliccio government, settled under the Liberal government in 2004. Their land extends through the areas where we've diamond-rich areas of the Northwest Territories. They have rights to large areas of land, surface, subsurface. They have opportunities on that land. What have they done with them? They've created the Cliccio Development Corporation. That development corporation, in less than 10 years, has gross revenue in excess of $130 million, employing 800 people. This is the kind of effort that can be made by First Nations when they achieve control over traditional lands and territories, not when they're stuck on reserves, not when they don't have the opportunity to participate fully in the resource economy. However, this is not the case in the areas of the Northwest Territories that don't have settled claims. In the Decho and the Quechua regions, both incredibly rich areas of the Northwest Territories, the Decho with its gas deposits, the Quechua once again with mining and great opportunities as well, the negotiations on land claims are stalled. They've been stalled with this government for many years. And much of the fault lies with the federal government through actions like continually changing negotiators, never giving negotiators the ability to make decisions, revisiting areas which have been agreed to in negotiations, and changing negotiation mandates. These are all things that completely obfuscate the system. In these two regions, there is much uncertainty. The investment is difficult. Now, there are brave companies, and I speak to Avalon as one company that's going through the environmental assessment process in there, but they won awards for their ability to talk to the First Nations in those regions and to bring them into the process themselves. So we see industry taking over the role of government here in providing the authority to First Nations to make decisions on their land. That's what it takes in unsettled areas. Chief Roy Fabian of the Katladiche First Nation recently told the Aboriginal Affairs Committee during C-47 hearings that this is the legislation on Surface Rights Board's access. This legislation is a serious matter which strikes at the heart of Treaty 8 and jeopardizes our attempts at reconciliation with Canada. This legislation appears to be an attempt to circumvent our land claims process and undermine our authority on our own lands. I want to make it clear, he says, if this bill is passed, will not be recognized as valid law on Katladiche territory. If the federal government attempts to impose this legislation on our treaty land, then we'll consider our legal options to oppose this legislation and resist every attempt to grant access orders on the land. So where does that leave industry? Where does that leave certainty? Where are we going with that? That's not working, is it? Chief Fabian highlights a key element in current federal and Aboriginal relations, that of federal action or inaction causing a rising sense of dissatisfaction among Canada's First Nations, Aboriginal people, which is leading to movements like Idle No More. Leading directly there. Leading to a movement that we can all get behind. We all should not be idle on these issues. We should not be obfuscating. We should not be trying to make this a harder thing to accomplish, to get land claims settled in this country. Canada's Aboriginal people are no longer content to just sit patiently, well, Ottawa gets around to finally addressing their concerns. They're idle no more. Congratulations. It should come from all Canadians. Congratulations to First Nations. We're glad that you're not idle no more. We're glad that you're standing up for your rights. We're glad that you're standing up for the land and the environment. These are things that have to be done. They're not being done by this government. First Nations can provide the leadership. Canada's First Nations want full settlement of their claims on traditional territories and will not wait while federal negotiators play games. They will be idle no more. They will be idle no more when it comes to getting these claims settled. Mr. Speaker, Canada's Aboriginal people want to be treated fairly. They want to build the economies of their country, their communities and regions. They're not opposed to development. I've showed that. Rather, they want to be full partners in development. I've showed that again. And have a say in how development occurs. However, because delays of the federal government, they're no longer willing to wait. Let's Canadians get behind them. Let's all be idle no more when it comes to First Nations issues.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, l'honourable deputy Abitibi Bay James Nunavik.
The honourable member for Abitibi James Bay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my colleague on his excellent presentation, as usual. First, I'd like to comment on something that worries us here on this side of the House, and that's the fact that the current Minister of Indian Affairs is one of the fiercest opponents to the Nishka Treaty, which is an example, it's an exemplary treaty. The minister called that treaty, he said that it was going to haunt entire generations of Canadians. Those were his words. This fear-mongering doesn't concern us because my colleague mentioned this amply. There are models of success to emulate. I'd like to hear my colleague talk a bit more about that. How do those successes benefit not only First Nations, but all Canadians?
Western Arctic.
Well, Mr. Speaker, when I travel through the Northwest Territories to the different communities, those that have settled claims have relationships at the community level, at the regional level, with all people. They're working with all people. That's how you get things done in Canada. But you get things done in Canada from a position of having something to offer. When First Nations have settled claims, when they have the certainty on their land, they have something really tangible to offer. They can control that offer as well. They can make that offer. They can tailor that offer in a way that works for them. That's progress. That's going to make progress. That's what all Canadians want. Mr. Speaker, I'm a landowner. I control the land that I have. I make decisions about it. I invest if I have to. I look for partners if I have to. These are things that we do as Canadians. I want First Nations to have all those abilities that we all have as Canadians, tied to what they have from their ancestors, what they have from their position on this land. 30 times the courts have agreed with Aboriginal people on land issues. 30 times in a row. When are we going to wake up? When are we going to quit being so idle on these issues?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think that I would take the opportunity just to put emphasis on the importance of reaching out and trying to bring that consensus and looking for the leadership that we know is there to continue to maintain the advocacy work that they do. The Idle No More is a wonderful movement of sorts that has really caught on a great deal of momentum from individuals from coast to coast to coast. And I think that there are many that will draw some inspiration from that, whether it continues in a very real way today or dwindles down, that there's been a great deal of benefit because it has heightened the public awareness. And I believe, most importantly, it has really motivated a good number of people to try to take it to the next level of being that strong advocate for the change that is necessary that our First Nation communities are demanding for. And I wonder if the member might want to add a few words or thoughts to that.
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yeah, it's at all levels. You know, First Nations have had to recover from many grievous wounds that have hurt their spirit. But their spirit's going to recover. There will be, and in a way, I mean, I am of the fundamental opinion that they are one of the greatest opportunities for leadership in this country. First Nations can exhibit the greatest opportunities for leadership among us, and that kind of spirit of leadership that is being shown over the last while needs to be accepted and nurtured by all Canadians, because that is what will make us a greater and better country in the world we live in.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to congratulate my colleague Jean Crowder for her motion, which expresses the urgency we in the NDP feel towards Aboriginal people in Canada. But before beginning my speech, I'd like to invite the House to take a few seconds to mark the passing on January 19th of Mr. Gilles Ottawa, an Atimac historian from Manawan. His contribution to the collective memory of Atikamekw is unique and continues to enrich the community. He may be gone, but his wisdom and knowledge remain behind. Mr. Speaker, allow me to explain to you how this motion is so important for the future of First Nations. It covers, in my opinion, all the major features which have been lacking from generations of impenetrable governments in Canada when it comes to First Nations. I'm going to talk about the three main axes of this motion: the economy, treaties, and the law. You'll understand that huge efforts have to be made to settle each one of these issues. When you listen to what's going on in reserves across this country with its burgeoning youth and the social movements they've started, it would be naive to think that we can keep the status quo. We wouldn't want a naive government, would we? As a society, we realize that we need a new relationship with First Nations. A complete paradigm shift is necessary if we're to deal with the challenges of the future. It's almost a joke. Everybody knows it. The Conservatives like using the term economy to suit everything under the sun. It's often linked with growth, and this is one of the most hackneyed expressions of our times. Human science has become some sort of an exact science with this conservative school of thought. They now are using that to justify the worst assaults on our environment, on our democracy, and finally on our collective identity. So it's hardly surprising, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservatives can say straight-faced that these exploitative projects and proposals put forward in their omnibus bills are going to actually be helpful to First Nations, even though there was no consultation, there's no game plan. But that's what they seem to seriously believe. The idea that creating wealth naturally trickles down to the grassroots is completely false, especially when it comes to Aboriginal Canadians. Tax credits to big business have not been reinvested in the economy, and that's proof that it doesn't work the way the Conservatives say it does. When it comes to Aboriginals, it's often much worse, with an unemployment rate of 27% on reserve. It can hardly be said that that Aboriginal people are the first people hired on these work sites. 70% of students on reserves don't even complete high school, and I've seen this in my riding. Primary schools are often unhealthy, unsound, and at secondary level, there's a failure rate of 86% and a dropout rate of around 50%. In reserves all across Quebec, Manawan is the one with the lowest funding for education. Is this acceptable? Is this how we want to train workers and good citizens? Obviously not, Mr. Speaker. That's not Canada's goal. For hundreds of years of colonialism, efforts have been made to reduce and assimilate Aboriginal Canadians, and priority has been given to natural resource development. Since 1996, the funding has been capped on reserve. The increase in funding, rather, has been capped at 2%, below the inflation rate and below the demographic growth rate of reserves. Without government help, Aboriginal people will have much more difficulty getting out of poverty. That's the reality, like it or not. The status quo can no longer hold, and we have to take concrete steps immediately to improve the economic outlook for Aboriginal peoples in Canada. When it comes to treaties, it's surprising to see how the government travels all over the world to sign treaties, but isn't really bothered to respect treaties signed right here in Canada. In the NDP, we believe in a nation-to-nation approach, but unfortunately that's not the case for this government, which hasn't respected commitments made from 1701 and 1923 in treaties. This hypocrisy was equal among conservatives and liberals. There are currently between 700 and 800 cases of treaty violations that have yet to be settled. At this rate, it'll take another 100 years to solve all these cases. Obviously, there's bad faith at play here. Worse still, between 2012 and 2013, the Conservative government repeated its intent to, and I quote, respect treaties and find common ground when it comes to their implementation. Big talk. It's more like uncommon ground would be the appropriate term rather than common ground. Aboriginal consultation is not an option, it's a requirement. The federal government is obliged to consult First Nations under the Constitution, period. So don't try to tell me that promising consultations is doing First Nations a favor. It's a requirement. A number of independent observers have condemned the behavior of the Government of Canada, the Auditor General in 2003, the Auditor General in 2007, the Standing Senate Committee on Aboriginal Peoples, and the Special UN Reporter. They all agree that Canada was not meeting its commitments. What they're telling us is only common sense, do your homework, do your job right. Because of negligence, Aboriginal people have reached the conclusion that they have to take to the streets, they have to block bridges, or go on hunger strikes just to get meetings and just to have a dialogue. That shouldn't be necessary. In a country ranked 6th in terms of the Human Development Index by the UN, it's inconceivable that the Aboriginal population ranks 63rd, but that's the case. The government is proceeding with profound disregard for Aboriginal people, and this is unacceptable. Finally, a word on the law. In 2012, Canada finally agreed to ratify the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and one might have thought that would lead to a change, but nothing has changed. Just false promises that the government doesn't keep. It's easy to sign a legal treaty that's not binding and then not respect it. Who's going to force you to do anything under those circumstances? But the honor and credibility of Canada are greatly shaken by this. As we say, you have to walk the talk. Aboriginals expect no less. The government also has obligations under international conventions on human rights. The International Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, the International Convention on the Rights of the Child, and the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. All of these conventions are invaluable because they state what kind of a world we want to live in. These values are dear to Canadians. Why exclude Aboriginal Canadians? So I would encourage all members, Mr. Speaker, to vote in favor of this motion. There's no time to lose. A radical change in our relationship with First Nations is required. The status quo is no longer acceptable and will no longer be tolerated. This will be done with or without everyone's agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Big North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, individuals with strong leadership can, in fact, make a difference. And that is why it's so encouraging at times when you hear people speak about these types of issues. You know, I talked a lot about the Kelowna Accord over the last little while, and you talk about former Prime Minister Paul Martin as an example. Well, you could talk about Northern Affairs former Minister of Northern Affairs, Andy Scott, who did a phenomenal job in terms of putting things together regarding the Kelowna Accord. You know, we hear speeches today, whether it's from my leader of the Liberal Party or other members that speak so eloquently about the importance, and as they try to plead to the government to recognize the need for the House of Commons to start getting engaged and working with our First Nation leadership to make a difference. And this is one of the reasons why, in principle, we support the motion that the NDP are putting forward today. And we look forward to seeing the debate to continue, but we want to take it to the next step. We want to see strong leadership coming from the Prime Minister of this country, because that's what it's going to take in the short term to really make things happen. Would the member not agree?
The honourable member for Joliette. I'd like to thank my colleague who says that the Liberal Party will be supporting this motion. I think it's high time that First Nations were recognized as a people. They've been here for millennia. They've been stuck in reserves, and this was a way of destroying them physically and morally. This is what we've seen happen to First Nations. The time for government orders is now over. The member will have 3 minutes. The member for Joliette will have 3 minutes for questions and comments when we return to government orders. Statements by members.
The member for Prince Albert.
I'd like to thank the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration and his recent introduction of government's new startup visa program. Saskatchewan's booming economy has resulted in ongoing skilled labor shortages, which will only grow as the economic boom continues to expand to all corners of the province. Just this month, the Conference Board of Canada forecasts that real mining production in northern Saskatchewan will grow from 190 million to 388 million by 2020. That's a 100% increase. For example, the Goldfields project near Uranium City is forecast to start production in 2014. The new Cigar Lake uranium mine will begin production in 2013. The board also forecasts that Saskatchewan will see its first diamond mine within the next decade. Mr. Speaker, Saskatchewan has the resources, it has the knowledge, it has the investment potential. What we need is more skilled workers and entrepreneurs to fuel its revving economic engine. The government's new startup visa is an important step in fueling this new Saskatchewan. Mr. Speaker, I again like to thank the Prime Minister and this Conservative government for their commitment to our economy.
Honourable member for HoC. In Quebec, over 200,000 people live with an intellectual impairment. Thanks to the extraordinary commitment on the part of their families and community groups, and thanks to integration projects, many of these people go to school and work. But much remains to be done for full integration of these people into society. The Quebec Association for Social Integration, based in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, includes over 80 Quebec organizations and works to promote the interests of persons with intellectual impairments. Since 1997, the organization has received $340,000 from the federal government as part of the Community Integration Initiative. But further to the most recent cuts, the Conservatives are going to abandon them. In 2015, the association won't receive anything from the federal government. Unfortunately, the narrow-minded cuts of this government will have a real and major impact on the lives of thousands of people living with intellectual impairments and their families. Mr. Speaker, it's not too late to repair, to overturn this error, and to respect these people.
For Calgary Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, 2 days ago I had the privilege of presenting to this House my first private member's bill, C-425, an act to amend the Citizenship Act honoring the Canadian Armed Forces. I want to thank all colleagues for their comments and the informed and respectful debate that occurred in this House.
Absolutely.
It is my understanding from the first hour of debate that we all agree with the spirit of this bill, that we all desire to see our men and women in uniform honored, and that we all hold the value of Canadian citizenship to the highest esteem.
I think so.
Mr. Speaker, I look forward to a second hour of debate that is as constructive as the first hour. And I want to thank all members of this House in advance for their anticipated support to send the bill to committee where it can be thoroughly reviewed. I wish to reiterate that I am open to all friendly amendments That will strengthen the spirit of this bill. Thank you.
Good work.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, this week marks the United Nations International Day of Holocaust Remembrance, commemorating the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau death camp in 1945 and serving as a poignant reminder of the obligation to confront and combat racism, hatred, and anti-Semitism, the paradigm of racist hatred. Simply put, Jews died in Auschwitz because of anti-Semitism, but anti-Semitism did not die. To confront and combat the growing evil of both Holocaust denial and Holocaust inversion, the Nazification of the Jew and the Jewish state, thereby demeaning, distorting, and diminishing Holocaust remembrance. To confront and combat the indifference and inaction which took us down the road to the Holocaust, as revealed on this International Day of Holocaust Remembrance, that the existence of the Nazi extermination program and the death camps was already known as early as May 1942. And finally, to remember and honour the heroism of Raoul Wallenberg, the Swedish non-Jews saved more Jews in 4 months in Hungary in 1944 than any single government, as the European Parliament did this week, and as Canada Post did this month by issuing a stamp in his memory.
By remembering, we pay tribute to horrors that are too terrible to believe, and we want to say never again.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre. The honourable member for Kitchener
Mr.
Centre.
Speaker, in 1999, RIM revolutionized wireless technology with the introduction of the BlackBerry. Yesterday, BlackBerry again proved that it is a global leader in the industry with the release of the brand new BlackBerry 10. BlackBerry's managing director, Andrew McLeod, recently briefed me about the great features of this new product. It has a new software platform, a greater selection of downloads, faster web browsing, and many more features. The BlackBerry 10 has already received positive industry feedback. I'm confident users will be pleased with the redesigned, re-engineered, and reinvented BlackBerry experience. As a global leader in wireless technology and an important employer of a skilled, inclusive workforce, BlackBerry's success is important to Canada and my riding of Kitchener Centre. Congratulations to BlackBerry on the successful launch of the BlackBerry 10. Thank you.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I would like to talk about a great success in my riding, the Vocational Education Centre des Riverains. Thanks to its principal, Mr. Michel Goudreau, and his team, this school is currently making its mark on the international scene thanks to the quality of its training. It is the largest information technology training center in North America, according to the Superior Technology School. This program helps reduce the dropout rate and provide rapid access to the labor market. Mr. Goudreau contributes to the improvement of a situation that is getting worse in my riding. Close to 2,000 jobs are about to be lost with the closing of Electrolux in Mabay. In addition to the EI reform in the Mammoth budget bill and the closure of the service outlet of Service Canada in Repentigny, and this government is being irresponsible in its management.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in 1920, H.G. Wells said that life, forever dying to be born afresh, forever young and eager, will presently stand upon this earth as upon a footstool and stretch out its realm amidst the stars. Wells knew of what he spoke, as today all of Canada and beyond hang on the tweets, blogs, and video feeds from space from our latest astronaut hero, Chris Hadfield. Commander Hadfield and those before him and all who support Canada's space program have put our country solidly at the forefront of world space programs. Canada's contributions go back to the earliest days of space exploration in many areas of technology, the most well-known of which is robotics and the iconic Canadarm. Commander Hadfield's upcoming accomplishments as the first Canadian commander of the International Space Station will send the Maple Leaf to new heights and will inspire young and old alike to look skyward and marvel at how lucky Canada is to have such great citizens. Mr. Speaker, someone else said that the sky is the limit, but only for those who are not afraid to fly. We should all be proud and thankful for the 9 Canadian astronauts who have not been afraid to fly, including our own colleague from Westmount Ville Marie, and for the 2 new astronauts who are training for their chance to slip the surly bonds of Earth. For Arduo ad Astra, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, from charges of Dutch disease to repealing sections of the Clarity Act, the NDP seem determined to pit region against region across this great country. Conservatives, on the other hand, are united for the benefit of all. It's estimated that the oil sands development will contribute $63 billion to the economy of Ontario. Well, last week, I, along with colleagues from southwestern Ontario, facilitated meetings between Alberta oil sands companies and manufacturers in our area. New contracts with Ontario businesses will be established through those productive meetings conducted by the Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters and the In Situ Oil Sands Alliance. Alberta companies will benefit because they will have reliable, made-in-Canada products. Mr. Speaker, the feedback is positive. Ontario manufacturers are thrilled, and fellow Canadians from Alberta were impressed. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we call that nation building.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government has been ignoring priorities of West Coast Canadians for too long. Absolutely. They rammed through not one, but two massive omnibus budget bills with no consultation and limited debate and study in Parliament. They're shutting down the Kitsilano Coast Guard Station, the busiest in the country, despite vocal opposition from the public, experts, Coast Guard officials, Vancouver's mayor, police and fire chiefs, and British Columbia's premier. It's been 3 months and still no action on Cohen Commission's recommendations to protect West Coast salmon. They gutted our country's environmental laws in the name of fast-tracking the Enbridge Northern Gateway pipeline, which lacks public and First Nation support. The Conservatives' disregard for democracy is unacceptable. In contrast, the New Democrats are committed to building a fairer, greener, more prosperous Canada. We're listening to British Columbians, making their priorities our priorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to highlight some good news for Northwestern Ontario today. Right. Resolute Forest Products announced a $50 million investment to build a new sawmill in Atikokan just to the south of the Great Kenora Riding. Mr. Speaker, this new private sector investment will bring 90 new direct jobs to the community and many more spin-off jobs.
Yes, sir.
Unlike the NDP, our government stood by the forest sector in Northern Ontario, whether it was the Green Pulp and Paper Transformation Program, preserving jobs in Dryden, the Forest Product Innovation Program, diversifying our wood products, or regaining stable access to the U.S. softwood lumber market. Our government's delivering. It's unfortunate that the member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River, and his party choose to refer to the forest sector as a disease. Mr. Speaker, we're supporting Northwestern Ontario. Absolutely. We know Ignace, Atikokan, Kenora's forest products set to open up in the spring. We've got a lot to look forward to as parliamentarians and as a government. We've got their back, Mr. Speaker, for jobs, growth, and resource development. Northwestern Ontario.
The Notre Dame de Grace-Lachine.
Honourable member for Notre Dame de Grace-Lachine.
We commemorate Black people's history and celebrate African Canadians for their contributions to Canadian society. This year marks the 21st edition of Black History Month. My riding of Notre Dame de Grace-Lachine has strong institutions, like the Walkley Community Centres, the Quebec Board of Black Educators, and the NDG Black Community Association. These organizations develop and support Black community organizers and leaders. It is always possible for small groups of well-organized people to be the change that our communities need. I especially want to acknowledge our Black youth who are using their energy to bring positive social change to my riding. I congratulate these organizations for their work and impact in our community. I invite all Canadians to participate in community activities and to learn about the rich history of Black people in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for Oak Ridges Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, numbers released this morning by Statistics Canada show that Canada is staying on the right track for economic growth. In fact, November's economic growth and the over 900,000 net new jobs created since July 2009 show that our government's economic action plan is working and working very well, Mr. Speaker. In fact, both the IMF and OECD project Canada will continue to be near the head of the pack among all G7 countries for economic growth in the years ahead. Countries around the world, Mr. Speaker, are looking to Canada's economic leadership as a model that they should follow. We are proud of this record, and we will continue to stay on the right track to create jobs and growth across the country. Now, Mr. Speaker, contrast that to the NDP leader and his caucus and their plan for a $21 billion dangerous carbon tax that will kill jobs, will hurt the economy, Mr. Speaker. That is bad news for Canada's economy. It's bad news for Canadian families, and we won't let that happen.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, my colleagues in the Liberal Party and in the House of Commons will have heard, like me, the sad news about the death of our dear friend Diane Marleau, who for almost 20 years was the Member of Parliament for Sudbury and for many years a minister in the government of the Right Honourable Jean Chrétien.
Going and working with Diane Marleau, and her death has taken away a vibrant, engaged, dedicated and committed woman of great valor and great charm. She was a fighter for the causes that matter, for her home community, for jobs, justice, health care, and for equal rights of all Canadians. C'est une perte difficile pour sa famille.
This is a difficult and tremendous loss for her family and for all those who, like me, had the pleasure of working with Diane. We celebrate the life of a woman full of vibrancy and full of courage, and a Franco-Ontarian and Canadian of stature. And we promise once again to continue the good fight that she fought with so much audacity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, the House thanks you for your hospitality in hosting the annual celebration of the Scottish Bard last night. I'm duty-bound to inform the House of the tragedy that struck. There are strange things done in the midnight sun in a night of twists and turns, where the pomp and glory tells a story to honour Robbie Burns. The haggis is a glorious sight, revered by one and all. The pipe's the toast that means the most, is a haggis that doesn't fall. But what happened last night when the toast was done and the crowd looked on in horror? Too much scotch, an opposition botch, and the haggis hit the floor. The Cape Breton Canzo kid was on one end as he held the haggis low, and then his mentor from Ottawa Centre said it's time to go. He held it high, the kid held it low. They thought they would be deft. It's a warning to all of what might fall when you veer too far to the left. The haggis then became roadkill. Those are just the facts. But one pallbearer was heard to swear. Let's slap on a carbon tax. There are strange things done in the midnight sun, a lesson the Speaker learns. Don't give this mission to the opposition when we honour Robbie Burns.
The honourable member for Parle-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, since the announcement of the closure of the Quebec Marine Search and Rescue Subcentre, the people in the local community and the NDP have repeated it, this is endangering lives. That's why a group of Conservative supporters in Lévis-Bellechasse heard the NDP's call and dared to oppose this Conservative Party's wrong-headed decision. The Lévis-Bellechasse Conservative Association chose the safety of fishers and pleasure boaters instead of blindly defending the reckless plans of this government. Today, I would like to commend the honesty of these supporters who made public safety a priority. That is something that should never be cut in public services. The Minister of Veterans Affairs who represents this riding has two choices. He can be a good member, listen to the supporters in his region, and denounce this reckless closure, or he can continue to support a dangerous and illogical decision that was taken wrong-headedly by the PMO. It is up to him to choose what kind of member he wants to be.
Member for Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, it seems as though the leader of the NDP has some trouble remembering events of the past. Yesterday he stood in this House to talk about youth unemployment. However, he conveniently forgot to mention all the important measures he and his party have voted against to help young Canadians find employment. He omitted the fact that Canada has one of the lowest job unemployment rates in the G7 for youth. He admitted that, and I'll say, if the NDP leader and his party are so worried about jobs for our youth, then why did he stand up and vote against the youth employment strategy that has helped over 50,000 youth receive training, or the Canada Summer Jobs Program that helps over 36,000 young Canadians find jobs every year? Mr. Speaker, our government is doing more than just talking. We're taking action. And I can assure you that the youth in my riding of Simcoe Grey truly appreciate being equipped with the tools they need to find gainful employment. Unfortunately, the NDP don't seem to want to support this, and neither does their leader.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Halifax.
Committed to renew the Crown First Nation relationship, but after failing to act for a full year, he made the same commitment to the National Chief of the AFN on January 11. Yet there was no mention of it in his speech to caucus yesterday. Many First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people are living in poverty, in homes without electricity, and they have no other choice but to send their kids to school that receive a third less funding than other schools in Canada, while Conservative backbenchers and senators are hurling insults. Action is needed now. When will the Prime Minister act to start addressing these serious problems?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I outlined yesterday, this government's priorities remain strengthening Canadian families, making sure that our streets and communities are safe, and strengthening this country and its place in the world. And, of course, on top of them all, Mr. Speaker, making sure we have a strong economy where people of all ages will have opportunities just now, but for the generations to come. These are the priorities we have for all Canadians. They are important to all Canadians, whether they are Anglophone, Francophone, Aboriginal, or New Canadians, and we will continue to pursue them in the best interest of the country.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, today we're debating a motion rather, to have better economic conditions for Aboriginals to be made a key priority in the budget. The government will have to hold these consultations on a nation-to-nation basis and respect treaties. But in his speech to caucus, the Prime Minister didn't make these issues a priority. What's worse, Conservative members and senators have preferred to hurl insults. What priority will Aboriginal peoples receive in the next budget? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our economic action plan will focus on economic growth, job creation, prosperity in 2013 as it did in 2012, and this for the long term. So, Mr. Speaker, those are our priorities for Aboriginal Canadians and all Canadians. I would point out that with our measures, Canada continues to outperform other countries, but there are some challenges that remain, certainly in some Aboriginal communities, and we will continue to work to improving those conditions and to achieve our objectives.
Mr. Speaker, just days after the 25th anniversary of the Morgentaler decision, and just days after we heard the Minister for the Status of Women acknowledge that Canadians don't want the abortion debate reopened, we see another attempt by the Conservative backbench to do just that. These Conservatives are trying to get the RCMP to investigate abortions as murders. Will the government make it clear that this question was settled 25 years ago? Will the Prime Minister make it clear that he and his government understand that abortion is not murder?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think all members of this House, whether they agree with it or not, understand that abortion is legal in Canada, and this government, myself included, have made it very clear that the government does not intend to change the law in this regard.
The honourable member for Parkdale, Hyde Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me begin by saying on behalf of all of us in this House, we wish the Finance Minister well and a speedy recovery.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, today there are 300,000 more unemployed people than prior to the recession. In 2008, the unemployment rate was 11%, now it's 15%. And the youth unemployment rate is twice the national average. What is the government waiting for to put forth concrete steps to deal with these issues that are a threat to our economy? Parliamentary Secretary.
This government has taken action to make sure that youth have opportunities across the entire country. So with the youth employment strategy, we've created over 50,000 new jobs for those young Canadians. In fact, in Budget 2012, huge investments were made to make sure that young Canadians have opportunities to develop skills and contribute to this economy. Unlike the NDP, we're taking action to make sure that young Canadians have opportunities.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the fact is that during the recession, 280,000 young Canadians lost their jobs, and to this day, only about 10% of those jobs have been recovered. Youth unemployment is double the national average, and we're talking about 1 million young Canadians who are out of work. It's no way to build a future economy in this country. So let me try again. What is the government waiting for to take real steps to help the unemployed get back to work?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Human Resources.
Speaker, unlike the NDP, this government has taken action. This government is focused on making sure that young Canadians have opportunities. So whether that be the Canada Student Jobs Program that created 30,000, or I should say 36,000 new jobs for young Canadians, or the 50,000 new permanent jobs for these young Canadians, we're taking action. We're focused. We ask the NDP to join us to make sure that those young Canadians have opportunities.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the annual report of the Department of Aboriginal Affairs, the department says that the target for graduation from high school is going to move over the next 5 years from 35% to 43%, which means if you go on, it's going to take 25 years for First Nation students to reach the same level of graduation as their neighbouring students in the provinces across the country. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, is he aiming high enough, Mr. Speaker?
Good question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said, this government is acutely aware of challenges that remain in First Nations education, notwithstanding the fact that we've made unprecedented investments in building new schools and renovating existing schools. This government has undertaken a consultation with First Nations communities across the country to improve Aboriginal education and to make sure we get the results for the dollars we're spending, because there are tremendous opportunities for Aboriginal people that have a solid education.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, at the same time that the government is cutting back on employment insurance to the detriment of hundreds of thousands of people across the country, the government is also raising the cost of employment insurance to claimants, to all employees and to employers across the country. I wonder if the Prime Minister would now consider, given the slow rate of growth in the economy here and everywhere else in the Western world, whether he wouldn't consider getting rid of this proposed increase in the EI tax.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, the rates charged for employment insurance vary over time to create a balance in the program over time. It is the premiums that cover the cost of the program. That's why this government thinks it is so important not to artificially inflate the size of the EI program. I know the Liberal Party wants to create a 45-day work year under EI across the country. That would drive rates for employees and employers through the roof, increase them by some 35%. We think that's inappropriate.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
The cuts made by the government to employment insurance are cuts that affect seasonal employees, employers, and especially employers in the fishery and tourism industries, and it's affecting the provinces. So who, in fact, is benefiting from these changes? Not the employees, nor the employers, nor the provinces. So it's not benefiting anyone, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, statements by the Liberal Party leader are false. The objective of this government is not to have everyone on EI, it's to create jobs. And we're very happy to show that and to state that the Canadian economy has created 900,000 net new jobs. That is important. But, Mr. Speaker, Well, the program will remain in place for people who can't find a job.
Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, in 2008, the Prime Minister sincerely apologized for the residential school tragedy and promised reconciliation between Aboriginal peoples and other Canadians. But 4 years into its mandate, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission needs these historical records now, not stonewalling from the government. But instead of allowing the Commission to immediately access these documents, the Minister said yesterday his priority was to once again delay so he could examine the court decision. Can the Minister now commit to respecting the court's judgment and make these library and archives records available immediately?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as we've said from the very beginning, we are absolutely committed to honouring our obligations under the Indian Residential Schools Agreement. The Government of Canada recognizes that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission is an important part of the reconciliation process between Aboriginal peoples and all Canadians. We are reviewing the court's decision, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. The reawakening of the Aboriginal peoples is a result of all the promises that have not been kept, the lack of respect for a nation-to-nation relation, and the stonewalling of the Truth and Reconciliation Committee. The NDP is committed to rebuilding this relationship after decades of political inaction, and that's why we're debating a motion today to call on the government to take immediate action in Budget 2013 to bridge the economic gap between Aboriginal peoples and the rest of the Canadian population. If the Minister supports this motion, will he walk the talk?
Mr. Speaker, like Economic Action Plan 2012, Budget 2013 will be focused on jobs and economic opportunity for all Canadians, including First Nations. Protection of Aboriginal treaty rights and consultation with Aboriginals are recognized in our Constitution and statutes. We've made unprecedented investments that will make a concrete difference in people's lives, including skills training, housing on reserves, potable water, schools, treaty rights, protection of the rights of women, and the resolution of land claims. Will continue in that vein. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his remarks to his caucus, as the Prime Minister's remarks to his caucus, as well as comments made by one of his members and senators, aren't a good sign, nor do they represent anything tangible for Aboriginal peoples. The Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, Sean Atleo, wants to see tangible results by the spring. We don't know who's in charge of the file, in fact, in the Prime Minister's office, but can they tell us what tangible action will be taken in order to achieve the commitments that were made during the meeting of 11th of January?
Mr. Speaker, our government is focused on working in partnership with our Aboriginal partners to create jobs and growth for all Canadians, including First Nations.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite. Under the Conservative reign, a minister who contravenes ethical and conflict of interest rules comes out unscathed. No slaps on the wrist, no explanations, nothing, no consequences. The Commissioner of Ethics is calling for the power to impose fines. Perhaps these kinds of increased powers would serve as a deterrent to repeat offenders like the Minister of Industry, who's faced not 1, 2, but 3 investigations. The simple answer is to give these into these requests. Will the government do so? Mr. Speaker, of course our government created the Conflict of Interest Act after the years of scandal and mismanagement by the previous Liberal government. But I can tell this House that we intend to examine the recommendations from the Ethics Commissioner once it has been completed. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I've seen more binding commitments made. Let's stick to the Department of Impunity. I'd like some explanations on the Southern Ontario Fund for Investment in Innovation. The Conservatives created a $20 million secret fund that they're using to lend out amounts of $500,000 here and there, but we don't know who the money's going to. Their cult of secrecy has reached new heights, lending money from government coffers and telling taxpayers that they don't need to know where the money's going or who it's going to. Can they tell us who is benefiting from the money in this slush fund? The Honourable Minister.
Are local leaders of their communities that provide local economic opportunities for those communities. Prior to receiving project funds, each network has to demonstrate that they meet clear guidelines regarding governance, internal administration structures, and comprehensive selection and outreach processes to ensure not only the project's success, but of course, respect for taxpayers' dollars. These are arm's-length community futures development corporations who have been around for 25 years and have proven successful in creating jobs and economic growth.
Honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Speaker, let's get this straight. The Conservatives have set up a $20 million slush fund so unnamed businesses can get secret loans without any public accountability here. What? And the problem with these sweetheart deals is we're talking about taxpayers' dollar. This isn't some Conservative pork fund to give out from the back of the car. Haven't they learned their lesson? This is how boondoggles are born. Where is the commitment to public transparency for taxpayers' money?
Here, here. The Honourable Minister of State. Speaker, as I've already implied, that these community futures development corporations have to sign strict agreements on the use of these funds. This is an arm's-length corporation that deal with local levels of needs in the economic development and, in some cases, the diversification of very small communities. The member opposite is making very obvious reputation denials of these community futures development corporations. He has no evidence of any wrongdoing whatsoever.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, then why is he doing it in secret? You know, exactly. No wonder the Ethics Commissioner's fed up with these guys over here. We have a minister who's found guilty of breaking Section 9 of the Conflict of Interest Law, but rather than coming clean, they've been hiding behind loopholes, they've been trolling the letters of opposition members to obscure the fact that he was found guilty. So no wonder the Ethics Commissioner wants the power to be able to fine these cabinet ministers. So, simple question, will they support the Ethics Commissioner in her desire to strengthen the rules, or are they going to try and gut the act to cover up for those insiders who are continually breaking the law? Simple question.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the other day I read a letter from the Honourable Member from Timmins, James Bay, supporting AVR Radio. It might be interesting to know that the President and the Executive Vice President of AVR actually made donations to the NDP in 2011. This letter to the CRTC went in May 18, 2012. He stands here as the Ethics Commissioner, Ethics SAR for the NDP, and his main argument is that the NDP should be held to a lower standard of ethics than the government, than the Conservative MPs. Perhaps that's what Mary Dawson is talking about.
L'honorable député de Laurier-Saint-Marie.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Order. À l'ordre. L'honorable député de Laurier.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, after slashing CEDA's budget last spring, the new minister spends $25,000 on a retreat with his staff. That might have undercut his message about, quote, being accountable for every nickel. He also wants employees to sign a note saying they will never criticize CEDA or its representative. Wow. Yet, when one of his partisan letters is posted on his department website, he blames CEDA. Mr. Speaker, is the minister trying to silence whistleblowers in his own department?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, nothing could be farther from the truth. Indeed, we developed a code of ethics with the public service, with broad consultation, and indeed the particular code of ethics is in line with the Code of Values and Ethics of the Public Sector, which expects certain standards of ethical behavior. But I would say, on this side of the House, if there is a whistleblower who has found any wrongdoing, we would welcome, and we indeed expect those whistleblowers to bring this to the attention of the public and of relevant authorities.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, in addition to organizing a personal information session that cost $25,000. The Minister of International Cooperation imposed an oath of loyalty on his department. It is very worrisome, and it forbids criticizing CEDA or its representatives. Mr. Speaker, you can't muzzle public officials. If there's abuse of funds or a decision that has potentially disastrous impacts, it has to be pointed out. Why did the minister impose this code? What exactly is he trying to hide? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
In fact, as I just mentioned in this chamber, if there is wrongdoing, if a public servant comes across any form of wrongdoing, we not only expect that public servant to come to the public, and we welcome that, Mr. Speaker, but we also have certain ethical standards, certain standards of behavior that are part of the Code of Values and Ethics of the Public Sector, which the public sector was consulted on, and we also expect them to uphold those high values and ethical standards on behalf of the Canadian public.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Employment insurance reforms have given rise to negative reactions from both employers and employees. In Quebec and the Maritime, seasonal work represents a high percentage of employable earnings under the Act. How will these seasonal employers have any guarantees that they will be able to hire back workers who are already been trained in their respective fields? Has the government planned for any measures along those lines? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Our government is making common sense changes to better connect Canadians with available jobs in their local areas that match their skills. In fact, in my riding of Simcoe Grey, which has many seasonal workers, they are delighted with these changes because it means that there's opportunities for people to stay in their local area, utilizing their local skills, and staying close to their families. These initiatives are clarifying, not changing the responsibilities of Canadians who are collecting EI. And for those who are unable to find employment, employment insurance will continue to be there for them as it always has been.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I asked the Minister specifically about when the personal data on 600,000 Canadians went missing. She refused to confirm when it went missing or whether the data went missing as a result of criminal actions. So I'll ask again very clearly, but this time to the Prime Minister. How long has this hard drive been missing? 2 months? 4 months? 8 months? It's clear questions. Canadians want answers. When was the last time that this hard drive was in the possession of the Minister's department? Simple question. We'd just like an answer.
And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The government takes the privacy of Canadians extremely seriously. This loss by the department is completely unacceptable. The Office of the Privacy Commissioner has been notified and an investigation is ongoing. To safeguard against future incidents, the Minister of HRSDC has taken significant action and will continue to do so. Once again, I will emphasize the government takes this very seriously, and the loss by the department is completely unacceptable.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess they don't take the issue about when they last had contact with that hard drive very seriously. They certainly haven't been forthright with sharing that with the public. Anyway, what about another simple question? What about the information, the private information of the parents or of the spouses? Can the Parliamentary Secretary share with any certainty, has this information been exposed as well?
Good question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister was very clear yesterday, and I will be clear today, that there has been no fraudulent use of this information. And I will emphasize again, the government takes extremely seriously the privacy of Canadians. And the loss by the department of this information is completely unacceptable. The Minister has taken action, and we will continue to do so. The Privacy Commissioner is investigating this, and the loss by the department is completely unacceptable.
We're not having an updated Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. I heard the Prime Minister a bit earlier, and I'm not sure his whole caucus was listening. Only a few days after the 25th anniversary of the Morgentaler decision, and a few days after the Minister responsible for the status of women recognized that Canadians don't want to reopen the debate on abortion. Unfortunately, that's exactly what 3 Conservative backbenchers are doing. They want the RCMP to investigate 3 abortions as if they were murders. Does the government realize that the issue of abortion has been closed for debate for 25 years, and will they stop interfering with a woman's clear right to choose? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Very close attention to what the Prime Minister said. The Prime Minister was very clear on this, Mr. Speaker, that the government will not reintroduce legislation, will not reopen this debate, and the government will continue to concentrate on creating jobs and cracking down on crime, and that should have the complete support of the Honourable Member.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government has allowed the debate to be reopened, despite what they say today. Mr. Speaker, for more than 2 years, the Minister of Health has failed to address the critical issue of drug shortages. Health Canada experts warned that a voluntary system wouldn't work, but the minister ignored them. And now the crisis continues. A recent survey shows that 94% of pharmacists are still experiencing shortages of the drugs that patients need. Why is this minister ignoring the facts and putting the health of Canadians at risk?
Here, here. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our approach has been to work with the provinces and the drug companies so that they can share information about drug shortage publicly on a website. It was also encouraging that this year the health ministers meeting, all ministers agreed to work collaboratively on the issue. We also will continue to monitor whether companies make the information available to doctors and patients, and if they do not, then we are open to considering passing regulations requiring them to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Without prior consultation, last May, Conservatives announced they were closing marine communication stations in Comox, Tofino, and Vancouver. Then they announced they were shutting down the Kitsilano Coast Guard Station, the busiest in the country. 2 decisions imposed on British Columbia and no consultation. Police and fire chiefs, search and rescue officials, mayors, and even the Premier of British Columbia all warned this was a dangerous idea. People's lives will be put at risk. Mr. Speaker, why are Conservatives not listening to British Columbians?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries Nourishment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have addressed both of these issues many times. With regard to the Kitsilano question, Vancouver will have an abundance of federally funded search and rescue assets available to protect and save lives. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, British Columbia is served by 13 search and rescue lifeboats, 2 hovercrafts, and 2 helicopters. Mr. Speaker, changes in Vancouver will have no impact on no negative impact on our ability to respond quickly and effectively to distress incidents on the water. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
But it's not just the Coast Guard. Conservatives have also willfully ignored concerns from across British Columbia about the Northern Gateway Pipeline. Concerns have come from the coast, from communities along the proposed route, and First Nations, and these voices of British Columbians have been dismissed by this government. These years have been clear. We want to protect our sensitive coastal environments, and we want to protect the good jobs that come from a clean environment. So why are Conservatives refusing to listen? Why are they gutting our environmental protection laws? Why are they running roughshod over British Columbians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. The member opposite knows that. He knows full well that the Northern Gateway Pipeline is being reviewed by an independent panel. That panel is basing its determination on science, not on, in spite of what he would like, not on partisanship, Mr. Speaker. The review is an open process. People have been able to come and make their presentations. Interested parties, including Aboriginal groups, have come and expressed their views. So the member opposite should take his own advice and be willing to listen to the people, and we will see where this project goes when the review is done.
There you go. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. In this time of global economic turbulence, countries around the world are looking to Canada as a model of economic leadership. In fact, just a few days ago, Tom Donahue, the president of the American Chamber of Commerce, said, and I quote, "The great Canadian miracle is something we should follow." Now, that's because our Conservative government's economic action plan is keeping taxes low, we're growing the economy and helping create jobs and returning to balanced budgets. Would the Minister of Industry update Canadians on the state of the Canadian economy?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from York Centre for the question. Today, Statistics Canada announced another month of positive economic growth in November, along with the creation of over 900,000 net new jobs since July 2009. Wow. It's no wonder both the IMF and the OECD project that Canada will continue to be among the G7's economic leaders in the years ahead. Monsieur le Président,
But, Mr. Speaker, there are still challenges. That's why we have to keep focusing on jobs, the economy, and managing public finances, unlike the Liberals and the NDP who are proposing a carbon tax. That would be irresponsible. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' policies are starting to hit Canadians' paychecks. The EI reform is forcing the unemployed to take lower-paying jobs outside their field of work. The minister's reform is going to hurt workers, their families, and our regional economies. Does the minister realize she won't be able to replace the skilled workers in seasonal industries who are forced to quit those jobs and take a 30% pay cut?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
What the member opposite has said is completely false. What we're doing is focused on making sure that Canadians have opportunities for jobs in their local areas that match their skills. What would be better than having a job close to home where you can support your family? Right. What the opposition member said is completely false. So let's be clear. We want to make sure that Canadians are better connected to jobs. That's why this government's plan has created 920,000 net new jobs.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the government's talking points clearly don't fit the reality that Canadians are facing. There are 5 unemployed Canadians for every vacant job, and it's even worse in the regions that have most to lose from the government's heartless changes. But the minister doesn't seem to care. If you can't find a job, you lose your EI. Will the minister at least admit that this is the exact opposite of what the system is meant to do for workers who have paid for this insurance?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if the member opposite heard what I just said. This government has created 920,000 net new jobs for Canadians. So the changes that we're making to employment insurance is to better connect Canadians with the jobs that are available in their local areas, to match their local skills. And for those that are unfortunately unable to find employment insurance will continue to be there for them as it always has been.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-la-Madeleine. Mr. Speaker, a coalition has let the Minister of Human Resources know that a delegation of representatives would like to meet with her on February 27th to discuss the impact of EI reform in eastern Quebec. Is the Minister aware of this request? Will she meet with them? Yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I will reiterate again, this government is focused on job creation and economic growth. We've created 920,000 net new jobs under our economic action plan. The changes that are being made to employment insurance are to clarify, not change the responsibilities that Canadians have with respect to EI, and employment insurance will continue to be there for them when they require it if they're temporarily unemployed. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, we won't be surprised if the minister doesn't want to meet with those people because she doesn't even think she's done a reform. The Conservatives are treating seasonal workers in Atlantic Canada and Quebec unfairly. Even the Deputy Premier of New Brunswick said so. The end of the pilot project is going to hurt us. The benefits are running out, the black hole is approaching, and our whole economy is going to suffer. Will the minister reverse her decision before it's too late? Or is she going to push our workers onto welfare? Aren't you ashamed of stealing the money from workers? Come off it.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the government has as common sense changes to employment insurance to make sure we're better connecting Canadians with available jobs. And I know this in my local riding in Simcoe Grey, where there's many seasonal workers. That's exactly what these changes are going to be doing. And they're clarifying for my constituents exactly what they need to do to make sure that they have access to employment insurance if they require it. So whether it's the new Enhanced Jobs Alert Program or whether it's the enhancement to the Youth Employment Strategy of $50 million in last year's budget, these are things we're doing to create new jobs. In fact, we created 920,000 net new jobs over the course of the Economic Action Plan.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, a few minutes ago, the member from York West asked the Parliamentary Secretary a very simple question. When did the Human Resources Department last have the missing data? And the Parliamentary Secretary did not answer the question. So I'm going to give her another chance. Perhaps somebody has briefed her at this point. Did she not answer the question because the government doesn't know when they last had that information? Is this the kind of incompetence that we can expect from the Conservative government when they're protecting the private data on the lives of Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The government, as I mentioned before, takes the privacy of Canadians extremely seriously.
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has the floor.
As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, the government takes the privacy of Canadians extremely seriously, and the loss of this information by the department is completely unacceptable. To safeguard against future incidents, the minister has taken action, and this is an ongoing investigation.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, there's not been serious review or reform of Canada's tax system since the Carter Commission reforms back in 1972. Our tax code is so dated, so bloated, and so complicated that even the CAs and the CGAs are seeking tax simplification. Under the Conservatives, in fact, the tax code has grown by almost 20%. Will the government commit to not continuing this trend of further complicating Canada's tax code in the upcoming budget? And when will the government consider presenting real review, real reform, and a fairer and simpler tax system for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a surprising comment coming from a Liberal actually making taxes fair. The only thing I've ever heard previously from Liberals is let's raise taxes on Canadians. We hear that every day from them. We hear it from the NDP opposition. In fact, they've actually put a quantifying number on it. $21 billion is how high they want to raise their taxes, Mr. Speaker. We have focused on reducing taxes, making it simpler for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, but most of all, reducing their tax burden. In fact, for a family of four, they're paying less, $3,000 less now than they were before.
The honourable member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives still haven't learned their lesson. The abrupt closure of the Buffalo consulate was a real fiasco. And now they're going to close the Canadian consulates in Detroit and Seattle, with thousands of files already stuck in the backlog for 2 to 3 years. They're about to make the exact same mistake over again. With those affected by the Buffalo closure still waiting for help, how does the minister intend to deal with all these new files? What's his plan? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the question reflects the staggering ignorance of the opposition when it comes to immigration. The offices in Detroit and Seattle dealt virtually exclusively with temporary visas, not permanent visas. Applications for permanent residency, which were processed in Buffalo and moved to Ottawa, are being processed more quickly than before. We've cut almost in half the overall backlog of permanent residence applications. Unfortunately, the opposition has opposed every positive step we've taken.
Mr. Speaker, it's been 9 long months, and 85% of the files are still waiting to be processed. We've been calling on the Conservatives to take action on the forgotten applications from Buffalo. Instead, the minister is making matters worse, closing the Detroit and Seattle immigration offices without a plan. How can the minister suggest these families, men, women and children, will be treated any better than those from Buffalo? Still waiting, still forgotten.
of Citizenship and Immigration.
Frankly, Mr. Speaker, the more they ask you about these issues, the more they reflect that they have no understanding of our immigration system. The offices at Seattle and Detroit dealt almost entirely with visitor visas, not permanent residency visas. They're mixing apples and oranges. But, Mr. Speaker, here's the real problem. We had a total immigration backlog of permanent residency applications that capped out at 1 million. It's now close to 600,000 thanks to the actions this government has taken. That means we've dramatically reduced processing times. But if the opposition, the two parties there, had their way, if they had defeated the power of ministerial instructions in the Immigration Act, the backlog today would be 1.6 million with 15-year wait times, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Crown has played an integral role in shaping Canada's unique history. It's central to our institutions of government and at the very heart of our democratic institutions. The Crown is particularly relevant as we mark the final days of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II's Diamond Jubilee year. Like all institutions, the Canadian Crown has evolved over time, and today our government is introducing legislation to formally assent to the next step in this evolution. Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage please tell this House more about his legislation?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you. Yes, today we have tabled legislation that will ensure that gender equality will indeed be in place for all successors to the throne. This modernization makes good sense. The Prime Minister told Canadians that we would put this reform forward, and we are. And given the context of what we know this legislation is about in the near future, I want to say on behalf of the government, and I think indeed all members of Parliament, that we do indeed wish the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge all the best in the coming months and indeed many years. Thank you.
The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, a funeral can cost as much as $13,000, yet Veterans Affairs provides only $3,600 to the Last Post Fund to bury low-income soldiers if they meet the outdated eligibility requirements. In the last 6 years, over 66% of applications to the fund were rejected, which meant over 20,000 veterans didn't even qualify. Department officials and stakeholder organizations have asked this government for changes for years. Our veterans deserve to be buried with dignity. Will the government do the right thing and increase the amount available for funerals of our veterans?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, since 2006, more than 10,000 veterans and their family have benefited from the funeral and burial program. Unlike the Liberal, Mr. Speaker, who cut this very program, we have brought benefits and programs to veterans at an unprecedented level over the last 7 years under the leadership of our Prime Minister, and we're always interested in looking at ways we can improve our program. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, without warning, the Conservatives have cut the direct mailing of tax packages to Canadians, which has a disproportionate effect on seniors. And the Conservatives' plan to get more people to file their taxes online has security experts raising alarm bells that the new system is opening up greater chances for fraud. Now, Mr. Speaker, as the Privacy Commissioner now conducts her investigation, will the Minister now commit to send tax packages to Canadians until the matter is resolved?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The way that Canadians file their taxes is changing, and we are changing to meet those needs, Mr. Speaker. Taxpayers can still file on paper. Tax forms are available on request or at their local post office or at a Service Canada Centre, Mr. Speaker. But I have to tell this House that last year more than 1.3 million packages were mailed out and never used. That's 80 million pieces of paper that ended up in the garbage. We don't think that that's the best, most efficient use of our resources.
The honourable member for Brampton Springdale.
Mr. Speaker, our government has consistently put victims first. While there is nothing more difficult than losing a loved one, more measures of closure can be found when Canada's missing are located and are able to be laid to rest. Could the Minister of Public Safety please update the House on steps that have been taken to ensure that law enforcement has effective tools to help locate missing individuals and identify remains?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that the RCMP has launched a new national website for missing persons and unidentified remains at canadasmissing.ca. This website gives the public a chance to make a difference to help bring closure to the families of victims of sampling of missing persons case across Canada. We will continue to build on our government's strong record of standing up for victims.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Mr. Speaker, all across the country, young people are trying to find work, but they're running up against closed doors. Their unemployment rate is twice the national average. If jobs for my generation were truly a priority for the Conservatives, the unemployment rate wouldn't be as bad now as it was in 2009 at the height of the recession. Conservative inaction has meant $11 billion in lost earnings for young Canadians of my generation. So what's the Conservatives' concrete plan to fight the abnormally high youth unemployment rate? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
For the opposition member is why doesn't the NDP make this a priority and support what this government is doing with the youth employment strategy to make sure that young Canadians have opportunities for employment? This government's been focused on creating jobs. In fact, 920,000 net new jobs, 50,000 of which through the youth employment strategy. I encourage the NDP, when they're given another chance, support our youth employment strategy because that's what helps create Canadian jobs.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, tonight we'll be debating federal funding for the Lower Churchill project. In addition to the Conservatives and Liberals, even Quebec NDP MPs are ignoring both of the Quebec National Assembly's unanimous motions condemning that financial assistance. They're allowing Ottawa to use Quebecers' tax dollars to support a project that's going to compete head-on with Hydro-Quebec, a crown corporation that the Quebec nation built all by itself. Will the government take this opportunity just a few hours before the debate to finally respect Quebec and refuse to finance this project, which is unfair to the Quebec nation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Respect all provinces and all jurisdictions across this country, but the Lower Churchill will provide significant economic benefits to the Atlantic region, and it will also, Mr. Speaker, substantially reduce greenhouse gas emissions. At peak employment, it will provide 3,100 jobs for the Atlantic region, reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 4.5 megatons. Mr. Speaker, that's the equivalent of over 1 million cars. Our government's signing of the term sheet for the loan shows our government's support for Newfoundland and Labrador and the Atlantic region.
That concludes question period for today. I believe the Honourable Member for Skinner-Oakley Valley would like to ask the traditional Thursday question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise on behalf of the official opposition to ask the government what it reserves for the House for the rest of this week and next week. During this first week, we've seen that the government does not have a concrete legislative or ambitious plan. Perhaps it's a good thing if we think of the irresponsible legislation that the Prime Minister's office normally has for us. The only thing we were able to see yesterday was a new time allocation, the 28th, for this government in this session. One more measure to undermine our democratic process.
That's the way, if his government intends to call the remainder of this week and the beginning of next, will they call Bill C-32, an act to amend the Civil Marriages Act? This is a bill that was introduced on February 17th of 2012, an act we've committed to seeing expeditiously through this House for a debate and a standing vote. Or will they finally call Bill C-30, that much unloved bill, the Internet snooping bill that seems to be sitting continually in Conservative legislative purgatory, never to see the light of day? I'm also curious if the Minister has an update for this House and for Canadians about the current situation in Mali and this Parliament's opportunity to debate Canada's role in Mali.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me wish you and all honourable members a Happy New Year. I'm looking forward to 2013 being yet another hard-working, orderly and productive year in the House of Commons.
Last 200 sitting days between the election and today, Parliament has seen 3/4 of the government's legislation pass through at least one of the two chambers, and in fact a majority of the bills we've introduced have made it all the way to entering the statute books. I do look forward to seeing the government add to this record of accomplishment. On the question of Bill C-32, I will offer again to my friend that we could pass that bill right now at all stages if the NDP is agreeable. I believe that's something that is a reasonable course of action. Today, of course, we are debating an Opposition Day motion from the New Democratic Party.
Tomorrow and Monday, Mr. Speaker, will see us start considering second reading of Bill C-52, the Fair Rail Freight Service Act. If we have time, we will go back to the second reading debate on Bill C-48, the Technical Tax Amendments Act 2012. Wednesday, we'll see us finish third reading of Bill C-43, the Faster Removal of Foreign Criminals Act. Tuesday and Thursday shall be the second and third allotted days, Mr. Speaker. I understand that both of those will go to the official opposition. And then, if we have not previously finished Bill C-52 and C-48, we will return to them next Friday. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations among the parties and respecting a take-note debate on the situation in Mali, and I'm pleased to move, seconded by the Chief Government Whip, that a take-note debate on the subject of the conflict in Mali take place pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 on Tuesday, February 5th, 2013. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed, agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer has a point of order.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to propose the following motion: that the conclusion of today's debate on the motion, on the opposition motion, on behalf of the member for Nanaimo, Cowichan, any question necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put, and that a standard recording division be deemed demanded and deferred until Tuesday, February 5th, 2013, at the end of the period provided for government orders. The honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion.
Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. The Chair has notice of a question of privilege from the honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to raise a question that I think is extremely important. It is a little bit of a follow-up what I had raised last June, and you will remember it had been settled in a friendly manner, but I want to talk about a difficulty of getting information from the Minister of Public Works and Government Services Canada with regard to the question that is quite relevant today. At the beginning of January 2011, Mr. Speaker, the ZAC, the BIA, Business Improvement Area in Vanier, called me to get information with regard to grants. As you know, the Crown does not pay property tax, but the government had legislated for grants in lieu of tax be paid to municipalities in which government buildings were located. The BIA wanted information on the operation of the program, not privileged information. So I called the public servant responsible for the program at the Department of Public Works, and I left a message saying that I would like to speak to this individual. A few minutes later, perhaps 15 minutes later, my office received a call from the Minister of Public Works office advising us that if we wanted any information whatsoever, that we had to go through the Minister's office. Okay. Well, we needed the information, so I said okay, and I asked for a briefing session to be held, which took place 2 weeks after that date. So 2 weeks after that date, in an office here, 3 people involved. The person I called and his 2 associates came. 3 people from BIA came, 2 assistants from the Minister's office and myself, and we had an exchange of information, Mr. Speaker. This was information that was quite neutral. In other words, not privileged information. These were purely public information with regard to the operation of the program, because the people from the BIA were having difficulty. In fact, this is not relevant to the question. However, but what happened at the end of the meeting is this. The main public servant gave his business card to the director of the Vanier BIA and said, if you need any further information, please call me directly or send me an email. Oh, I said, well, are you telling me then that she can call you and that you can provide information to her without a problem, but that I cannot and I must pass through the minister's office? And she said, yes. In fact, Mr. Bélanger, in fact, you must go through the minister's office. That is the instructions that I was given. It is unfortunate that the person who is elected to represent these individuals cannot get the information, but this individual can get it directly. The information had been communicated, so I didn't make anything of it. Perhaps I should have, and perhaps this was my mistake, because this has created two problems. Mr. Speaker, first of all, it has created a whole bunch of useless, pointless work and made communication completely ineffective. And this also puts into question the professionalism of our public servants, because if, in fact, a member of Parliament asks for information, that if this information is privileged, then the MP should not get that information. But if it's public information, then that information should be provided, particularly since we're elected to represent these individuals and they can get this information. This is the situation. And now I want to talk about the current case. The second important file with regard to my riding, which I'm honored to represent, is development of the Rockcliffe military base.
December 3rd, last December 3rd, I called to have the Canada Lands Corporation. I hired a gentleman called Don Schultz. He's a consultant, and he has, over the last few months, met with just about everybody who has any interest in this file. All community associations have been met. United Way has been met. The local city councillor has been met twice. He's met neighbors from my neighbors. He's met, Mr. Speaker, he's met everybody. And I am not criticizing Mr. Schultz. I need that to be very clear. All I've heard about him is very, very good, very positive. He's attentive, he follows up, he's doing a very good job of listening and getting a sense. So I called on December 3rd, after he's been at this for a few months, to get a sense of how things are going, this being a most important file in the riding that I have the honor of representing here. The answer I got is that he could not meet with me unless he had authorization from the Office of the Minister of Public Works. Whoa. This is getting interesting, Mr. Speaker. I think it brings up the same kind of problems as I've just mentioned. It causes all kinds. Why should I have to go to the minister's office when he's meeting everybody without any authorization from the minister's office? But the elected representatives of these people, he therefore has to get permission. Today, Mr. Speaker, today, and that's why I'm bringing it up today, from the office of the minister, I got a notice that a briefing will not be possible. Perhaps we could arrange a conference call. Well, Mr. Speaker, this is the question of privilege that I need to raise. As elected officials, information is our lifeblood. If we can't get access to information that everybody else seems to be able to get without any hurdles, there seems to be a problem here. And there's an insidiousness here that is frightening, Mr. Speaker, because I've had a number of conversations with colleagues from the opposite side, on the government side. Never has any one of them ever told me they had a problem accessing information concerning problems in the riding in which they represent. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like you to look into this matter, because I believe here you have a situation which is significantly problematic. If the government has instructed public servants, A, not to speak to us, and therefore not trusting their professionalism, and B, slows things down purposefully through the minister's office so that we can't get information, what does that say, Mr. Speaker? Does it say that they're trying purposefully to put us in a situation where we will not be able to defend the interests of the constituents we were elected to represent? Mr. Speaker, I very seldom, I think my colleagues know, I try to work positively, I try to work constructively, and I've done that for a number of years now, Mr. Speaker. But this thing here is problematic, and I know that colleagues on this side and in the NDP have had the same problem. So I believe, Mr. Speaker, you have a responsibility as our Speaker to protect us and our privilege of having a level playing field of access to information to the benefit of the constituents we've been elected to represent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening closely. I don't know a lot about the circumstances here, but I expect the government will want to come back with some further submissions. But I will observe that I did not hear any aspect of the duties or responsibilities of a member of Parliament that was impaired or in any way blocked, that his abilities to perform them were impaired in any particular way, which I think is fundamental to raising a point of privilege like this.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Somewhat similarly but different, we also would like to seek to enter this debate at some point, having not yet heard the details of the case other than what my colleague has expressed so far. But many of my colleagues have faced a number of obstructions from civil servants who had previously been quite open to allowing members the access to information which the public do, and things being referred to the Prime Minister's office through the PCO in a way that makes it impossible to find out things that are sometimes we find out later available online. And there's this control element that seems to be happening in this government that specifically targets members of the opposition and therefore, in fact, does impinge upon our privileges as MPs to try to do the work on behalf of our constituents, which much of that work is based on information which only the government has. So these are not state secrets. These are things that are generally and broadly most people would see as available. And the government seems to have some sort of strategy in which all things have to be referred back to the central command and prevent us from doing work that we were elected to do. So we'll reserve the right to come back to this once we review the details, and I look forward to your ruling.
I thank the honourable members for their intervention and look forward to future submissions on this question. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion standing in the name of Ms. Crowther regarding Aboriginal Canadians.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to speak to this motion tabled by the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan and appreciate the working relationship that we have on the Standing Committee. Mr. Speaker, this government's #1 focus is on creating jobs, economic growth, and long-term prosperity for all Canadians, for Aboriginal and non-Aboriginals alike. We're seeing the results of this work. As the Prime Minister said yesterday, the global economy remains fragile, but Canada has produced more than 900,000 net new jobs in recent years. This is no small feat in the current economic climate. As we move forward in 2013, our focus remains on the economy. We know that in order to continue to develop, provide our children with access to good education, train for the job skills of tomorrow, reduce red tape, and equip our businesses to succeed worldwide. This includes, Mr. Speaker, expanding opportunities for Aboriginal peoples to fully participate in the economy. We know that there are tremendous opportunities to promote and encourage greater Aboriginal participation in the economy, and we remain committed to working with willing partners to do exactly that. We are focused on removing barriers to economic development on reserve, helping Aboriginal people develop the skills they need to enter the workforce, and providing First Nations communities and the regions they're located in with greater autonomy to manage their own land and resources. We can all agree, Mr. Speaker, that increasing Aboriginal participation in the economy is one of the most effective ways to improve the well-being and quality of life of Aboriginal peoples in Canada. It is also vital to Canada's future economic prosperity. Depuis que le plan d'action
Since the Economic Action Plan was implemented in response to the world economic crisis, Canada has recovered more than the economic performance and jobs it lost during the recession. The number of jobs increased by over 750,000 since July of 2009 and now stands at 260,000 jobs more than the previous summit reached before the recession, which represents the strongest job growth amongst G7 countries. These numbers are very reassuring for Canadians, given the uncertainty which continues to bedevil the world economy.
Strength, Mr. Speaker, is the continued participation of Aboriginal peoples in the economy. The natural resource sector is an important case in point. Canada's natural resource sector employs close to 800,000 Canadians. The mining sector is the largest private employer of Aboriginal people. 7.5% of its workforce is Aboriginal, while Aboriginal people represent 4.3% of the workforce in the energy sector and 10% in the oil sands. The resource sectors also generate billions of dollars worth of tax royalties and revenues annually to help pay for government programs and services. Our resource strength is set to continue to expand well into the future. We currently estimate that over the next decade there's the potential for as many as 600 new projects representing more than $650 billion investments across the country in resource development. Some of those will be taking place in northwestern Ontario, in the Great Kenora riding. These projects will create jobs across our region and throughout Canada, and they'll continue to substantially improve our country's economic prosperity. In fact, the numbers continue to climb as new opportunities are identified. Resource development, Mr. Speaker, is vitally important to Aboriginal communities across Canada. Take, for example, Fort McKay First Nation in Alberta. They have the largest business relationship with oil sands producers of any First Nation community. Fort McKay has gone from a single janitorial contract in 1986 to corporations with 2008 reported earnings of over $120 million. Unemployment in the community is under 5%, with a youth centre, a health clinic, and new housing complex with 100 homes rented to community members. Now, prior to the development of diamond mines in the Northwest Territories, the Tliko First Nation had small local businesses and traditional pursuits. Today, they have a far more diversified economic activity, ranging from retailing to multi-million-dollar mining service companies. Mr. Speaker, there are many more examples of our government partnering with Aboriginal communities on resource development projects through the Aboriginal Business Development Program. The Kitsaki Mining Limited Partnership is a $3 million commercial mining extraction equipment project for use in the operations of open pit and underground Golden Band Resources LaRange gold mine project in Saskatchewan. Our government contributed $1.1 million to this project. Just last week, the Minister was in British Columbia to announce new regulations under the First Nations Commercial and Industrial Development Act that will allow for the Kitimat LNG liquefied natural gas facility on the Haisla First Nations Bees Indian Reserve No. 6 to move forward. This natural gas facility will provide Canada's energy producers with a doorway to overseas markets, in addition to creating well-paying, skilled jobs and economic opportunities for the Haisla First Nation and the entire northwestern region of British Columbia. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, it is clear that these economic development projects are beneficial for every sector of the Canadian economy, especially for First Nations communities. And this is why it is important that Canada create the necessary conditions to attract international investment to its provinces and territories. This includes regulatory reform north and south of the 60th parallel. Streamlined and clearly outlined regulations will provide businesses the certainty they need to take advantage of economic opportunities and to maximize the use of the resource sector in order to create jobs everywhere in Canada, including for Native people, while protecting the environment.
In 2009, this government fundamentally changed the way we do business with Aboriginal peoples. Instead of promoting economic development using an outdated, ad hoc approach that we'd seen in governments prior, we are focused on forging strategic partnerships with willing partners, developing innovative ways to overcome the traditional structural barriers to economic opportunity in Aboriginal communities. This includes growing private sector partnerships and investments, strengthening Aboriginal entrepreneurship, having small business centres on reserves, including isolated and remote First Nations communities, developing the Aboriginal labour force through skills and development investments, skills and trade investments in HRSDC, and enhancing the value of Aboriginal assets. Grâce à cette approche,
Under this approach, our government is working hand in hand with its partners to ensure that First Nations benefit from the same job opportunities, revenues, and wealth creation as all other Canadians.
Created or contributed over $45 million annually to support Aboriginal business development, Aboriginal participation in large-scale energy and resource development projects, and improved access to capital for Aboriginal business development opportunities. We're also working with Aboriginal peoples to remove the structural barriers that are holding them back for participating fully in the economy. For example, just this past month, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development announced that that 8 more First Nations will soon be operating or developing their land codes under the First Nations Land Management Act. These 8 First Nations, Mr. Speaker, joined the 18 First Nations that were added last January, bringing the total number of First Nations benefiting from this regime to 69 First Nations communities. This regime gives First Nations freedom from the 34 land-related sections under the Indian Act and provides First Nations with greater autonomy by taking the minister out of the equation and giving them back control over their reserve lands and its resources. More specifically, First Nations can now determine how they want to develop and protect and use their own land on reserve. The benefits of this regime are clear. First Nations operating with their own land codes are successfully taking advantage of more and more economic development opportunities because they are able to operate at the speed of business. Imagine that. For example, Whitecap Dakota First Nation in Saskatchewan has been operating under FNLA since 2004. Since that time, over 700 jobs have been created in the community, and they currently generate approximately $90 million in revenue annually. Incredible. Last spring, Bill C-38 amended the First Nations Land Management Act, FNLMA, to enable First Nations operating under the Act to further unlock economic development potential of their reserve land. These amendments simplified the process for developing their own land codes, further removing legislative barriers that were preventing or delaying First Nations from taking full advantage of the benefits of assuming full responsibility for their lands under FNLMA. More recently, as part of Bill C-45, Jobs and Growth Act 2012, our government introduced amendments to the land designation provisions of the Indian Act that will allow First Nations to more quickly pursue economic development opportunities through leasing portions of the reserve land while retaining full ownership of their lands. These amendments respond to many First Nations who have expressed frustration at the cumbersome and time-consuming process that existed previously, and which had negatively impacted their ability to attract and retain investors at the speed of business. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there has been a lot of misinformation spread in the media and in the First Nations communities as to what these amendments involve. And I want to reiterate that these amendments have nothing, I repeat, nothing to do with land surrender. This has to do with the leasing of land for economic development purposes through a decision-making process that takes place in First Nations communities by their citizens and their government. It really is as simple as that.
But our government is working in partnership not only with our Native partners, we are also working with provincial and territorial governments and with the private sector to increase the participation of Aboriginal people in key sectors of the Canadian economy. For example, in 2010, we launched an initiative on the creation of strategic partnerships which help Aboriginal Canadians take advantage of opportunities in the area of resource extraction, which are complex and market-based, and in particular in priority sectors of the Canadian economy, such as forestry, the fisheries, mining, energy, and agriculture.
The initiative has supported more than 60 Aboriginal communities and some of the largest resource development opportunities across Canada, including the Ring of Fire in Northern Ontario, the Lower Churchill Project, energy project in Atlantic Canada. However, Mr. Speaker, we are not only focused on resource projects south of 60. We know that Canada's north is home to world-class natural resources representing tremendous economic potential. During his trip to the north this past August, Prime Minister stated that our government is committed to ensuring that Northerners benefit from the tremendous natural resource reserves that are found in their region. For the benefits to flow, it is necessary to get resource projects up and running in an effective, responsible, and sustainable way, to put agreements in place with territorial governments and First Nations to ensure that revenues generated by these initiatives are to the direct benefit and stay where they belong, up in the north. To this end, Mr. Speaker, our government has taken significant steps to reduce red tape and streamline regulatory requirements in the north. We've introduced Bill C-47, the Northern Jobs and Growth Act, in the House of Commons on November 6, 2012. This bill is currently before committee, and if passed into law, the proposed legislation will increase certainty and help create a better climate for private sector investment and development across the territories. This bill includes the Nunavut Planning and Project Assessment Act and the Northwest Territories Surface Rights Board Act. It also includes amendments related to the Yukon Surface Rights Board Act. These measures fulfill outstanding legislative obligations under the Nunavut Land Claim Agreement, as well as the Gwich'in and Sahtu Land Claim Agreements. They also respond to calls from Aboriginal groups, government, and the private sector for improvements to regulatory processes in the north. L'amélioration des régimes réglementaires.
Improving regulatory regimes in the north with regard to the abundant natural resources of the north could create prosperity in Canada and create thousands of jobs for dozens of years. And the concrete measures we are taking in the Northern Jobs and Growth Act will free this potential. Our government will continue to extract Canada's abundant natural resources to the benefit of all Canadians, including Native peoples. Our vision is forward-looking. It is a vision in which First Nations are autonomous and prosperous, where they manage their own activities and contribute to a large extent to the general well-being of our country.
To take concrete steps to build the conditions necessary for Aboriginal communities to participate more fully in Canada's economy. In closing, Mr. Speaker, we remain committed to work with willing partners to improve the long-term prosperity, health, and sustainability of Aboriginal people, their communities, and all Canadians. Thank you for this opportunity.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with great interest to the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, and I have two questions for him. The first one is that after the January 11th Crown First Nations meeting, the Assembly of First Nations issued a press release that indicated that they didn't want to be drawn into a programmatic discussion and did not want to waste time going over rhetorical ground or listening to a number of statements from the Minister. But what they really wanted was to see a fundamental change in the machinery of government, including direct political oversight. So I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary could indicate when that dedicated Cabinet Committee with a Secretariat from the Privy Council will be put in place. And secondly, will the Conservatives be supporting our NDP motion?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The general consensus from all stakeholders and participants in that important meeting that we held during the Christmas break, if you will, or the winter break, was a productive, collegial, cordial discussion, of course, that lays out a path moving forward for partnerships. Obviously, there are a couple of meetings that will take place, and we know that within the Assembly of First Nations and First Nations leadership across the country, they are working through a process, Mr. Speaker, that will ensure they are clear on their objectives moving forward, what their inputs are like, to the extent that this process is going to move forward, and we're doing the same thing. And I thank the member for her question.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, first, I have a comment. First Nations people and Inuit face serious health challenges, such as high rates of chronic and infectious diseases and a shorter life expectancy than Canadians. 15% of new HIV and AIDS infections occur in Aboriginal people. Compared to the general Canadian population, heart disease is 1.5 times higher, type 2 diabetes is 3 to 5 times higher, tuberculosis infection rates are 8 to 10 times higher, 185 times higher in Inuit populations, suicide rates are 11 times higher in Inuit populations, and among the highest in the world. I'd like to hear, how can we accept this in Canada?
Parliamentary Secretary.
I appreciate the enthusiasm of that particular member, Mr. Speaker. It bears noting that I spent a great deal of my career through the 90s as a nurse living and working in isolated First Nations communities where these statistics were unfortunately put together. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, healthy and sustainable First Nations communities depend on being fully integrated in economic development in their respective regions. That is a key determinant, Mr. Speaker. There are health facilities working and great nurses in the extended role, offering a myriad of different programs of full partnership with health authorities that are transitioning and identifying their priorities in key areas. The Minister of Health, who comes from the North, has done a great job in these regards, and we're going to stay on that track, working with willing partners and improving the health and sustainability of First Nations communities moving forward.
Some comments. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd really like to acknowledge the hard work the Parliamentary Secretary and the member from Kenora has done. I really appreciate his personal commitment to making the lives of Aboriginals better. Where my question is involved is in regards to the streamline of designations in the provisions of the Indian Act. Could the member please explain the importance of land designations to us here tonight?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the member's question. Land designations, of course, allow First Nations to collect property tax, lease land to third-party businesses, and develop their mineral and oil gas resources. Some of the most successful First Nations in Canada, Mr. Speaker, such as the Osoyoos Indian Band and the Kamloops Indian Band, could not have achieved their success without designating their lands. Oil and gas producing First Nations collectively generated more than $1 billion in royalties over the last 5 years. The recent amendments, Mr. Speaker, to lands designation will make it easier for communities interested in pursuing these kinds of commercial and industrial economic development opportunities. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with interest to my friend's comments and his speech. He was asked a direct question by my friend from Nanaimo, Cowichan, just recently. I wonder if he can answer it. The Opposition Day motion that we've put forward from the New Democrats says that it calls on the government to make improvement of economic outcomes for First Nations. Sounds exactly like his speech. Inuit and Métis, a central focus of Budget 2013, and to commit to action on treaty implementation and full and meaningful consultation on legislation that affects the rights of Aboriginal Canadians. Also, much of what was said in his speech, as required by domestic and international law. So our motion here says improve the lot of First Nations. Our motion says follow the law. Our motion says many of the things that my honourable colleague said in his speech. So the question is simple. Will he support the New Democrats' motion on First Nations and their economic and social success in this country?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker, and we're very pleased with the trajectory that we're on and working with willing partners like Economic Action Plan 2012 and 2013. We'll be focused on jobs and opportunities for all Canadians, which include First Nations and their communities. Obviously, the protection of Aboriginal treaty rights and consultations with Aboriginals are recognized in our Constitution and statute. While the Declaration is not legally binding, of course, Canada endorsed the aspirational document as a significant step forward in strengthening relationships with Aboriginal peoples. We have made unprecedented investments into things that will make a concrete difference in people's lives, and every single time on the issue of whether they support something or not, the NDP vote against it. Comment ça, là? Hello.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Desnathy, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the First Nations Lands Management Act here, and I want to ask my colleague. When we see participating First Nations communities and getting involved in the First Nations Lands Management Act, what it does, it gets rid of 1/3 of the Indian Act. You see economic opportunities improve in business up to 40% with willing partners or willing communities on First Nations reserves. I'd just like to point out some numbers here. We look at First Nations attracted approximately about $53 million in internal investment and close to $100 million in external investment. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development please give us some examples on these concrete steps that the Government of Canada is working with willing First Nations to improve the economic opportunities in the North and across Canada?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
I thank the member not only for his question, but I thank him for his important work on something that there is broad consensus in this place for, Mr. Speaker, and that is to work away at removing, in a responsible way, parts of the Indian Act that either no longer apply to the modern circumstances of our country and for First Nations people and their communities. And he is taking us an important step down that path through his private member's bill. Importantly, the First Nations Land Management Act, Mr. Speaker, is going to puts communities out from underneath more than a third of the statutes in the Indian Act. This is seen as progress both from First Nations communities, their leadership, and as the government, Mr. Speaker, it gives them the opportunity and flexibility to focus on the economic priorities of their community, which of course have a positive impact on the social, the health, and sustainability of their respective communities. Thank you.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to tell the Parliamentary Secretary that ever since the beginning of the debate, I heard members of his government, especially the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, tell us to what extent it's important to consult First Nations before imposing anything on them, whereas his government did the exact opposite. When we had the two mammoth bills, these directly affected the rights of First Nations. So I'm asking the Parliamentary Secretary, doesn't he think that a government should imitate what Quebec did with the Peace of the Braves and negotiate before? We negotiated before. We consulted them before coming up with this agreement. Not everything is perfect. Not everything is settled in Quebec, but at least we took this first step, and maybe the federal government could use this as an example. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. There are many examples where our government consulted the Aboriginals, for example, drinking water, wastewater. In education, we're starting a process regarding education, for instance, where we will be working with the communities throughout Canada, specifically our provincial partners too, to ensure that Aboriginal youth and children have the same opportunities that our children do in mainstream communities in southern Canada when it comes to education. So, Mr. Speaker, those are two concrete examples where we are working with the Aboriginal communities to improve the situation on education, health, and sustainability in their communities. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I will be sharing my time with my excellent colleague from Edmonton, Strathcona.
Pleasure that I enter this debate because as I read out to the Parliamentary Secretary, the New Democrats, the official opposition to this government, have asked the House to confirm this government's commitment to follow the law. Asked this government's commitment to actually begin and fully implement treaties and consult First Nations before this government enacts laws that affects First Nations. The government, for the idle no more and the concerns that have happened across the land on specific resource projects, any of those disruptions, this government only has itself to blame. Because time and time again, they say the words that we hear in this place about consulting and respecting First Nations rights and title, and then they bring in another law without consulting First Nations rights and title. And then they wonder why First Nations from coast to coast to coast rise up against this government and say we expect and demand better. Now, I come from northwestern British Columbia, which 35–40% of the constituents I represent are from First Nations background. And not only are a profound part of our history and culture, but a crucial and critical part of our future. That First Nations are informing the way that we work, the way that we live, the way that we think about our land and our communities. And this is an important lesson I think this government would do well to serve. I remember the Prime Minister visiting once in his Challenger jet with all his security into the Northwest at one point, and he flew in for a fundraiser, an exclusive fundraiser at a lake that was very nice. And by some coincidence, the same day, the First Nations territory in which he was on was raising 4 totem poles, the first time they had done such a thing in almost a century. And being a good parliamentarian, I extended an invitation to the Prime Minister through his office to say, why don't you come down There's a feast happening. The First Nations there will treat you with honor and respect, even if they disagree with your policies, because they know what honor and respect actually look like. And the Prime Minister's office response was, not a chance, ever. And so he went to his exclusive fundraiser. While the First Nations were raising 4 totem poles, while the extension of the offer and the invitation had come from the First Nations itself, the Prime Minister's office, and one would only assume the direction the Prime Minister gives them, felt that that was not an appropriate way for a Prime Minister to spend his time. Now, there's a problem that happens too often in politics, and particularly with Parliament and First Nations, that we often only hear the negative stories, the hard stories, because there are so many of them. In First Nations communities, we are all too familiar with the statistics and the realities for First Nations people for so long. So we know about the elevated suicide rate. We know about the depression and the economic backwardness that government after government has left First Nations. And we know that First Nations students going to school this morning receive 1/3 less funding than a non-First Nation, student going to school not in a reserve. And it seems to me that there is also an important conversation to have about the successes. Not the cherry-picked successes, because this government likes to play favorites and say, well, all we got to do is free up property rights. And in places like Kelowna and Kamloops and downtown Vancouver and the oil patch, well, then those will be the examples that all First Nations could use. Because obviously all the reserves around Canada are situated on such absolutely high-value properties as the ones outside of Kelowna or in the oil patch in northern Alberta. That is, in fact, not the case for the vast majority of reserves that the Canadian government saw fit to place First Nations on. That is a fact. So, the success stories that I talk about coming from the northwest of British Columbia are homemade success stories that have been pushed and fought and struggled against government doctrine, against the ignorance of the government of the day. I think of the Haida First Nations who fought on the line with the Government of Canada and British Columbia to defend their island of Haida Gwaii and to establish a regime in which land management is a co-management process, where half of the boards and the land management use in Haida Gwaii are Haida and half are non-Haida, and find ways as neighbours, as partners, to develop the land, but not the way the Canadian and BC government wanted to do, which was to strip mine the soul of the island, but to actually foresee a future in which our children have an opportunity. I think of the Tahltan First Nation in northern BC, who, when faced with the prospect of Shell Canada and this government and previous governments wanting to drill for gas and frack at the very heart of the sacred headwaters of the Stikine, the Skeena, and the Nass rivers, 3 of the most critical rivers in all of British Columbia, they wanted to drill and frack for gas at that very same place and had no ability to actually confirm that there wouldn't be poisoned wells coming up everywhere. It was the Tahltan First Nation. Without any money, without big support, and without any help from people in this government, stood up against one of the most powerful companies in the world and got them to see reason, that there are better prospects and better places to be. And just recently, Shell, against all odds and against the advice of this government, decided to forgo their leases in the sacred headwaters. And the BC government finally came on side and said, well, maybe it's time to protect certain places, that drilling for oil and gas everywhere might not be such a great idea. And it was the Tahltan Nation that led that. I think of the Kalam and the Kitsillas First Nations, who just recently signed a deal with CN. This was quite an amazing day. On a day just beside the day of National Action for Idle No More, I was at an event in Kitsim Kalam, just outside of Terrace, BC, in which we stood on the railway track of a new railway spur, and the First Nations in full regalia standing across the railway line in front of a train and stopped that train with the RCMP and the broader community in attendance. And why we were there was to actually cut a ribbon, because CN had negotiated with the First Nations to have a revenue-sharing agreement to allow that rail spur to be built to a quarry that is now building jobs for the entire community. And it was somewhat ironic to see a model of what it looks like if you actually negotiate in good faith with First Nations. All seem to benefit. I think of the Haisla First Nation, who have stood up against the Northern Gateway, even though money gets splashed around, even though this government tries to bully anybody who happens to have an independent thought on putting an 1,100-kilometer pipeline from Alberta to the port at Kitimat and then driving 250 super tankers through some of the most narrow and treacherous waters in the world. That when the Haisla First Nations stood up and said, we're open for business, but under our management, and are able to sign deals with resource developers on their terms, and will not be bullied. because, in fact, they lawyered up, Mr. Speaker, that they invested in their young people and got education going a generation, 2, 3 generations ago, despite all the adversity of the residential school and the travesties that government after government set upon First Nations. I think of the Niska signing the first modern-day treaty, who are still pleading with this government to actually have a relationship. The government talks about respect. They talk the talk but won't walk the walk and won't even meet with the Niska, who are a model for First Nations across this country and how to develop a full governance in First Nations constitution. This government simply washes their hands of the entire experience. Now, the Canadian government and the Crown's relationship with First Nations is well documented as a dysfunctional relationship. And I sat in this House as the Prime Minister welcomed in First Nations leaders, Métis, Inuit, to this place to express what I believed was a sincere apology to the First Nations and Métis Inuit people of Canada for the travesty of residential schools. Because we can all agree on this, whatever our political persuasion, when such a thing was prosecuted upon the young people and on the families as an official policy of the Canadian government, generation after generation, there comes a time when you face up to that reality and that history and you apologize. And an apology often means that you will correct behavior. If someone apologized to me and they mean it, then I suspect that the thing that they did that brought on the apology, they won't continue to do. And what was the very next thing this government decided to do? Was to cut the funding to the Aboriginal Healing Foundation, which had been established to help people deal with the effects of residential school experiences. That was the next thing they did after they apologized. And they wonder, they lament, as Conservatives are now attacking First Nations leadership. Why are the First Nations so upset? Why won't they trust us? We want to be friends. And yet time and time again, when First Nations come to the table with hand extended to try to reason and negotiate with the government of the day, the government has other voices in their ears, other friends that they would like to listen to first. And so if there's some inconvenience for the oil companies and environmental assessments and First Nations law, well then we'll try to shuffle those out of the way and create profound uncertainty in the resource sector. And I've heard this not from First Nations leaders alone, but from those in the oil and gas sector, that this government hands them time and again a poisoned chalice, where they cannot acquire the social license to build a project because the public watches this government in action, watches them strip down environmental laws, watches them treat First Nations with total disrespect, calls them radicals, calls them enemies of the state. And what do First Nations and people who have any concern for First Nations rights and title and the environment do? Well, they stand up to that bullying. They stand up and resist and join hands, community to community, family to family, friend to friend. And that creates the very uncertainty that these folks think that they are somehow not a part of, but they are implicated. So we must be allies in the true sense of the word, Mr. Speaker. We must find that way to get over the consistent arrogance and inability of the Canadian government, from liberal and conservative consistently down the line, to listen and understand the realities of First Nations and not just talk the talk but walk the walk. And that means not bringing in legislation that overrides First Nations rights and title and the duty to accommodate and consult, enforcing First Nations into the court and costing the Canadian taxpayer untold millions of dollars, fighting court case after court case and making lawyers rich, when the Constitution and the Charter of Rights and Freedom clearly defines what's going to happen at the end of the day. And now we find out from government lawyers in the Department of Justice that, in fact, the government consistently gets advice that legislation that this Conservative government brings in will end up in court because it is fundamentally unconstitutional, thereby not passing a charter challenge, thereby knowingly bringing in things for politics that ultimately cost millions of dollars, makes no one better, and hopes them to score a cheap point for some other photo op for some minister who thinks that they're on the ropes again. It's got to stop. And it stops when a government actually sits down and listens and attends that poll-raising ceremony, attends the feast with respect and humility, as nation to nation does. And until that happens, all of these kind words and these sentiments of economic development and prosperity for one and all don't mean anything, because they won't happen. The way they'll happen is with respect, sincere friendship, and finally the Canadian government, if we can imagine a day, acting as an ally to First Nations rather than what they are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Speaker. Grateful to the member opposite for his speech. It's revealing of the NDP position on today's motion, which has important objectives behind it, but where we get a sense from the opposition House Leader of where the emphasis is within those objectives, which are, after all, in the motion just defined in a few lines. He mentioned the need to negotiate. He mentioned the importance of fighting for this and that on the part of Aboriginal groups, First Nations, and there was quite a bit of anger in his speech at various points. But there were two items missing from his speech, which I think would go a long way towards underpinning a coordinated approach in this House, which Aboriginal communities want. And one is acknowledgement of what has been achieved, first and foremost, by First Nations communities in education, in terms of protection of children, in terms of improvement of drinking water in recent years, by all of us together, but at the initiative of this government. And the other was the complete absence from his speech, and from many speeches by those opposite, of the word accountability. Would the House Leader of the official opposition remind this House and all Canadians that the NDP as well attaches importance to the word accountability, that we won't have results on education or any other front for First Nations communities without
Order. Yeah. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Point first, in terms of accountability. Do as I say, not as I do, may be the motif for this government, because when we seek accountability, the official opposition, allow me to finish, the parliamentary budget officer, when we seek basic accountabilities for many billions of dollars at times from this government, we have obfuscation, we have a government that seems to be keen on hiding the truth and misplacing the numbers and can't finding the facts. So to lecture First Nations about accountability from a Conservative government, which from the Ethics Commissioner, the Information Commissioner, the Auditor General and the Parliamentary Budget Officer have all said this is among the most secretive government in Canadian history, which is saying something when compared to what we used to have. So, pot calling the kettle black. Second, he asks if there's times where I feel passion and some anger. Well, you better believe it. And I would invite my friend to come and visit some of the communities that I represent and the families that I represent and feel the frustration of constantly going up against governments who seem to have 10 years and no sensitivity to the realities. Of course, one gets angry, one gets passionate, and one should, because that's actually a natural reaction to the state of affairs of many of the families, First Nations descent, that live in this country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
I want to thank the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley for that very passionate and informed speech, and I have a quick question for him. One of the things that we saw from coast to coast to coast over this last several weeks was First Nations, Inuit and Métis rising up and saying, this government doesn't get it. Their policies aren't working, their regulations aren't working, their consultation isn't working. And just yesterday, we had a court case that said that the government should actually release the documents from the Library and Archives to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And of course, the government is once again delaying those documents. And I wonder if the member could comment on how this is just one more in a failed relationship between this government and Aboriginal peoples across this country.
Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
My colleague from Nanaimo-Cowichan. So here's the process this government has gone through. It issues an official apology to First Nations for Residential School. It sets up the Truth and Reconciliation process in order to allow that healing to happen, which requires truth. And in this case, truth means documents, finding out what happened to who and when. And the fact that the very committee, the very judicial review that the government set up has to take this government to court in order to get access to documents that this government promised in all of its issuance on this that they would give, it speaks volumes to what the government's intention is. Right? If you really seek reconciliation, if that is your intention, then you put it all out on the table. You have no fear. And the minister says, well, we've given 1 million documents, and there's so many million more. Why hide the truth if you hope for reconciliation?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great privilege to share this time with the honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. I share his passion for this topic. I share the passion with the honourable member who has tabled this motion for Nanaimo-Cowichan and I wish to thank her on behalf of the First Nations who I'm in consultation with for bringing forward this matter to the House. Absolutely, Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of this motion that calls for greater action and improvement of economic outlooks for First Nations, Inuit and Métis, particularly in the coming budget, to commit action to treaty implementation and full and meaningful consultation. So the proof will be in the pudding, Mr. Speaker, when this next budget is tabled. We've heard lots of promises from across the floor, and I can assure you that not just the official opposition or other opposition parties will be watching that document carefully, but so will all of the Indigenous peoples of this country. On treaty implementation, well, I will get into that in a minute. Certainly the government has been falling down, even though some mechanisms were put in place to resolve specific claims. The actions by the government have, in fact, not resolved the matter and made things worse. I wanted at the outset, Mr. Speaker, to reiterate the call by my colleague, the MP for Timmins, James Bay. And he called for Parliament to step up and finally take serious action on the economic, social, and moral deficit in respect for and taking action to lift our Aboriginal peoples from a century of discrimination and poverty. And I think it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that we reiterate that we not just talk about economic strategies and we talk about implementation of treaties, that we actually talk about the basic issue here of why it's critical to move forward on those matters. And secondly, he reminded us that we're all treaty people. If there's one thing, Mr. Speaker, that I have heard over and over again over the last year, and including when I had the honour of being the critic for Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, and that is the reminder which has come from the elders, it has come from the chiefs and council members, it's come from the Aboriginal youth, it's come from the National Chief, Sean Atleo, and that is the treaty was entered into by both sides. We have responsibilities under the treaty in the same way as the First Nations. We are treaty people. And third, concrete action is needed to restore a good faith relationship, and you've heard that over and over again today, Mr. Speaker. Well, this government, Mr. Speaker, likes to talk about the real issue is the economy, jobs, jobs, jobs. Real engagement in the economy. Well, Mr. Speaker, engagement in the economy requires equitable access to education. How are you going to get a well-paying job unless you have access to advanced education, or even to get through grammar school with a 35% graduation rate? As National Chief Sean Atleo has frequently pointed out, he's a great advocate for greater support to Indigenous education. He said, we have a higher rate of incarcerating our Aboriginal youth than we do in graduating them from high school. So clearly, you can't get a job that's well-paying, contribute to the economy, unless you have equitable access. Safe living conditions. How are you going to study if your house or your school is full of mold and you don't have steady supply of electricity or heat? Safe drinking water. Simple facts that we Canadians take for granted. Concentrated action to provide jobs to the hardest hit. We hear lots of examples, as my colleagues have pointed out, of the success cases. And when I was a critic and I participated in the committee review of the exact initiatives, the changes to the land management regime, many of the First Nation leaders came in and said, look, it's not the same for all of us. We don't all have the fortune of living or having a reserve immediately adjacent to a major industrial center or a major municipality. It's very hard for the isolated communities. And what their particular concern was, frankly, with a fair benefit agreement on the traditional lands, not necessarily developing their reserve lands. I would like to point out, Mr. Speaker, that the Parliamentary Secretary pointed out Fort Mackay. Yes, Fort Mackay First Nation in northern Alberta, right in the centre of the oil sands development, has, by necessity, forged agreements with industry so that they can benefit, and they've had a number of contracts. But it's important to recognize that even Fort Mackay is drawing a line in the sand. The last of their important lands, which are specifically designated for their traditional practices, are about to be hurt. They're about to be completely circled by oil sands development. They, like all the other First Nations that come forward, want not just a piece of the pie, not just a job. They want a say in the decision-making about the resource development in their territories and in areas next door to their territories where they might be impacted. The engagement process in the economy also means that they have to have equitable benefit agreements. And we've turned time after time where some isolated First Nations on their own are left to try to negotiate fair agreements with major corporations. Some cases they do well, in other cases not. Where is the federal government's responsibility to ensure that they are supported in those endeavours? So what is, Mr. Speaker, the starting point for measuring progress? We hear all the time from this government about all the money they've spent. Any question that is asked, whether it's education, safe drinking water, the right to be consulted, the right to a job, look at all the money we've spent. So what is the starting point for measuring progress? Is it the date of the signing of the treaties? Is it over 100 years back with the historic and the numbered treaties? Is it the date of signing of the modern treaties? We've been hearing concerns ongoing in committee and in delegations meeting with members of Parliament in concern with the failure of this government to live up to and implement the treaties. Is it the date of the addition of Section 35 to the Constitution? Is it the repeat calls by the Auditor General to take action on better protections for First Nations? And in the last audit issued by then Auditor General Sheila Fraser, she said very clearly, she singled out the conditions on First Nation reserves, said that the federal government had taken some action, but simply not enough. In her words, Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that their living conditions, that's the First Nations, are worse than elsewhere in Canada. For example, only 41% of students on reserves graduate from high school, compared with 77% of students in the rest of the country. And more than half of the drinking water systems on reserves still pose a health threat. And has been pointed out, Mr. Speaker, still more than 100 boil water advisories in the 21st century. Sheila Fraser then said, what's truly shocking, however, is the lack of improvement. Last year, Indian and Northern Affairs Canada reported that between 2001 and 2006, there was little or no progress in the well-being of First Nation communities. In a wealthy country like Canada, the gap is simply unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side will say, yeah, that was the Liberals. Well, it's important to note here that the success of two Auditor Generals after Sheila Fraser raised exactly the same issue, so still not a lot of progress. Mr. Speaker, is it the date of the 2012 First Nation Crown Summit, where a lot of undertakings were made? Or the unanimous vote for the Shannon's Dream motion calling for equitable access to education? Is it the promised expedited settlement of languishing specific claims? Is it the recommendations of the National Panel on First Nation Education? So there are many points of juncture where we could begin measuring progress. Sadly, we're still not seeing a lot of substantive progress across the board. It's very important, Mr. Speaker, to point out that what First Nation peoples, Métis and Inuit are calling for are both substantive rights and procedural rights, both which are guaranteed in the Constitution and legislation. What is appalling is this continued reference, Mr. Speaker, by this government of the day of willing partners, willing First Nations. And the question has to be raised. We know fully their disregard for any First Nation resorts to the courts. They're being forced to resort to the courts because of their abject refusal to properly consult. And we have a number of actions filed just in the last month by First Nations in Northern Alberta and in Saskatchewan, lambasting the government for failure to consult on their own budget. The United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the First Nations see that as carrying that obligation even further, that they should have the right to consent. I would just, in closing, Mr. Speaker, like to share that I was profoundly impacted by the opportunity of participating in some of the Island No More gatherings. And I say gatherings. These were not protests. These were gatherings led by elders, including youth, including chiefs in regalia. And I had the opportunity to, along the way, talk to many youth who desperately want to participate in the economy, desperately want to have their voice heard. I have been approached by the treaty chiefs and councillors in my province, in Treaty 6, 7, and 8, asking for my advice on how they can get this government to open up the budget, to reverse their decisions on undermining the environmental laws which protect their traditional lands. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the government supporting our motion, but more than that, actually moving to take action.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the member opposite about her opinion of some of the actions that the Harper government has taken to address the important and pressing issues. In particular, I'd like to ask the member if she would acknowledge that the government has made progress.
Just remind the Honourable Member for Mississauga South that we try to stay away from the mentioning of other Honourable Members' names in the course of our remarks. The Honourable Member.
Sorry, that the actions of this government the actions this government is taking. Will she acknowledge that the government has made progress on some of the following concrete priorities in health, education, economic development, and housing? For example, since 2006, there have been 30 new schools built on reserves and 200 more renovated. Also, this government has built over 10,000 new homes and renovated thousands more on reserves.
Absolutely.
We've increased funding for child and family services by 25%, introduced legislation ensuring that the Canadian Human Rights Act applies on reserves, and settled 80 outstanding land claims. I'd say these accomplishments are very impressive. Will the member opposite admit that this government is in fact very sensitive to the realities of Canada's First Nations communities?
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question put forward by the honourable member. It's not for me to respond. The individuals and the communities that they're accountable to are the First Nation, the Métis, and the Inuit communities. We are simply standing and being a voice for the very peoples who are not being given a voice. It is those peoples who are taking to the streets, holding round dances, calling for meetings, asking how they can persuade this government to change their closed-door process and excluding them from consultation. It's not for me as an individual member. It's not for the colleagues on this side of the House. It is for the government to ask the First Nations, Inuit and Métis, have we done enough? Are we taking the right path?
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable.
Questions and comments.
The Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wonder if my friend can help me understand the government's position today, because I'm, again, looking back at the actual motion we presented to the House, which the foundation of it is based on two things. One is to respect First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people and help them develop their economies. And the second one is to follow the law. Yet we can't seem to be able to find a government member who says whether the government's going to vote against or with the motion. They've had all day with this thing. It's not very many words, and it says something that they seem to repeat in their speeches, but yet won't confirm. The reason I think this is important is that often the government says, why don't First Nations people just simply trust us? We're doing the hard work and we're saying the nice things, and yet when you try to pin them down and say, well, yes or no, are you good for this, are you good for that, they seem to have a struggle uttering those words, yes or no. And I'm wondering if this speaks to a deeper culture within the government, a deeper suspicion in this conversation. That First Nations seems to be treated with a very, very different brush than they approach industry with, than they approach crime and justice issues with, that First Nations has a different tone, a different angle from this government, and a direct question rarely gets a direct answer. I'm wondering if she has any opinions or insights into that.
To thank the honourable member for his question. One thing that I've mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, that troubles me is almost to a letter every single question that we have put to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs in this House. The same response has come. And the member across the way put the question to me seems to be alluding to the same thing. It's all about money. And it's not all about money. That's not what I'm being told by Indigenous peoples of Canada. It's about respect. It's about obeying the law and the Constitution. And unfortunately, I don't have time. If I did, I would read out the letters that have been provided to me that were forwarded to the Prime Minister from the Treaty 6, 7, and 8 chiefs and councillors. And every one of them say the same thing. They feel they've been silenced by the parliamentary process. They're calling on the government to rescind the laws that were passed that impact their lands, waters, and peoples without due consultation, without adhering to the constitutional and legal obligation.
Avant la reprise de débat,
Before we resume debate, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry, the Environment.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Over the Christmas holidays, our family went to see Les Miserables. It was almost impossible to watch that movie without feeling so strongly the parallel situation that was taking place here in Canada. In the song, Can You Hear the People Sing? The question is asked, when the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drums, there's a life about to start when tomorrow comes. The drums have been beating strongly here in Canada and around the world to draw attention to the greatest social injustice in this country. As a doctor, when I hear the drums, I hear a heartbeat. It's the same 60 beats per minute that I heard through a stethoscope years and years and years ago, and the sound is very familiar. Over these past weeks, it's been very poignant to hear the drums, because there was a time that we worried that the heartbeat of Chief Theresa Spence was going to stop. I want to thank our leader for the leadership he gave to that life being saved, but I also want everyone to know that the tipping point in relationships between First Nations and this government meant that the drastic action that Chief Theresa Spence felt that she had to take, this has to change. December 21st, January 11th, and Monday, as we returned here to Parliament Hill, hundreds of people have gathered here on the Hill as part of I Don't Know More and in solidarity with them across the country. These protests were about the government's sweeping changes to environmental oversight and to urge real action on Aboriginal rights issues. It's been again, this feeling of when the beating of your heart echoes the beating of the drums, there is a life about to start when tomorrow comes. This is about young people, and it's about optimism, and it's about that things have to change. Demain commence maintenant.
Tomorrow starts now. This motion calls upon the government to ensure that economic results for Aboriginal peoples, Métis and Inuit, start now.
From the hard-working member from Nanaimo, Cowichan. The government caucus met yesterday. The Prime Minister did not say one word about the issues facing Aboriginal people. It has not been a priority for this government, and I hope that voting for this motion will be a signal that they will actually take this issue seriously. It's time for them to understand that building human capital is the key factor in improving economic success for Aboriginal people and communities, but also for all Canadians. Urgent collaborative action is needed to unlock the human and economic potential in Aboriginal communities across this country. At a time of unprecedented skills shortages, an estimated 400,000 Aboriginal Canadians will reach the age to enter the labour market over the next decade. Yet the significant education gap that exists between First Nations and non-First Nations population in Canada in high school graduation rates remains a major obstacle to full participation of Aboriginal people in the workforce. We know that education is the key to success, but appallingly, the high school graduation rate is getting worse under this Conservative government. The Conservatives promised to close the disgraceful education funding gaps, yet the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs followed that promise with confrontation and actually denying that the per-student funding gap exists at all. According to the Department of Aboriginal Affairs, the high school graduation rate for First Nations students living on reserve is 35%. By comparison, 77% of non-Aboriginal people in Canada have a high school diploma. Further, the number of Aboriginal post-secondary graduates lags way behind the rest of Canada. For example, less than 10% of Aboriginal people in Canada have a university degree, compared to the national average of 23%. The Conservatives' goal for improving First Nations on reserve high school graduation is an 8% increase over the next 5 years, as our leader pointed out today in question period. They have no targets for increasing First Nations post-secondary education enrollment or graduation. And as the Auditor General has noted, at the current rate, it would take 28 years for First Nations communities to close the high school education gap. We have asked the government to address this gap in the next budget by working with First Nations to bring graduation rates up to the national average on an urgent basis. This was the 10-year target of the Kelowna Accord and should be our goal moving forward. Yet after 7 years, we've seen zero progress on this from this Conservative government. That is zero. Talking points can't change the facts. Idle no more means talking points no more. We actually need action and the truth. The Centre for Study of Living Standards has noted that raising educational and labour market outcomes of Aboriginal Canadians to the same level as non-Aboriginal Canadians would increase the GDP by $36 billion, increase government revenues by $3.5 billion, and reduce government expenditures by $14.2 billion by 2026. As the Senate reported in their 2007 study on Aboriginal economic development, there is need to strengthen investments in Aboriginal governing capacities which support economic success. However, the government has opted to make significant cuts to Aboriginal governing capacities as part of the 2012 budget reductions. Even resources that directly contribute to economic success for Aboriginal people are not above being cut from this government strategy. Shockingly, on February the 12th, 2013, the government plans to close the Aboriginal Canada portal website, a single window to First Nations, Métis and Inuit online resources for government programs and services. The portal includes links to government and non-governmental sources that pertain to employment and human resources, links employment opportunities and jobs available for Aboriginal job seekers across Canada. Employees can even post the jobs openings for free. Except the Aboriginal Canada portal doesn't just provide one-stop shopping for employment, it also provides at very little cost to taxpayers essential information on topics ranging from claims and treaties to economic development, business to justice and policing. The closure will make it even more difficult for Canadians to navigate an already complicated federal bureaucracy. What is a compilation of information in all matters Aboriginal in nature in government, currently maintained with a small expenditure, will now be scattered, making even more difficult for all Canadians, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal alike, to use. You should just look at the statement on the website and show all the places you have to go now to be able to find the information that was once there in one-stop shopping. It's quite clear, Mr. Speaker, you can't even think about economic development when people are living in third-world conditions. From the First Nations Inuit Métis education gap has been widening as we've spoken in terms of both funding and outcomes. Housing shortages are becoming more acute. Water and wastewater systems are in crisis, and tragic gaps in terms of First Nation health outcomes are continuing unabated. The Conservatives defend their refusal to deal with the on-reserve housing crisis by claiming they have built 10,000 homes over the past 6 years. The fact is that they're simply trying to take credit for falling short of what should have been 13,800 homes built under funding levels predating their government. The government also defends its appalling record on First Nations water and wastewater by noting they conducted the largest assessment of safe and wastewater in this country so that we can move forward with prioritization. Yet, almost 2 years after the federal assessment, there are 117 First Nations communities across Canada under drinking water advisories, an increase of over 23% since 2006, and the government has no long-term plan to get a handle on this crisis. The government study showed that it would take $6 billion over 10 years to fix this problem, $1.2 billion billion was the $6 billion, $1.2 billion investment urgently needed right now. What did we see? We saw $330 million in the last budget, and then the audacity of this minister to re-announce that $330 million the day after the supposedly important January 11th meeting. Talk about hypocrisy. This is insulting. What more? Too many resource development projects are moving forward without Aboriginal people receiving a fair share of the economic benefits or as partners in their development. Cette motion demande aussi au gouvernement.
The motion also calls on the government to act in applying treaties and in consulting, to fully consulting First Nations in matters affecting their rights as stipulated in national legislation.
Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which requires free, prior and informed consent. And then in every piece of correspondence, they refer to that pledge as aspirational. This was the whole basis of the Crown First Nations gathering in January 2012. And where they stated that they would commit to work towards the 250th anniversary of the Royal Proclamation. Absolutely no work has been done with the provinces to honour those treaties or to ensure that First Nations are able to share in the prosperity that is Canada. The failure of the government to even begin to deal with the imperative of sharing Canada's natural resource revenues fairly has resulted in relations with Canada's Indigenous population reaching a dangerous tipping point. First Nations are pursuing their rights and winning almost every time in the courts, as the leader pointed out in a recent speech. Thousands of Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people are demonstrating, as we are seeing across Canada through Idle No More and online. Almost every resource development activity in Canada, this government needs to remind itself, is currently operating or is planned occurring within 200 kilometres of a First Nations community or on traditional lands. Despite this, the settling of comprehensive claims agreements between Aboriginal people and the government, which address the critical issues surrounding economic development, including resource royalty sharing, has proceeded at an astonishingly slow pace. The Canadian Council of Chief Executives has said that Aboriginal people must be true partners in resource and energy projects. Yet Treasury Board President Tony Clement alienated First Nations by dismissing their calls for a joint review panel on the Ring of Fire resource development, arguing it would only bring up irrelevant issues. Even the Prime Minister's own former senior cabinet minister, Jim Prentice, has chastised this government, saying the Crown obligation to engage First Nations in a meaningful way has yet to be taken up. The number of comprehensive claims settled by this government has fallen steadily since 2005, despite the promise from the Conservatives to revolutionize the land claims process in 2007. As of today, over half of the nearly 100 agreements under negotiation have been ongoing for at least 16 years. These delays are often the result of the government's negotiation strategy, which embraces a take-it-or-leave-it approach rather than flexibility and fairness, and it's quite clear that the negotiators do not have the mandate to compromise. The frustration of Aboriginal people is understandable, given the complete lack of progress on their issues and the refusal of the government to fulfill its legal obligation to consult them on matters that may impact their inherent and/or treaty rights, and the fact that we find in government documents that they actually see First Nations, Inuit and Métis in this country as adversaries.
More recently, the frustration boiled over in consultations on environmental protection in the Navigable Waters Protections Act, and these measures were included in the last two budget implementation bills.
Has created a fracture in the relationship between the Conservative government and First Nations. It has led to the formation of Idle No More, which precipitated the hastily organized January 11th meeting between the Prime Minister and Aboriginal leaders. The fact that coming out of that meeting, that Minister Duncan indicated his belief the government had fulfilled its duty to consult on various controversial bills shows that the Conservatives still do not seem to grasp what true consultation means. There was no consultation with Aboriginal people on C-38 or C-45. The minister admitted in committee that there had been no consultation on the Aboriginal governance bill. There was consultation on the private members bill, but no consultation on the government bill, and even the chief, previously supportive, viewed it as a kind of bait-and-switch opportunity. We believe the government should work with Aboriginal leaders to establish an arm's-length legal advisory committee that would evaluate all draft legislation with the potential to affect Aboriginal rights and provide an opinion on the federal government's duty to consult before the legislation is tabled. Given the Aboriginal population is the youngest and fastest growing in Canada, and that almost every natural resource development is occurring on Aboriginal territorial lands, we believe that if this government truly wants to put all its economic eggs in a natural resources basket, it better just get with the program and turn this around. The Prime Minister must understand the gravity of the situation and the potential impacts on all Canadians. It is time for action. It's time for the government to work with Aboriginal people in Canada towards a new nation-to-nation relationship based on the spirit of partnership, respect, and the cooperation for mutual benefit that characterized our original relationship. We are all treaty people. There were two signs to this document. The 96% of Canadians not from Aboriginal background need to understand the gravity of the situation, and we need to go forward in this House and make sure that happens. I Don't Know More will not go away. The young people can see what needs to be done to right past wrongs and to deal with the greatest social and economic injustice facing Canada. In the week before Christmas, I was at the Native men's shelter in my riding. It was quite clear there that these men that had been homeless and young men that had been homeless the week before, asking me about what an omnibus bill is, if it affects their treaty rights. The next night in North Bay at the Idle No More teach-in with the member from North Bay, we couldn't believe there 100 people in the Friendship Centre going through the PowerPoint of every bill that has affected them, which hasn't had consultation. They are now armed with information and they are ready to fight. It is really important that we understand that this is difficult. But to ignore it, this government is to ignore it at their peril. I ask the government, can you hear the people sing? When the beating of their heart echoes the beating of the drums, there is a life about to start when tomorrow comes. That tomorrow is today, right now. The government could show some decent faith by voting for this motion.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Député de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For action, the only point on my part, and I appreciate that they will support the motion, but at the same time, I think it was time for action in '93, it was time for action in '97, it was time for action in 2000, when the Liberals were majority government, and it would have been so easy, especially around the '97-2000 mandates, when there were huge surplus, and there could have been so many things being done by the government. What I fail to understand is why they have waited till the mandate of 04 till 06, of which I was part, but to come last minute with a big and huge Kelowna Accord when they were a minority government and they were absolutely going to face the wall.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
I thank the member for the question, but not really. Actually, but I do appreciate the opportunity to explain to the member that the Kelowna Accord was begun with a majority government. It was begun in a way that First Nations, Inuit and Métis leaders asked for, and it was done in concert with the provinces and the territories. That meant that from the time that former Prime Minister Paul Martin was sworn in as Prime Minister, a committee of cabinet was formed like in the declaration from Chief Spence, and 18 months went on with the 6 priorities chosen, with real targets, and then the $5.1 billion assigned to do that. What then happened, it required the accountability of a First Nations Auditor General. It required the accountability of all Aboriginal ministers meeting once a year, a First Ministers meeting every 2 years to see how you were doing on these goals. Wherever we go in Canada, people talk about Kelowna as though that was the way to go, not only in process, but in results.
Order. There are a number of members who wish to pose questions to the Honourable Member for St. Paul's, and so we'll have to watch our time on questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Athabasca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. I have had the opportunity to be here since 2004, and I remember the Liberals being in power at that time, Mr. Speaker, and talking a lot about going through the motions of settlements and land claims, etc. But during that period of time that they were in majority governments for the most time, they settled very, very few claims. In fact, I think somewhere around 10 or a dozen claims for 13 years, one a year in essence, if not a little bit more possibly. But, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if she knows that we've actually settled over 80 land claims in the 6 years that this government's been in power. Over 80 land claims, Mr. Speaker, that are permanent settlements. One in particular in my riding of the Big Stone Nation, the second largest nation in Canada, one of the largest claims in history, Mr. Speaker. That was done about 3 years ago, and I would invite her to come up to my riding in northern Alberta to see the success of First Nations that have the economic conditions to change their lives and change their futures, because it's a wonderful thing to see. I have many family in that area, Mr. Speaker, and their success is true and real. They are successful, Mr. Speaker, and very happy people.
Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, I can't help remind the member that it was the Reform Party that filibustered through the whole of the Nisga'a agreement. This was one of the most important things that has ever come to this House, and the Reform Party made a complete mockery of this and actually filibustered we voted 3 or 4 days in a row because these people just don't get it. And so it's really important that when we hear from what's happening at the negotiating tables across this country, that the negotiator doesn't have the mandate to change anything, and it is a take it or leave it. This is our bottom line style of negotiation, and it's just not working.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And being the human rights critic for our party, I take particular note of the United Nations view of Canada. Canada has a very high rating normally in regards to human development scale, but that would dramatically drop. In the words of the United Nations, that would dramatically drop if it was based solely on the economics of our First Nations and their social well-being. We would drop to 48 out of 174 nations if that had been included. That low position is something that should be an embarrassment to this country. And the reality is that other places, other peoples are measuring us. And we have failed, and we continue to fail. And as long as we don't dialogue nation to nation directly with the First Nations, we'll continue to fail.
A member for St. Paul's.
The member, Mr. Speaker, the member is so right. And in 2004, when the WHO struck its commission on the social determinants of health, I was very proud to have appointed Monique Bégin and Stephen Lewis to represent Canada on that panel. But I was also very honest that when I went to the launch of that commission in Santiago, Chile, to explain the third world conditions that our First Nations, Inuit and Métis live in. It was viewed to be very unusual for a country not to be going and saying everything's perfect. That commission was only going to look at the South. I implored them to have to come to Canada as well. And they did come, and mainly to British Columbia, and see some good examples, but some bad examples too, and hear from our First Peoples, or I will never do that again, the First Peoples of Canada, and it is really important what you bring out. The disaggregated data is what we have to work on. We need whole of government solutions and through all jurisdictions if we're going to fix this. And by denying these gaps exist, as this government is doing, you cannot fix what you will not admit, and that is the problem.
Order. 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 Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I've always listened intently to my friend down the way. And, you know, for her to suggest that the government is not acknowledging gaps is just simply false. Of course there's gaps. That's why we're trying to do what we're trying to do. That's why we're trying to do it collaboratively and cooperatively. It's not easy when not everybody has the same view of what that means. And my simple question is, you know, we talk about nation-to-nation negotiations or nation-to-nation dialogue and so on. Does the honourable member, what's your definition of that? Is that Canada to a First Nations 631 different times? Or how does she envision that nation-to-nation dialogue to happen?
Well, member for St. Paul's.
I think firstly, I would like to explain to the member that he needs to have a look at the press conference and press release of the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs that took place at exactly the same time as the Assembly First Nations and National Chief Atleo were meeting in Gatineau on education. The minister actually tried to show that the per-student funding for students on reserve and off reserve was the same, if not better. Every single First Nations chief knows that's not the case. And by misrepresenting that, by throwing in the departmental numbers plus the money that bands have to pay to send their students off reserve to high school, throw all that together and pretend there's not a gap. That's what this government does all of the time. And to answer the question on nation to nation, I would commend to the member to dust off the Royal Commission on Aboriginal people that Prime Minister Mulroney commissioned, and also to look at the work that was done around the Charlottetown Accord. There are some, and even in the Kelowna Accord, where there was going to be one member, one vote.
Order. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier I said in my speech that for hundreds of years we tried to reduce the number of Aboriginals to less than nothing. We all know the story of residential schools. I thank my colleague for her passionate speech, but I'd like to know why. During the decades that the Liberals were in power, why didn't they close the Aboriginal residential schools? They certainly must have had people questioning this, reporting things to them about what was going on there. Thank you. The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Please.
Je suis d'accord.
I agree. It's too late. But the start of the negotiations between Aboriginals and the federal government started under the Liberals. It's taking too long. But after the negotiations were almost finished when our government fell, and the NDP killed off the Kelowna Accord. But after the Prime Minister's apology, the whole situation of the residential schools is just too sad, and they were not included in this accord. And for that, I'm very sad.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the honourable member for Churchill. I rise today to deliver my first speech as Member of Parliament for Victoria. I'm anxious to contribute to this historic debate on the plight of Aboriginal peoples, but please, before doing so, permit me to begin by thanking sincerely the people of Victoria for giving me the opportunity to serve in this role. As everyone in this place knows, there's no greater honor or privilege than to serve our fellow citizens. Being part of the Canadian democratic process up close and personal recently as a candidate was without doubt one of the most exhilarating experiences of my life. I did so with the support not only of my family, but with the help of virtually hundreds of volunteers, dedicated and selfless people, and I want to pay tribute to them for their tireless work, because I will never forget that without them, I would not be here today. I must also, Mr. Speaker, acknowledge the constant support of the former Member of Parliament for Victoria, Denise Savoie, who I know was so well respected on both sides of this House. Not only was she a very successful Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker, but her behavior in this place was a true example of the kind of civility and respect that I desired to follow. On the basis of conversations with countless members, I can say for sure that she will be greatly missed in this place. I wish to place my remarks today in context and tell you a little bit about why I'm so honored personally to be able to speak about the continuing quest of Aboriginal people for justice. I've had the opportunity to work for governments, industry, and First Nations in consultation efforts before becoming an MP. I was a treaty negotiator for over a decade on Vancouver Island, representing the province of British Columbia, and I visited virtually every First Nation community on Vancouver Island. I also worked with First Nations in Nunavut, with the Inuit, as well as First Nations in northeastern British Columbia in negotiating economic development agreements. So I think this work has given me some familiarity with the sense of desperation that marks the lives of so many of our fellow citizens. Not only those who live on remote reserves, but also those who live in poverty in our major cities. There's probably little value in repeating the litany of shocking statistics that we all know so well. The suicide rates, the dropout rates, the infant mortality rates, and the deplorable conditions of those living in communities like Attawapiskat, or closer to my home in Victoria, the Pachidat First Nation. In trying to come up with solutions, Mr. Speaker, I also believe there's little utility in bringing up the failures and disappointments from the past. It doesn't help to bemoan the fact that the Kelowna Accord was never implemented, or that so little seems to have been done with the sweeping and excellent recommendations of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples. Instead, Mr. Speaker, Canadians of good faith must work together urgently to seek fresh solutions. Solutions that are grounded in the work of the past and the blueprint of the Dussault-Erasmus report, but only as a point of departure. Because, Mr. Speaker, the time for action is certainly long overdue. What is desperately required are fresh ideas that are grounded with the recognition of constitutional rights of First Nations to meaningful consultation and recognition of a nation-to-nation relationship between the Crown and First Nation peoples. And when I say the word respect, Mr. Speaker, when I say the word respect, all the First Nations with whom I've had the privilege to work constantly remind us of the need for respect. For example, the language of the Nuu-chah-nulth people uses the word isak to connote that concept of respect. First Nations have demanded that we establish a new relationship grounded on this bedrock principle of respect. Now, there are two things that I would like to speak to today in this context, which I think are central to meaningful, ongoing economic development that will work for the Inuit, the Métis, and First Nations people in Canada. They are consultation and the recognition of self-government. Mr. Speaker, this government simply must do a better job on consultation. We all know there's this constitutional duty to consult and, where appropriate, accommodate Aboriginal and treaty rights. But it's not through endless lawsuits that the concept of consultation will be determined. And it's not through these rote exercises of counting how many meetings you attended or seeing who was there and tallying it up and seeing if a court will later say that it was satisfactory. That's not what it's about, Mr. Speaker. It's about respect, it's about communication, and it's about establishing long-term relationships. These are the three things that are going to ultimately make the difference. Going through the motions, lots of words, Courts are not going to accept that. They haven't in the past. They're going to insist on meaningful consultation. And, as they've reminded us recently, that this is grounded in the honor of the Crown. That's always going to be the touchstone of our relationship with First Nations going forward. As the recent Idle No More movement and Aboriginal leadership has so passionately argued, the current government has weakened the environmental protection laws on which First Nations communities depend. And the regrettable omnibus budget bills have failed to take into account treaty rights, which was the basis of the historic relationship between the Crown and First Nations people. In some parts of the country, notably British Columbia and the North, there were no historic treaties, and so it's Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982, which is the basis of the Aboriginal rights and Aboriginal title that are enshrined. Aboriginal communities simply have a right to participate in the management and disposition of lands and resources over which they have asserted claims, even if those claims haven't yet been recognized by the courts or finally resolved. In more modern terms, in British Columbia, the duty to consult and accommodate has simply not been observed by this government. For example, the application by Enbridge to build its bitumen pipeline from the oil sands to Prince Rupert has attracted vociferous opposition from First Nations across the province. They are joined by the majority of non-Aboriginal British Columbians in saying we agree and oppose this deeply flawed proposal. The vast majority of First Nations of communities have said no to this kind of dangerous pipeline and tanker project, as have the people of British Columbia by majority. It's simply not acceptable, the risks that we are being asked to accept. And I can tell you, as a recent candidate in a coastal community like Victoria, there is enormous opposition to this project that people, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, agree with. And I think it's time for this government as well to say no to the kind of short-sighted kind of development that Enbridge represents. We simply have to do a better job of consultation. Now, turning to self-government, what does that mean? It means, I think, in the words of Stephen Cornell of the Harvard Project on American Indian Economic Development, three things in their research: that jurisdiction counts, self-government matters, effective governing institutions are essential, and that these governing institutions must be appropriate to the cultures in which they are situated. In short, good government matters. And that is why I would like to salute the excellent work being done by Miles Richardson, former president of the Haida Nation, who is now working as a senior associate with the Institute on Governance. His objective, their objective, is to improve governance arrangements for First Nations so they can be more effective partners in economic development. In addition, the government institutions have to be culturally appropriate and have the support of the people. He says this, Professor Cornell states, quote, "Institutions that match contemporary Indigenous cultures are more successful than those that don't." So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I know the Conservatives will say simply that the budget 2013 is all about job creation and economic development, and First Nations will benefit as other Canadians do. That is the mantra. But without, Mr. Speaker, the real application of the constitutional requirements of meaningful consultation and a recognition of self-government, government-to-government relationships, this economic development will not occur and will not be meaningful on the ground of First Nations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the Honourable Member for his speech. Two questions for him off the top. First, this is an opposition motion. It calls for joint work among us all here in this Parliament to improve economic outcomes for Aboriginal peoples. How does the member opposite, new to this House, square that objective set in a motion put forward by his party with his opposition to the building of pipelines? Is it by shutting down, is it really by shutting down the development of Canada's natural resource sectors that we will improve economic outcomes for Aboriginal peoples? That's the first question. Second question, Mr. Speaker, would the member, he is new, acknowledge that consultation and treaty relations have advanced under this government as never before, in that we have concluded 400 such agreements with First Nations in only 7 years?
400.
Honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you for the question. When you say that this party and this member is opposed to the building of pipelines, that grossly overstates what I said. I had reference only to one pipeline, a pipeline that has been universally, if not universally, by vast majority of people, Aboriginal and not, rejected in British Columbia. Rejected because the kind of consultation that this government has undertaken has simply fallen short of the mark. That seems to be the key point to make in this regard. Consultation has to start with the kind of meaningful recognition, the kind of respect of which I spoke during my remarks, that I find lacking. Yes, there has been project, because the courts have demanded that there be a process that is meaningful, and that progress has occurred. It is simply not adequate, as Idle No More and other First Nation leadership has made so obvious to the government of the day. So yes, there has been process and progress. Has that been adequate? Absolutely not, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague from Victoria and congratulate him on his inaugural speech, which was wonderful and informed and inspiring. And I also want to thank the member from Nanaimo Cowichan for her motion, which we are debating today. Now, as the opposition finance critic, I of course have very close knowledge of the omnibus bills that this government has been bringing in to implement budget measures, which include a vast array of legislative changes that have absolutely nothing to do with budgets. And it gets to the fundamental issue the member from Victoria raised about respect. Respect for democracy, respect for the process of Parliament, and ultimately, in his speech, respect for First Nations. Now, I know that he was not here through much of this budget debate, but can he comment a bit about the importance of respect for First Nations and what that means for strengthening democracy here in Canada, that nation-to-nation respect? Can he comment on that?
Well, member for Victoria.
Thank you to my colleague for her excellent question. The omnibus bills, of course, address matters far beyond the purview of a normal budget measure. That is well known to all Canadians, and a precedent that would seem to me to be retrograde. The kind of legislative changes to environmental legislation, which are so critical in protecting the air, the land, the water on which First Nations depend, integral to their culture, is something that obviously was faulty. The courts have said increasingly that legislation can also attract the kind of duties to consult and accommodate. And the fact in particular, Mr. Speaker, as I emphasized, that treaty rights, not just Aboriginal and land rights, not just Aboriginal rights that are founded in Section 35, but the historic treaties on which First Nations joined Canada, and the Royal Proclamation of 1763, and the basis on which they became part of our national fabric, they were simply ignored in that process. And I say, and that's a matter before the courts, that the courts will likewise find, I suggest, that this lack of consultation applies to legislation of this kind when it's so integral to First Nations and their culture and their way of life.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my colleague, the newly elected member from Victoria, who I know has a proud history of work with Aboriginal people, and it's certainly a pleasure to work with him in this House. It's an honour for me to rise here today to speak to an NDP motion, our motion, a motion that truly reflects the principles of the NDP, and a motion that also truly serves as a test for this government. This Opposition Day motion, put forward by my colleague, the member for Nanaimo Cowichan, and supported by all of us, really goes beyond the day-to-day actions of this House and the day-to-day debates of this House, and it gives the chance to this House, to the government, to other opposition parties to stand with us and recognize that we need to change course, that Parliament needs to change course, and that First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people deserve better from this Parliament. We are recognizing that the broad-based demand for action, and that is something that is fundamental to who we are as New Democrats. Recognizing that the people that have started Idle No More, that have been part of the rallies, that have been part of the flash mob round dances, that have been part of the workshops and information sessions, that have been out here to Parliament demanding meetings with ministers and, of course, with the Prime Minister, are saying that things need to change. I'm also honoured here to rise as the MP for Churchill in support of this motion. I have the pleasure of representing 33 First Nations across northern Manitoba and many Métis communities. I come from a vibrant part of Canada with tremendous diversity, with a very rich history and tremendous opportunity. But there is no question that the challenges that we face in the North are tremendous. And those challenges are even greater and extreme for many Aboriginal people in northern Manitoba. Aboriginal people in northern Manitoba and across Canada face extreme levels of poverty, high unemployment. In my constituency alone, 42% of people, Aboriginal people, have less than a high school diploma. And many of them live in conditions that can only be characterized as third world. In fact, we know at the international level, First Nations in Canada are rated 63rd on the United Nations Human Development Index. And that reality isn't just in numbers, but can be seen clearly if one visits any of the First Nations in northern Manitoba and so many across Canada, where you visit substandard housing with 10, 15, 20, and over 20 people sharing one home because there is inadequate housing. People that succumb to illness, like the basic flu, in much greater numbers because there is no running water in their communities. Young people that reach the point of wishing to take their own lives, and many, unfortunately, whom we lose to suicide because they feel they have no hope and nothing to live for. So many people from communities that unfortunately fall through the cracks and end up in the correctional system, making it so that Canada has some of the highest rates of Indigenous people in its correctional system, disproportionate to the number of Indigenous people in Canada. This, as many of us know, is the result of a dark history of colonization and oppression. But unfortunately, government after government at the federal level has not managed to break free and chart a new course. And despite promises to do the opposite, have in fact shown through their actions that they are willing to continue the paternalistic, colonialist relationship that has been around for so long. And one need not look any further than the last few years in this Parliament. The Prime Minister of Canada rose and gave an apology some years ago for the atrocity that was the residential school experience. I remember being at the offices of the Manitoba, Kiwetinawi, Okimakanak, the head office of the Northern Chiefs, and sharing with so many people that were moved, survivors, families of survivors, non-Aboriginal people as well, that were moved by this apology, an apology that I'm proud our late leader, Jack Layton, helped realize. But instead of truly standing to those words of changing course and bringing in a new, committing to a new relationship with Aboriginal people, with First Nations, Métis and Inuit people, this government did more of the same. We saw Bill C-38 and Bill C-45 most recently come up with a tremendous attack on treaty rights when it comes to First Nations people and Aboriginal rights more broadly. We saw a lack of consultation along the way, every step along the way, and particularly when it comes to control over treaty lands and the lands that Aboriginal people hold title to. We saw that Aboriginal people's voices, despite our constitutional responsibility to do so, were silenced, were ignored by this Conservative government. And one wishes that that was the end of the story. But the last few years, we have seen unprecedented cuts to organizations, to institutions that truly speak on behalf and with Aboriginal people. I'd like to mention some of those. Sisters in Spirit, the First Nations Statistical Institute, the National Aboriginal Healing Foundation, the National Centre for First Nations Governance, the Assembly of First Nations, Inuit Tapiriit Kanatami, Native Women's Association, the National Aboriginal Health Organization, Paktutut Inuit Women of Canada, and the list goes on. And most recently, in the fall of 2012, we heard that tribal councils and Aboriginal political organizations, like in my region, the Kuwaitan Tribal Council, the Swampy Cree Tribal Council, MKO, SCO, the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, would be cut disproportionately. These, Mr. Speaker, are the voices of Aboriginal people. These are institutions that look out for housing, look out for education, advocate on behalf of communities, that work in conjunction with band councils, and that fight for Aboriginal communities that are often, in many cases, remote and don't have a voice at the table. But, Mr. Speaker, the other side of this coin is that First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people have had enough. And there is no better example than the last few months in our country, where we have witnessed what is singularly one of the most historic events when it comes to the Aboriginal people in their leadership in recent history. We have seen an unprecedented approach to fighting back against this government. Yes, through the Idle No More movement. Yes, through the leadership that and the courage that many leaders have taken. And yes, through the immense sacrifice. And I want to take my speech today as a moment to recognize two people that I can call friends. Grand Elder Raymond Robinson of Pimachikamak Cree Nation, who along with Chief Teresa Spence joined with her on Victoria Island to commit to a hunger strike in order to call the federal government to action. And Wilson Hardy from Nissachawasset Cree Nation, who also was on a hunger strike, calling for the Prime Minister to act. These two men, their families, and their communities took a stand, and these two men made an ultimate sacrifice, asking all of us to act. I also want to recognize the organizers of Idle No More in my home community in Thompson, Lisa Courier, Clint Soto, Val Charlotte, and the many people that helped to raise awareness and to work with young people who said we've had enough. Mr. Speaker, our Opposition Day motion today reflects those voices and said that not only should the budget of 2013 commit to economic outcomes for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people, but that this government needs to commit to action on treaty implementation and full and meaningful consultation on legislation that affects the rights of Aboriginal Canadians. This has gone on long enough, and we have a chance to stand with Aboriginal people across this country and make history, to chart a new course, a course that respects the treaties, a course that would truly honor the anniversary of the Royal Proclamation of 250 years that we're celebrating this year. A chance to do much better, a chance to show the international community that in a country as wealthy as Canada, its First Peoples must live in dignity. And before I end off, I want to share the words that both Wilson and Raymond shared with me on many occasions. They said to me, "I'm doing this for my children and my grandchildren. I'm not doing it for politics or for attention. I'm doing it for things to change." I want to thank them, and in their words, in their honor, I would like to ask this government and this Parliament to finally change course, to support our Opposition Day motion, and commit to building a better day with Aboriginal peoples in Canada. Kinanas commitment, miigwech.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Churchill for her speech, but also for her continued excellent work on the Aboriginal file. I know that in the days when the Aboriginal Healing Foundation the funding was sunsetting, that the member from Churchill led the charge to try to have that funding reinstated. And that's just one of many, many, many things that she's undertaken over the years that I've known her in this House. I want to ask her specifically a question on relationships. And we've heard today the government get up time after time after time and talk about the bills that they put forward and the schools that they've built and the investments in education. And yet what we know, I can hear a member across there applauding, but what we know is that over the last months and years, that what we've consistently heard from First Nations, Inuit and Métis is that this government doesn't get it. And in fact, over the last several weeks, we've had people from coast to coast to coast do teach-ins and round dances and blockades and trying to bring to this government's attention that their policies, that their approach is simply failing. And I wonder if the member could comment on how this really does need to be a reset of a relationship, that it needs to be a relationship built on respect, on trust, on true partnership. And I wonder if she could comment on how she sees that relationship moving forward.
Joe.
Thank you, and thank you to my colleague, a strong advocate and somebody who's done tremendous work to bring us to what we're debating today, this Opposition Day motion. And it really is, at its most fundamental level a discussion of relationships. And I remember earlier this week speaking to an activist who said one of the most important things when we talk about working with Indigenous people is the importance and truly the sanctity of relationships and a relationship of respect. And unfortunately, this federal government has broken any initial trust that may have existed. Certainly, many people, I know in my neck of the woods, wouldn't believe the Conservatives anyway. But what I would say is that they do have, this government does have a chance to press the reset button. To sit down, to listen, and to commit to a longer-term plan that is founded on treaty implementation, that is founded on respecting treaty and Aboriginal rights, and that ultimately recognizes that only when that happens, when building a relationship founded on respect happens, can we move forward. And unfortunately, this government has yet to show that kind of a commitment. Obviously, one way of beginning to show that would be supporting an Opposition Day motion. But the reality is that First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people want to see action. They want to see investments made when it comes to education. They want to see a discussion on resource sharing. They want to see a discussion around sustainable development and protecting the environment and treaty lands. And unfortunately, this government isn't there. Certainly, so many people that I have the pleasure of working with are proud of the NDP's leadership and its solidarity with Aboriginal people in this country. And I would say I look forward to the day when we can be in a position of government where we can truly implement the kind of relationship that Aboriginal people in this country have deserved for so long.
It being 5:15 p.m., pursuant to an order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, February the 5th, 2013, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders. See, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that we see the clock at 5:30.
It's the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 5:30. Is that agreed? Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Private members' business. Consideration of a motion M412 in the name of Mr. Aspen on the subject of hydroelectric project.
Mr. Aspen, seconded by Mr. Benoit, moves that in the opinion of the House, a government loan guarantee to the Lower Churchill hydroelectric project is A, an important part of a clean energy agenda, B, an economically viable project that will create thousands of jobs and billions in economic growth, C, regionally significant for the Atlantic region, which will benefit from a stable and sustainable electricity source for decades to come, and D, environmentally friendly with substantial greenhouse gas emission reductions through the displacement of power from coal-fired and oil electricity sources. Debate. The honourable member for Nipissing, Temiskaming.
Mr. Speaker, in the 2011 speech from the throne, our Conservative government committed to developing Canada's extraordinary resource wealth for the benefit of all Canadians. Our desire to foster the development of major new clean energy projects of national or regional significance and to create long-term economic growth and energy security for all Canadians was outlined at the outset of our majority Conservative mandate. With these goals in mind, we are very pleased to see that the provinces of Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia are moving forward with the Lower Churchill River projects, which is being undertaken by Newfoundland and Labrador's Crown-owned energy corporation, Nalcor Energy, and by Almera, Inc. of Nova Scotia. As members know, the Lower Churchill River projects comprise the Muskrat Falls Hydroelectric Generating Station and 3 transmission lines, one between Muskrat Falls and Churchill Falls, another between Labrador and the island of Newfoundland, and a subsea transmission line connecting Newfoundland and Nova Scotia. These projects offer substantial economic and environmental benefits to the entire Atlantic region. The clean, renewable hydroelectricity that would be generated by the Muskrat Falls could reduce carbon emissions by up to 4.5 megatons every year. In fact, once the projects are fully operational, the Newfoundland and Labrador electricity supply will be 98% emissions-free. This will further contribute to Canada's already impressive supply of non-emitting electricity. As all members know, 3/4 of our current electricity supply is produced by non-emitting sources, much of which comes from hydroelectric projects. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the projects will allow Newfoundland and Labrador to achieve complete energy independence using a clean and renewable source. As well, the power generated from Muskrat Falls will contribute to Nova Scotia meeting its renewable energy targets and displace coal-fired electricity generation in that province. In addition to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by up to 4 million tons annually, which according to estimates is the equivalent of approximately 1 million cars off the road, the Lower Churchill projects will also generate $1.9 billion in revenue for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. This brings me to the motion that we are debating today. Clean energy is an important issue to my constituents, as it is to all Canadians across the country. In my role as the chair of the All-Party Clean Tech Caucus, I feel that a motion affirming our government's support for these renewable projects is appropriate. Private members, motion number 412 offers all members of the House an opportunity to express their support for the Lower Churchill River projects, both in terms of what they mean for the provinces of Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia, in terms of the greenhouse gas reductions, and in terms of their enormous economic potential. The benefits of these specific projects include energy self-sufficiency, a clean, renewable, and reliable source of electricity that will lead to substantial reductions in greenhouse gas emissions as coal and oil-fired power generations are displaced. Stable electricity rates for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia. Thousands of jobs created during the construction phase. Economic spin-offs for other industrial sectors, and a maritime transmission link that will provide stable, sustainable energy throughout the region. The Government of Canada has agreed on the terms and conditions for a federal loan guarantee, giving these vital energy projects a solid endorsement, and today we stand by this endorsement. Muskrat Falls will help meet the energy needs of the people of Newfoundland and Labrador and the electricity needs of many Nova Scotians. The Government of Canada believes that Lower Churchill projects are fully justified for the following fundamental reasons. They will provide enormous economic and environmental benefits as they are truly in the best interest of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, Nova Scotians, and in fact all Canadians. Unfortunately, in yet another attempt by the opposition to stop development of any kind, the leader of the Green Party has spoken out against this project, saying the project should be, quote, reconsidered because renewable forms of energy other than a large hydroelectric plant should be pursued, end quote. The province of Newfoundland and Labrador has looked at other options for new sources of energy. They carefully considered the potential for wind power, and they looked at the possibility of natural gas generation. But every analysis of these options favored the development of hydropower. It's reliable. It's a steady and secure source of clean energy, and it's available at an affordable cost. These things are exactly what the Lower Churchill River projects will deliver. Furthermore, the members should know that her statements have been contradicted by the findings of several independent third-party analysis commissioned by the Government of Newfoundland and Labrador and by NALCO. Numerous analyses indicated that projects are economically viable even with the increased cost estimates, that they will substantially reduce greenhouse gas emissions and will create jobs across Atlantic Canada. Specifically, the Lower Churchill projects will result in an average of 1,500 jobs during each year of construction, with a peak employment during construction of approximately 3,100 people. For these reasons, on November 30th, 2012, the Government of Canada announced an agreement with the governments of Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia on the terms and conditions for a federal loan guarantee for the Lower Churchill River projects. This project will further benefit all of Atlantic Canada. Nalcor intends to use 2 million megawatts hours of renewable energy from Muskrat Falls to replace the 490 megawatt Hollyrod oil-fired plant. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the connection to the North American grid, coupled with the increased backup capacity resulting from the projects, could strengthen opportunities to further develop other renewable energy sources, such as wind or solar. These projects will certainly contribute to the Government of Canada's objective to reduce Canada's greenhouse gases by 17% below 2005 levels by 2020, comparable with U.S. efforts. It is well known that Canada is halfway to meeting our goal due to the measures and regulations implemented by our Conservative government. The project will also bolster Canada's good standing international as a world leader when it comes to energy. In fact, the International Energy Agency recently called for a doubling of the world's hydropower by 2050 in order to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases. Canada, with operations like the Lower Churchill River projects and other hydro developments in Manitoba, Quebec, and BC, is in a very strong position to help support this ambitious environmental goal. Conclusion, Mr. Speaker, there's no question that renewable energy is a large part of Canada's economic advantage in the global economy. There is no question that Canada's status as the world's third largest producer of hydroelectricity puts us in a position to continue to lead in the development of hydroelectricity. With this in mind, and with the many benefits that will bring to Canadians, I strongly support private members' motion 412 and our government's commitment to these projects. I look forward to the day, Mr. Speaker, when the ribbon is cut on the Muskrat Falls hydroelectric power generating station, and I will look forward to all members of this House supporting motion 412. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Brome, Missisquoi.
The honourable member for Brome, Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree that Canada could become a world leader in renewable energy, but the federal government, according to the NDP, has to make this transition in a way that is very fair for all provinces, including Quebec. I would like to ask my colleague why the Harper government and the previous governments, previous Liberal governments, have for too long neglected the economic opportunities inherent in a green economy, in green energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Our government is all about jobs and growth in the economy. This, Mr. Speaker, is not only about jobs in the economy, it's about cleaning the environment. So it's a win-win situation. And this particular opportunity is a regional development. It's accorded to all provinces to work hand in hand. It's a regional development for this regional significance of power in the region. And we invite all provinces or regions to get together to create similar opportunities.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians currently pay the highest electricity rates in Canada. So this is an important question because, of course, high electricity rates are a job killer. They hurt our competitiveness, and they also are difficult for many Nova Scotian families struggling to make ends meet. So as the Utility Review Board conducts its review in Nova Scotia and considers, for instance, the various options for hydroelectric power, if it's determined, for example, that there are also opportunities to access Quebec power, for instance, through an upgrade of the Nova Scotia-New Brunswick connector, which we're told would be around $200 million potentially, would the federal government also provide a similar loan guarantee to that connection? It's absolutely fundamental that Nova Scotians have access to the most competitive hydroelectric power. We certainly want access to hydroelectric power, and we want the best deal for Nova Scotian ratepayers. So will the federal government, in the same spirit as this private member's motion, also potentially upgrade the grid, the connection between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick to access Hydro-Quebec power as part of this?
Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. As I mentioned in my previous answer, Mr. Speaker, our role as a government is to create jobs and create economic development. If we can further the environmental concerns in the process, then that's great. We're providing this regional development in a way that all provinces, all regions are welcome to produce whatever proposals they have before us, and we will work. Hydroelectric power, Mr. Speaker, is the most affordable power, and it's the greenest power. It's the cleanest power, and that's why we want to move in this direction.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the members said already, that this project's important to all Canadians, especially those in Atlantic Canada. And also, as the member mentioned, in the first speech from the throne of our majority Conservative mandate, we will support any clean energy project that is economically viable, substantially lowers GHG emissions, and are of regional or national significance. Certainly this is that. Can the member please share with the House the expected benefits of this particular project? Thank you.
Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the hard-working member from Prince George for that question. Mr. Speaker, the Lower Churchill project will provide, as I mentioned in my speech, significant economic benefits for the whole Atlantic region. At peak employment, we're talking in the order of 3,100 jobs, it's estimated, for the Atlantic region, a region that certainly needs employment. In addition, this project will help substantially reduce greenhouse gases by 4.5 million megatons. That is the equivalent of over 1 million cars, Mr. Speaker. Our government is signing the term sheet for this loan guarantee. This shows our government's support for Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia, and indeed the entire Atlantic region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member across the way for his speech. I also look forward to the day that the ribbon is cut on the Muskrat Falls project. This project means a lot to my province of Newfoundland and Labrador. You spoke about how the hydro is reliable, it's affordable, and it's clean, and it's all of that. My question is this. What is the government prepared to do to advance the cause of a national power grid while respecting, of course, the respect of respecting the rights of individual provincial governments? I would see this as a first step towards that national power grid. What's the next step?
The Honourable Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming, short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. Yes, the member is right. This could be the first step toward that particular arrangement, but I would like to give particular credit to the member for Labrador, the Honourable the member representing the Labrador region for his advocacy to the government on behalf of this particular project. This will certainly create a lot of jobs in the Atlantic region, and he deserves a lot of credit for his support.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to start by thanking the member for Nipissing-Temiskaming for presenting this motion to the House. As he pointed out, it does give members an opportunity to offer their comments and make speeches, but also to show their support for what is a proper and helpful federal role in supporting the kind of project that is identified in the Lower Churchill hydroelectric development. I noticed in his speech, by the way, he mentioned projects. So I don't know whether that's an advance notice that they're prepared to support other projects on the Lower Churchill River, but the Muskrat Falls project is, as he says, an important part of the clean energy agenda. I want, first of all, to make sure that he knows, and those paying attention to this know, that the New Democratic Party has been on record going back as far as 2005 in supporting a federal role in providing a loan guarantee for the development of the Lower Churchill as an alternative energy project. As the member pointed out, one of the results of this in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador would be the changing of Newfoundland's dependence now to a large extent as part of its mix on a oil-fired generating plant to a situation where it's 98% alternative energy, which I think is maybe it's a first, obviously, for Newfoundland and Labrador. Very important in cutting out greenhouse gases, as the member mentioned. I think 1 million tons a year alone in the case of the Holyrood Generating Station, which, by the way, I spent a lot of time criticizing in my years as a member of the provincial legislature in Newfoundland, because not only as a greenhouse gas emissions, but also a significant polluter, putting sulfur dioxide, dioxins, furans, other chemicals into the air. A terrible example of industrial pollution, which will be taken out of the mix to the tune of 1 million tons of greenhouse gases, but also all of these other pollutants. It has terrific benefits as well in terms of the cooperation between provinces. We will see, as has been just discussed, the makings of a regional power grid in the Atlantic involving the partners, Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, as well as a flow through New Brunswick, through the power grid, and accessibility to Prince Edward Island, who is very interested in the Muskrat Falls power as part of their power needs. So we see that degree of interprovincial cooperation, which I think is a very important feature of this project. Now, let me say before I go too much further, it's a project not without controversy, both in Newfoundland and Labrador and in Nova Scotia. There's debates about the alternatives, there's debates about power costs, there's debates about any number of aspects of the project, and that's right and proper. We live in a democratic society, and we're going to have these agreements and disagreements. But at the end of the day, if those provinces decide that this is a project that they want to proceed with, then it is a proper and appropriate role for the federal government to support that through the loan guarantee. What does it do, Mr. Speaker? A loan guarantee in this case allows this project to have the benefit of the credit rating of the Government of Canada. It's AAA, maybe plus, I'm not sure, but it's up there. It's certainly a lot higher than Nalcor or America can get on their own, or the Newfoundland or Nova Scotia government, Newfoundland, Labrador, and Nova Scotia governments can get on their own. That's the advantage. And the advantage is that that allows access to markets that you can get cheaper interest rates to the tune of $1 billion over the life of the project, that reduces the cost of the project, reduces the cost of electricity to consumers as a result. So as all of the decision processes go through, if at the end of the day this is a project that the provinces want to do, I think the obligation is there for the federal government to help. And I want to agree on record as well with, and our position is very clear as a party, that we not only support the role of the Government of Canada in providing a loan guarantee in this particular circumstance, that this is something that we would support and encourage other jurisdictions and other provinces to develop, because we do need to have a greener economy. We do need to have alternate energy. We do need to have opportunities for the east-west, north-south national power grid, so that we're working together for a greener future. I think that's a very important step for Canada, and I would like to see greater federal government involvement. And our party is certainly committed to not only a green economy, but the positives of that in terms of economic development. We've talked about, and the member spoke of the benefits to Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia, but I want to also say that there are benefits throughout Canada for this. The power generating plant in Muskrat Falls is not going to be made in Newfoundland and Labrador. There's already an engineering design contract gone to the well-known SNC-Lavalin in Quebec to design the power project. The transmission towers are not going to be built in Newfoundland and Labrador. They're going to be manufactured probably in Ontario. The steel for the cables and all these things, they're part of an industrial plant that we don't have the capability for in our province, because that's the centre in other provinces where this happens. So the money that's being spent here is part of the industrial benefit to Canada of this project, and therefore it's right and proper that the Government of Canada should support this. So I think that's an important point to make. We think that we are very proud of what our government has done in Nova Scotia in setting targets for renewable energy. I think that's one of the reasons why this project is attractive to them. They've set hard targets for the reduction of non-fossil fuel electricity production, and this is one way of helping them meet that. It will take coal-fired power out of production in Nova Scotia. Okay. That's a significant benefit, not only in greenhouse gas production, but also in terms of pollution and the use of greater dependence on fossil fuels. It's not certain that this electricity is going to be any cheaper than, in fact, it's probably going to be more expensive. But electricity costs go up. The greater dependence on fossil fuels, the greater likelihood of electricity going out of control without control over it. One of the things that hydroelectricity brings to the mix is a long-term, stable price for electricity. That's important, I think, in this particular mix. I would add as well, for Newfoundland and Labrador, the participation for the island for the first time in a power grid that's not limited is a very positive thing for the opportunities for other forms of renewable energy. Wind energy, for example, and I'm no expert on this, but I'm told by people who know that if you have an isolated grid, there's only a certain amount of wind power that you can handle. But if you have a grid where you can, when the wind blows, you can produce electricity and send it across the grid to places that need it, and your electricity, your hydroelectricity can be built up in your dams. When the wind stops blowing, you use that. Hydro and wind power go hand in hand. They fit like a glove, so that's another advantage from our point of view as the island, not so much for Labrador, and I'm looking at my friend, the member for Labrador, who shall remain nameless, because we're not allowed to mention his name, not because we want to insult him, but not for Labrador, because it's an issue for the island of Newfoundland, because we have an isolated grid right now. But the more opportunities there is for wind power, the more chance that there will be wind power put into that grid. We also see that in the case of tidal power in New Brunswick. So we'll have a grid that works. That kind of interprovincial cooperation is also a technological advantage. So I say I have about a minute left. There we go. I have a timer here, so I thank the chair for pointing this out. I think on balance, the idea of the Government of Canada being a backer of this as a loan guarantor is an extremely positive thing. We hope to see the Government of Canada playing a strong role in that when other jurisdictions, whether it be Quebec or Manitoba or British Columbia, who are doing projects like this, there should be federal leadership and there should be federal support, and we're pleased to see that here in this project. And we support it, and our party will be supporting this motion.
Here, here. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Humber St. Barb Bayville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a valuable exercise to provide some input into the Conservative government's recent decisions in terms of providing a loan guarantee to the Lower Churchill project. I will note, though, Mr. Speaker, that this is a 40-year endeavour. This is a project which transcends many, many decades. The ambition and the dream of having the Churchill River provide hydroelectricity has been a dream for almost over 40 years. I'll note for the drafter of this particular motion, there are 4 key points contained within. The fact that there is the Lower Churchill project provides clean energy. It's an economically viable because, of course, with the amount of energy, the vast value of that natural resource, that the water resources there, it is indeed economically viable and has been for that 40-year period. It is regionally significant to Atlantic Canada. That's absolutely true. What would be actually even more true is to extend that to all of Canada, because as the member just mentioned, the value of goods and services going elsewhere beyond Atlantic Canada is indeed quite significant. And of course it is environmentally friendly, with no greenhouse gas emissions as a result of the production of hydroelectricity. It is obviously a key component of any future energy strategy. But there is something that is missing, which may be the mover intended, but it's not here, which is any reference to the project as defined by the December 17th, 2012 sanctioning. What he is referring to in this motion is, as what we all understand to be true in Newfoundland and Labrador, is the 40-year project, the ambition of developing the Lower Churchill. And so I say, this is why it's very easy and, quite frankly, the right thing to do is to support this motion, because it's the right thing to do. For all those reasons, for those 4 points as outlined by the mover, this project is worthwhile. It does not reflect, and is not meant to, I can only assume is not meant to reflect, the actual project as defined by the December 17th, 2012 sanctioning, which is a very in-depth project indeed. This is about what the Lower Churchill could provide us. And so, with that said, I think it will be very easy for all members, if not, well, hopefully unanimous consent, to pass this motion. But I'll speak a little bit about, Mr. Speaker, what the motion does not entail, which is because it could be argued, and I don't mean to be too critical here, but it could be argued that this might have been meant as a self-congratulatory message. It might be argued that this was meant as, well, this is our, now that we've provided the loan guarantee, the government is saying that this is what we've done all along. This is a 40-year project. And while many may not agree with the current project as defined by the sanctioning document, which was inked on December 17th, I would hope that everyone could agree that the development of hydroelectric resources for Canada and for our particular region in Atlantic Canada, and particularly for Newfoundland, and most particularly for Labrador, is always a beneficial thing. But here's what the motion doesn't talk about. How can the government actually advance the cause even further? Because while there's Muskrat Falls, which is being developed here, there's also Gull Island in the future. There are other hydroelectric resources that are encompassed within the Lower Churchill hydroelectric project, which are not a part of this motion. So the Lower Churchill is a much larger entity. It's a much larger project. Now, what does the government not have in this motion? Well, it doesn't speak about their ambition, their future ambition, to provide, under the General Agreement on Internal Trade, a completion of the energy chapter. I've often wondered why, Mr. Speaker, there has been little to no attention paid by the government in completing the provisions of the General Agreement on Internal Trade, which actually has a specific chapter on the internal trade, the province-to-province trade in energy resources. There was a draft agreement that was, there has been some work done. There was a draft or proposed agreement that was near completion a few years back. But apparently there was one province that did not want to sign on, and therefore, without a general consensus, without a unanimous consensus, the General Agreement on Internal Trade regarding energy, the energy chapter as is known, could not proceed. It would be very, very helpful if the government, in terms of delivering on the full Lower Churchill project, to complete that necessary chapter, to have unanimous consent by all provinces in the wheeling rights and the wheeling tariffs for hydroelectricity. What I mean, of course, by wheeling rights is the ability for provinces to take energy, electrical energy, across provincial borders under a rules-based system, which outlines a tariff system which can be arbitrated and judged to ensure that it's fair. This is one of the big things that we're missing in Canada to encourage and promote a true electrical strategy and a true energy strategy for our country. We are often considered an energy-rich country, but yet we still have tremendous barriers to the export from one province across a provincial boundary to either an international client or to another entity within the country at a distant province, an east-west grid. We still have no free trade in energy products. So while the government has actually said, those who want to propose an energy strategy now for our country are looking backwards, well, it's the government that has said, this government that has said, it would be really, really helpful if we had an agreement on the trade of energy across provincial boundaries as part of an energy strategy, a national energy strategy. But we don't, because not enough emphasis and attention has been placed on this critical key component to promoting investment and promoting development and promoting economic benefits from our energy resources by this government. So, just to be clear, to those that think that the Lower Churchill project is Muskrat Falls, you're wrong. The Lower Churchill project is a very, very large project which is not yet complete. And so, it is very easy, and I wish it were actually the motion were a little more in depth to provide a full and complete picture of what's required, but it doesn't. But with that said, I applaud the drafter. I applaud the mover for presenting it to us. It does allow us an opportunity to affirm the fact that we do support not only the elements of the project that's currently proceeding, but what we really do is we affirm that the 40-year vision of developing this project, which is really what this motion speaks to, is indeed worth our support. And so, Mr. Speaker, if there is an opportunity for the government in the future to provide further clarification instead of arguably a self-congratulatory message, which they may not have well thought through because they did not understand the full context of what the project represents, if there is an opportunity for them to come forward again, it would be to update the House on exactly where does the General Agreement on Internal Trade, chapter, I believe it's 11, the chapter on energy, how far along are we and when can we see a signed agreement that creates a rules-based approach to the wheeling of hydroelectric resources across provincial boundaries with full unanimous provincial consent for these rules? That's an element that's still missing, Mr. Speaker, and I wish the government would fulfill its commitments.
Good job.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources and for the Canadian Wheat Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think one of the things we can be proud of with this motion is that we are fulfilling our commitments. So it's good to see today the member from Nipissing Temiskaming bringing this forward and supported so strongly by the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, a member for Labrador, and his support for this as well. Mr. Speaker, I've been the Parliamentary Secretary for Natural Resources now for a number of years, and it's good to be able to come into the House and to be able to work on an initiative like this that we've gotten the support of the major parties, and hopefully, as the Liberal member opposite indicated, perhaps we can get unanimous support for this motion. Mr. Speaker, our government's support for the Lower Churchill River projects demonstrates our strong desire to work with the provinces and territories. That's all about Canada's sustainable energy resources being used to create jobs, being used to create long-term economic growth, and being used to create energy security for Canadians. On November 30th, 2012, the governments of Canada, Newfoundland and Labrador, and Nova Scotia announced that they had reached an agreement on the terms for a federal loan guarantee for the Lower Churchill River projects. Now, this agreement is a clear indication of the Government of Canada's strong support for vital renewable energy projects. The signed term sheet will position the proponents to engage capital markets for arranging the financing for the Lower Churchill River projects. The Government of Canada has agreed to guarantee the loan for a period of 35 to 40 years from the time the project debt is raised, which will apply to the construction and operating phases of the projects. By backing the Lower Churchill River projects with Canada's strong credit rating, the loan guarantee will significantly reduce borrowing costs. My colleague across the NDP noted that. It's estimated that the loan guarantee will save over $1 billion for the projects and in turn for ratepayers in Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia. Private Members Motion 412 offers all members of this House an opportunity to show their support for an important renewable energy project. Our government stands behind the Lower Churchill River projects on their merits, a significant source of clean, renewable energy, reduced greenhouse gas emissions, and economic benefits for all Atlantic Canada. In addition, it should be pointed out, and just in the context of our discussion today, that this important energy initiative fits well with the broader plans for growth of Canada's economy. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government knows full well that Canada's economic growth requires innovation, it requires investment and education, as well as skill development, all of which have been the focus of our Economic Action Plan in 2012, a plan for job creation that is working out. Since July 2009, members here would be familiar with the numbers, but employment in Canada has increased by over 900,000 jobs. This is the strongest job growth amongst G7 countries. While the parties opposite often refuse to support our job-creating policies, we are going to continue to get the job done for Canadians. In addition, both the IMF and the OECD forecast that Canada will continue to have among the strongest economic growth in the G7 into next year. While we're focusing on growing Canada's economy and jobs, we would suggest that the Liberals have no economic plan, and the NDP continues to push dangerous high tax schemes like their $21 billion carbon tax. And, Mr. Speaker, I understand if you add all of their tax proposals together, it comes closer to $54 billion. So that is quite a different perspective than we would have on that. Over the last several years, a large part of Canada's economic success has been due to our resource industries. In 2011, these industries contributed 20%, and employment is close to 1.6 million Canadian jobs from that. With the potential over the next decade for more than $650 billion to be invested in over 600 major resource projects in Canada, our government is moving forward with our plan for responsible resource development, a plan that will allow us to develop our resources, bring them to market, and bolster investment and job creation, all while protecting Canada's environment. Newfoundland and Labrador have certainly seen the benefits of resource development. Offshore development has made enormous economic contributions and completely transformed the province's economy. Not long ago, they were receiving the highest per capita equalization payments in the country. Today, the province is among our strongest provincial economies. Offshore energy development has supported Newfoundland and Labrador jobs, lowered taxes, created new investments in services and infrastructure, all while contributing to stronger local communities. There's no doubt that these benefits from the energy sector will continue to grow. There's no doubt also that the Lower Churchill River projects will make significant and lasting contributions to the economies of Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia. I wish I could say, Mr. Speaker, that I was surprised that the leader of the Green Party has spoken out against this project, but it's clear that she is insistent on opposing development in all forms. The Green Party says the project, quote, should be reconsidered because renewable forms of energy other than a large hydroelectric plant should be pursued. I would suggest that that's a strange position, and I would ask her and those that share that position to review the independent third-party analysis commissioned by NALCOR and by the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. These analyses strongly support these projects for the reasons that we mentioned earlier. The province of Newfoundland and Labrador strongly considered alternatives to the projects, including wind power and the possibility of natural gas generation, but every consideration favoured hydropower. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's safe to say that for Newfoundland and Labrador, the Green Party is wrong, and that hydro generation is as good as it gets and provides a source of electricity that will be steady, reliable, clean, renewable, and affordable. The same can be said of Canada as a whole. As the members of the House are aware, hydropower plays a tremendous role in our nation's economy, not only generating electric power, but also in job creation, economic prosperity, and supporting our quality of life. Canada is the third largest hydropower producer in the world. We're blessed in the quality of our power as well as in its quantity. Canada's electricity supply is one of the cleanest in the world, with 75% of our electrical supply coming from non-emitting sources, including about 60% from hydroelectricity. As I've indicated in my earlier remarks, Canadians are very fortunate to have a wealth of natural resources. Our hydropower industry is a key part of our energy sector. It's destined to grow even more and provide even greater contributions to our economic and environmental goals. The Lower Churchill River projects are a significant part of this expansion, as are several other large hydro projects already in various stages of development in British Columbia, Quebec, and Manitoba. With these advances, Canada will continue to contribute significantly to the world's supply of clean energy. And I'm just wondering, Mr. Speaker, if I've got 3 minutes left or so. Thank you. The International Energy Agency has called for a doubling of the world's hydropower by 2050 to limit emissions of greenhouse gases and contain global warming. The IEA says that hydro currently provides only 16% of electricity worldwide, with oil, gas, and coal-fired generation contributing 67% of all electricity. So, Mr. Speaker, today's debate is about ensuring a more prosperous future for the people of Labrador, Newfoundland and Labrador, and Nova Scotia. That's exactly why our government's endorsement of the Lower Churchill River project is as strong today as it was when we first indicated our support. For these reasons, a number of reasons, a clean and renewable, reliable source of energy, electrical self-sufficiency for Newfoundland and Labrador, stable electricity rates for families, businesses, and communities in the region, thousands of jobs during construction, and millions of dollars in economic spin-offs, that we are supporting this project. And it is for this reason that the Government of Canada is very proud to support this important clean energy initiative, that we remain fully committed to the success of Newfoundland and Labrador and Nova Scotia's Lower Churchill River projects. So, Mr. Speaker, with this in mind, I would like to reaffirm our support for the Lower Churchill hydro projects by proposing the following amendments to this motion. And so, Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member from Labrador, that the motion be amended by, number 1, replacing the words government loan guarantee to the Lower Churchill hydroelectric project is A, an important part of a clean energy agenda, B, an economically viable project that will create thousands of jobs and billions in economic growth, C, regionally significant, with the words loan guarantee provided by the federal government for the Lower Churchill hydroelectric projects consisting of the Muskrat Falls hydroelectric generation facility, the Labrador transmission assets, the Labrador Island Link, and the Maritime Link will be an important and valuable step in advancing Canada's clean energy agenda, as it will support an economically viable regional energy project that will A, provide economic benefits. 2, replacing the words and D, environmentally friendly, with the words B, create environmentally friendly electricity. And, Mr. Speaker, 3, adding after the words oil electricity sources the words and C, create thousands of jobs and billions of dollars in economic growth. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, it is my duty to inform honourable members that pursuant to Standing Order 93.3, no amendment may be proposed to a private member's motion or to the motion for second reading of a private member's bill unless the sponsor of the item indicates his or her consent. Therefore, I ask the honourable member for Nipissing-Temiskaming if he consents to the amendment being moved.
Yes, I do, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Anderson, Cypress Hills Grasslands, seconded by Mr. Panashaway, moves that the motion be amended by 1, replacing the words government loan guarantee to the Lower Churchill hydroelectric project is A, an important part of the clean energy agenda, B, an economically viable project that will create thousands of jobs and billions in economic growth, C, regionally significant, with the words, quote, loan guarantee provided by the federal government for the Lower Churchill hydroelectric projects consisting of the Muskrat Falls hydroelectric generation facility, the Labrador transmission assets, the Labrador Island Link, and the Maritime Link will be an important and valuable step in advancing Canada's clean energy agenda, as it will support an economically viable regional energy project that will A, provide provide economic benefits. Second, replace the words and D, environmentally friendly, with the words B, create environmentally friendly electricity. And third, adding after the words oil electricity sources the words and C, create thousands of jobs and billions of dollars in economic growth. The motion is in order. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Motion 412 that we're discussing today is extremely important for Canada that wishes to become a world leader in sustainable development. Talking about sustainable development means that economic, social, and environmental elements should be harmonized to ensure that a project can go forward. This also would mean that projects supported by a government working in that sense should ensure the same benefits for future generations as for our generation. It's difficult for me to believe that this way of seeing the environment can come from a conservative that has many times rejected our international commitments with regard to, for say, the Kyoto Protocol, or that has even perverted reality by inventing green oil. When we look at this loan guarantee, that would be the federal government's commitment to the Lower Muskrat Falls. It would be probably an effort to win votes rather than to make the federal government a leader in renewable energy. If that had been the case, we wouldn't be talking about a motion, but rather about a bill that would set out specific criteria for all partners in the Federation to ensure that each can contribute in its own way to achieving an overall environmental commitment. However, it's a secret to no one that climate change no borders, and we must work together in order to put in place measures that will ensure that the 2-degree bar in global warming is not passed. Scientists tell us that it's almost already too late, but I dare hope still that if we work together quickly, that we can do this. Beyond this 2-degree increase in temperature, it's very difficult for climatologists to propose models that would allow us to predict the impact of global warming on our life and our economy. However, I would like to talk about the interesting aspects set out in the motion in order to make all of parliamentarians, my colleagues, as well as my constituents aware of the work that we still need to do in order to face the challenges of the 21st century. For the NDP, consistency is key. Not only is the leader of the NDP taking a position that was adopted by the late Jack Layton with regard to the important issue of leadership that the federal government must show with regard to fighting climate change and the development of green energies, but it is clear that this loan guarantee should meet specific criteria allowing all the provinces and territories to be able to submit their own request. The singular nature, even improvised nature of this loan guarantee offered to Quebec leads to some confusion. I'd like to take some time, Mr. Speaker, a few minutes, if I may, to talk about this in order to clarify this confusion. We hear objections in Quebec such as, the federal government is competing with us. Let's be clear here. When we're talking about a loan guarantee, no tax dollars from Quebecers, no more so than any other Canadians, are sent to Ottawa, are being used to fund a Newfoundland project. What Newfoundland and Labrador is doing is taking advantage of Canada's economic strength in order to benefit from a reduction in the borrowing costs, but it is the province that will assume all of the costs of the project if it decides to go forward with this project. Second source of confusion that we have frequently heard is that the federal government is interfering in provincial jurisdiction. We heard this today during question period from my friends in the bloc. I must say that when the request for the loan guarantee comes from one province itself, it's a bit difficult to talk about interference. I know that the comparison is a bit difficult, but it is as if the younger child in a family asks the father to help him out with his car loan while his brother, an older brother who never wanted or needed such a loan, is accusing the father of being unfair towards the sons. It is clear that the provincial government remains the master of this project. A third source of confusion is unfair competition with regard to outside or external markets. If the federal government had directly funded a project at the expense of another, then probably we could talk about unfair competition. To the extent where we ensure that all the provinces or territories can obtain the same loan guarantees for green energy projects, it seems then that we are making a step in the right direction. There is nothing now to prevent the different partners in the Federation from tabling equivalent applications, and the NDP will be there to defend fairness in this file. A final confusion, Hydro-Quebec seems to be the loser in this agreement. In Quebec, often say if it's good for one, it's good for the other. Well, Hydro-Quebec could also ask for the same loan guarantees, and the NDP will be there to defend it if these rights are not ensured. We want to ensure cooperation between Hydro-Quebec and the federal government. As a recent example, we could talk about the federal government's assistance with regard to Gentillet 1, at a time when we firmly believed that nuclear development was a kind of green energy, because despite the production of radioactive waste, thermonuclear plants did not give off greenhouse gases. So the concerns of Quebecers are perhaps understandable, but I hope to have demonstrated that they are unjustified, all the more so since in the Muskrat Falls project, the possibilities of economic benefits are significant for Quebec for over the years and the projects that we have developed. Expertise has been developed in this area, as well as with regard to distribution networks in Quebec. consistent with the NDP's approach to these kinds of projects. We couldn't talk about this without major scientific studies showing us that these projects are environmentally responsible. In the case of Muskrat Falls, this project passes the test. In March 2012, the project got the green light from an environmental assessment done by the province and the federal government. So what about the benefits that will be achieved in our fight against climate change? Well, if Newfoundland decides to go forward with its project, we can see that there will be many benefits. I'll go very quickly here because I see that the previous speaker spoke about this already, but there are major benefits. We can talk about 16 megatons reduction in carbon dioxide. It's difficult to put these tons on a scale, but it's about we're taking 3 million cars off the road, the equivalent of that. So there is a significant progress. The closure of a thermal plant, another benefit, the increase in renewable energies in this area, which would go to 90%. This shows the progress and the growing importance of green energies in this area. We cannot not mention this. We must ensure that all Canadians can improve their quality of life from generation to generation. And the same is true for the First Nations. The Quebec model with regard to the sharing of spin-offs generated from such kinds of projects could be an approach that deserves to be studied. Many economists believe that investing in infrastructure is an efficient and effective way of putting people back to work, stimulating the economy, all while ensuring that future generations will have an equal or better quality of life than we do. What about the jobs that can be created? Here we're talking about 8,600 person years that could be created, many other projects that could also be created that will go beyond the borders of Newfoundland and Labrador. For example, we could talk about SNC Lavalin, which has already had a contract out for with regard to Muskrat Falls. Now I've been talking about sustainable development, that a project that brings together the environment and the economy. Unfortunately, the Conservative motion only talks about one loan guarantee here. We say that in 2015 is just around the corner, and my political party will form the next government for the good of all Canadians. Our leader, the member for Outremont, has demonstrated on numerous occasions his ability to bring together the environment and the economy. Our platform in the next election will allow each of us to recognize ourselves and to feel respected, because clearly Canadians deserve more than half measures. The NDP will always be there when the measures proposed by the government are pragmatic and bear fruit for all generations. We must act responsibly today in order to guarantee our children and our grandchildren the pleasure of living in a country where it is good to live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time for private members' business has expired. At
this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed put and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. The environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The debates today on the rights of Aboriginal peoples remind us that we must respect our environment. The First Nations have a lot to teach us in this regard. The natural resources that we have available are not endless, and if we develop them blindly, what will be left for future generations? What will they feed themselves with? Will they have access to drinking water? With bills C-38 and C-45, the government is endangering the quality of the water in our lakes and rivers. The changes made to the environmental assessment process mean the dismantling of all the mechanisms that will allow us to develop projects while ensuring that we minimize the risk to our environment. Amendments to the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act are accelerating project authorization and depriving the government of the opinion of experts on this subject. By authorizing projects that could have significant consequences for an environment, we are generating an environmental and economic debt for future generations. Furthermore, these laws limit the participation of civil society and First Nations. It is unacceptable for the First Nations of this country, with whom Canada has signed many treaties, not to be consulted when there is a study of oil and gas projects. We are already paying for the mistakes of this government. Years of inaction with regard to climate change, increasingly lax legislation, lack of political will to apply standards. All this is having an impact on our lakes and rivers. The water levels in the St. Lawrence River and the Great Lakes continues to drop. The level in Lake Superior has dropped by 34 centimeters. The water levels in Lake Huron by 71 centimeters. The governor of Michigan has taken emergency measures, in fact. What is the government doing in Ottawa? Nothing. This situation has an impact on navigation, tourism, and on the economy in Quebec as well as in Ontario. In the Arctic, studies show that pollution is contaminating the oceans and therefore the fish, the seals, and all sea mammals. The situation is even having an impact on the health of the Inuit. With C-38, the government is taking away protection for fish habitat. With C-45, they're taking away the environmental assessments that would be done on millions of rivers. So what will happen to the fisheries once all the lakes and rivers have been polluted? We have the opportunity to have a country that is rich in fresh water. Canada comprises 18% of the world's soft-water resources. Are we going to ruin all this? For months, my colleagues and I have been sounding the alarm, and there are many experts who are also sounding the alarm. Aboriginal peoples have been demonstrating for a number of weeks that they too are concerned. What more will it take for the government to take action? No one wants to be consulted after the development of projects, but rather they want to be consulted before. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Aboriginal Peoples stipulates that the states must cooperate and work in good faith with the Aboriginal peoples through the intermediary of their representative institutions before adopting and applying legislative or administrative measures on issues that concern them in order to get their prior consent given freely and in full knowledge. Canada should respect the principles of that declaration. My colleague from Abitibi Bay James Nunavut also tabled a bill on Monday in this regard to ensure that the government respects its commitments. I'm asking the government if it intends to protect all lakes and rivers in Canada. Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport. Yes, we will protect all the lakes and rivers in Canada. In fact, the Navigable Waters Protection Act was never about environmental protection. The honourable member should read the Act in order to understand it better. If she read the Act, then she would know that the word environment, nature, fisheries, and other words that are related there are not in it. Why? Because it is not environmental legislation, and it never has been environmental legislation.
It is legislation on navigation. It is legislation which allows for the construction on navigable waters and the transport on navigable waters. It is legislation which regulates, for instance, the construction of a bridge in a manner to permit transportation by a vessel on waters to which the piece of legislation applies. So, given that this is not
environmental legislation, amendments made cannot have consequences on the environment. The honourable member asked whether all lakes and rivers will be protected, to which I answered yes. Why did I say that? It is because environmental legislation will always apply. The changes made to the Navigable Waters Protection Act will have no impact on the 7 or 8 other pieces of environmental legislation which protect waters. We have the Fisheries Act. We have the Environmental Protection Act. Those pieces of legislation will always be there.
The Environmental Assessment Act and all the other acts related to the protection of wildlife habitat and the environment, untouched by the amendments, those acts will continue to protect all of the waters of Canada. The changes that we have proposed are to limit the application of navigation laws to bodies of water that actually have navigation. In other words, if there are small bodies of water on which boats don't or rarely travel, you don't need to protect their right to travel. You don't need to protect the right of a ship to travel down a small stream, because that right is taken away by the shallowness of the water. In other words, that ship was never meant to travel there in the first place. Therefore, the application of the law is currently misplaced on areas where it doesn't belong. The amendments stipulated in the budget legislation fix that problem. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bornois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government does not stop repeating that C-45 only concerns navigation and not the environment, but I have a lot of trouble understanding the logic of that argument. Navigation is done on a body of water. Water contains living organisms. Water is potable when environmental legislation is respected. Therefore, navigation is intimately linked to the rest of the environment. In C-45, certain works will not be subject to environmental evaluations anymore because they will be considered as being minor, such as the construction of pipelines and bridges. Previously, an environmental assessment was needed before a pipeline or a bridge was built. We don't live in silos. The air we breathe, the water we drink, are all part of the environment, and human activity affects this environment. Without taking into consideration these factors, the government is playing a very dangerous game because it is endangering the health of our water bodies. Why is it that 97 lakes and 97 waterways and 62 lakes are protected? Most of these are in conservative ridings. Why has the government chosen these specific bodies of water and not thousands of others? The Parliamentary Secretary.
Water contains organisms, and therefore the navigation, which also touches on water, that should protect organisms. Those organisms and all of the ecological and environmental implications of our streams, rivers, and lakes are protected by different statutes. They are protected by environmental laws. The laws on navigation is focused on balancing the rights of someone who wants to build something over a body of water and somebody who wants to travel on that body of water. Right now, the law has made it so that there are small cottagers who want to build small docks on Wake Babamum in Alberta that had to wait 2 years to do it because the government had to study whether or not a ship would travel down their little lake. That is not the purpose of navigation law. We are circumscribing it to fulfill its real purpose, which is navigation, while leaving environmental laws to protect the environment.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 81 of the standing orders.